One day, the protagonist participated in a fight with dragons together with a beautiful girl. One of the squad members shouted to Eliza to leave immediately, because he couldn't hurt him. Elise was sure that everything would be fine because Alex would shoot him. The protagonist agreed and asked to provide everything to him. The squad members shouted to Alex that it was dangerous. He may have looked like a little boy, but his eyes were calm. The boy used magic that he aimed directly at the dragon. The magic was so strong that it was able to defeat the dragon. No one could believe the boy's power, but as expected, Alex's magic power was simply amazing. The boy was born with rank 3 magic with. In this world, reincarnation existed and souls were sent to the afterlife to be judged by gods and angels. The judge of reincarnation determined where the souls would be reborn. The angel girl held a notebook in her hand and said it was bad because the man was F rank. She asked him to try harder in his next life as a water flea. The man was offended that she wanted to turn him into a flea, but it was perfect for a killer like him. Angel replied that he was average, also known as a commoner, and the soul thanked her. A certain voice asked him not to be so naive. The nervous soul asked the angel if he was ready to be reborn as a commoner, and there was no way he was going to agree to that. But the judge had already made up his mind and the angels asked him to obediently drink the holy water of wiping. The angel thought about who this soul would be. After all, it was a former emperor. He was an evil emperor, but he also brought a good change. So the angel decided that the soul would live its life as a commoner of D rank. She called his soul number, and he agreed. Upon examining his card from noticing the 3S rank, the angel shook, and she couldn't believe it. It was hard for her to imagine how many good deeds this soul had done. The other angels began to vigorously discuss his chart, and thought he was an angel on earth. For this was the first time they had seen such a thing, and could not understand how it could happen. In the soul's opinion, he led a pretty normal life. In any case, he had 2 special options for a soul of 3S rank. One option offered him to become a god and be like the angels. By the way, only angels had 3S rank. The other option offered him to live as a supreme being, and naturally the angel recommended him to become a god. But his soul wanted to be human. The girl mumbled something about the afterlife, and when she came to her senses, she was in shock. She couldn't believe that he really didn't want to become a god. But the soul didn't really understand the life of a god. Besides, if one lived the life of a human again, there were possibilities of living an even better life than before. The angel smiled, and she thought that the man was quite strange, for he was already 3S rank and could have a wonderful life. In that case, the angel used reincarnation and told the soul that she would be reborn. She created a magical hole of reincarnation and asked him to jump there. When the soul headed towards the vortex, the angel still couldn't believe that he was actually going to jump. Soul replied that it was fine and he didn't mind, then thanked the angel for helping him. The girl asked him to stop and wanted to tell him something before he left. The protagonist was worried about whether he would still be human even with his 3S rank reincarnation. With these thoughts, he moved further and further down the vortex. He didn't know what his next life would be like, but he felt warmth and a pleasant smell. Opening his eyes, he saw before him a man who called him his son. A woman held him in her arms and told him that from now on his name was Alexander Carlisle, and he was heir to the Duchy of Carlisle. The man praised the woman for a good job and his wife thanked him. He was born into a duchy family, though he thought that a 3-rank family would be by something like the son of an emperor. The man asked to inform His Majesty the Emperor as soon as possible to find him a bride, and she must have peerless abilities. His wife smiled and noticed that her husband was getting ahead of himself. So far the hero could not say whether it was a good life. For a moment he wondered and didn't understand why he had memories of his past life. He doubted that it was normal and didn't know what he should do in such a situation. He remembered the angel who tried to stop him and showed him a bottle of holy water that erases memories. He realized he had jumped too soon and she had not had time to do so. Alex couldn't understand why this was so much fun. It was the only time he had ever seen an angel, and thus he was reborn into a family of 3S rank. Because he lived as a 3S rank, Alex grew up quickly and without problems. Looking out the window, the 6-year-old noticed that the weather outside was fine. The maid wished the hero a good morning and asked what he needed. Alex wished Amelia a good morning and thanked her for her hard work. He asked to let his father know that he was coming to say hello to him, and the maid didn't understand why. It was because the hero was going to see him and a person of lower status always had to notify a person of higher status before visiting him. The maid was delighted with Mr. Alex, and even though he was so young, he was very intelligent. Amelia was very proud to see how fast Alex was growing up and decided to report it to the master. She congratulated Mr. Alex, and the main character asked the girl to calm down. The maid asked to rely on her, and exclaimed that she would never marry. Alex thought of the fact that she was quite a marvelous person. Just then a girl his age ran up to Alex and wished him good morning. The boy wished Angie good morning and reminded her that they had magic class today. The girl lowered her gaze and admitted that she was nervous. She was the daughter of a close baron, Angelica Silva, and was also the hero's soulmate. She wanted to do everything she could to help Mr. Alex. Years have passed, and now they are 6 years old. Starting today, the heroes went to magic class. First, the teachers wanted to determine their magic attributes based on the change in the surface of the water. With a wave of her wand, the girl asked Alex to take a look at it, for a small water grass had grown. The teacher praised Angie and said it was unusual. Apparently, it had a healing attribute, and the next one was for Alex to try. The hero stretched his arms and made sure that he didn't need a wand. He still had his memories, but he didn't know if it involved magic. He hoped that at least a little bit of something was left. Then he walked over to the water and used magic. Then everything lit up. The teacher was amazed and didn't understand how it happened, for all the water disappeared. Angie didn't understand what Alex had done and asked the teacher about it. Apparently, Alex's magic was so great that the water simply could not withstand the change. The teacher decided to present the boy with a large boulder. His mother that was watching the training was amazed at the large size of the stone and was surprised that Alex would use it. The teacher replied that the stone was more stable than water, and they had to measure his magic that way. The hero was surprised to see his parents watching his training. His parents were quite excited and asked him to show them what he could do. Now things were out of control. Even Angie was excited and wished good luck to the hero. The guy touched the stone and thought that he was still in the middle of the task. The stone glowed and began to disappear, which amazed everyone. The man exclaimed that even the stone disappeared and could not withstand his magic. The hero's father wondered if there were other methods to test this, and the teacher decided to try gold, which surprised everyone. Alex thought it was a good idea, because gold was the most stable material, and it has a high resistance to magic. It is also very malleable, unlike other materials. His father decided to try and do it, but the teacher didn't understand how Alex herself knew about it. Putting his hand on the boy's shoulder, his father said that it was Alex, but that wasn't even an answer. He was very proud of his son, and everyone else wasn't even surprised by his words. After providing the hero with bars of gold, the teacher asked him to try it again. As one would expect from a duke, he was able to carry so much gold in just a few minutes. The boy agreed, after which, he set to work and touched the ingots. But suddenly the ingots shone in such a way that they dazzled everyone in the neighborhood. The teacher was worried about Alex, whether he was all right, and asked what had happened to the gold. In the end, the gold just disappeared. Even so much gold couldn't hold the most powerful hero power. This is a 3S rank advantage. Walking into Alex's room, Angie wondered what he had on his desk. Alex remarked that Angie was wearing 2 cute pajamas today, and she thanked him for the compliment. Alex replied that he had practiced a little magic. After the test, his father ordered the men to study the available literature, but nowhere was there any mention of cases in which anyone had ever been able to destroy gold. Everywhere only the strongest in history was mentioned, but he had something he had to do no matter what. He showed Angie the stone. The hero let his magic into it, after which it glowed and rolled. The girl was surprised when the stone became gold. Finally, Alex could use magic in such a way that nothing disappeared. He couldn't let such a supply of mana get out of control. With those words, he gripped the gold in his hands tighter and said that he needed to control himself perfectly. He placed the gold on the table, after which it became stone again. It was not good to create gold, so Alex suggested that it would be a secret between them. Angie clenched her fists and promised she wouldn't tell anyone. Alex smiled and thanked Angie and stroked her head. He thought there was only one way he could use magic to his advantage. He remembered the angels, and thought that even if it was impossible for him to help the whole world, he would end up trying to help as many people as he could reach. His limited ability in his past life had hindered him and prevented him from doing more to help other people. But now it could be a miracle sent by God to save mankind. With these thoughts, the hero took a deep breath. Come to think of it, he had read about it in a book of his past life. And if that was the case, It was probably possible. The boy squeezed the stone in his hand and the girl didn't realize what he wanted to do with it. Wrapping his 2 hands around the stone, there was a high-pitched whistling sound and a blinding light. Enji closed her eyes and the stone crackled in the hands of the hero. It was hot in his hands, but he had to concentrate, for if he lost control, all that magic could be dangerous. Alex staggered and fell to his knees, which alarmed the Enji. She ran up to the hero and asked if he was alright. As Alex had expected, he could hold on even after losing so much magical power, but he still shouldn't have acted so rashly. Enji decided to find out what he had just done and what the stone was, but Alex only had a hunch. It was a miracle sent by God to save mankind. And it is every wizard's dream. In Alex's hands was a powerful crystal called the Philosopher's Stone. All the girl saw was a beautiful stone, like a jewel, and it looked like candy. According to Alex, it was highly valued by mages but was rare because it was very difficult to create. But Angie said that Alex herself could do it. The hero surmised that it could be used to gain all the knowledge of this world, though he wasn't sure if it was true. The Philosopher's Stone shone brightly in the lad's hands, and it was the answer to all his questions. Putting the paper on the table, the hero began to write vigorously, and the girl wondered what he was doing. She was interested in healing magic, and the hero decided to provide her with all the existing history of healing magic and its effects. He handed her the paper on which he outlined all the information. Angie exclaimed that this was simply incredible, for he understood everything that came to his mind. Alex looked up, and it seemed to him that he needed something bigger to achieve mastery. These cabinets contained advanced level books under strict supervision. However, his magic should have been enough to handle it. The hero and Angie decided to take a walk in the territory of Carlisle, Molek Street. The shopkeeper noticed the children and thought they were going for a walk. They had some new sweets, and he offered the children a taste. Holding out a piece of paper, the hero thanked the man and asked if it was enough to cover the cost. The man told the kids that they looked very nice. Everyone around them was already discussing the gold that had dissolved into thin air. Apparently, it had the highest level of magic, and the girl overheard Lord Carlisle bragging about it. It seems that the rebel army and defense were balanced in the high bay, which was quite disturbing, but since Alex herself was here, the people believed that they had nothing to fear. Because of the previous emperor's horrible reign, rebellions had broken out all over the empire, resulting in civil war. In order to protect the new emperor, information about his identity was carefully concealed. Meanwhile, the territory of Carlisle, which Alex's father controlled, is a relatively peaceful region. The door opened and a bell rang, whereupon the girl welcomed the heroes into her shop. Angie immediately spotted a bird with long ears that startled her. She was delighted and exclaimed that this bird was very cute. It was a wannabe bird, and the hero had heard that it was now very popular among the nobles. The girl wondered why this particular species was popular, and the hero suggested she look. People passing by were interested in the singing voice that sang a children's song. At the end of her performance, Angie bowed and the man clapped his hands. He had managed to overhear her by accident, and he had to say that it was just wonderful. The girl was embarrassed, but she wondered why the hero told her to sing. The boy put the bird on her hand and asked her to watch carefully, then he held out his finger to the bird. The bird twitched and sang the song the girl had just sung. It was exactly the voice of the Angie, and this bird could easily imitate the voice of the person it heard. That was why these birds were so sought after. The bird started circling around the girl and Angie realized what it was. And while it was at it, the pre-hero asked the seller to keep this bird. The seller bowed and thanked Alex. Suddenly the hero was pushed by a boy in a cap who slipped unnoticed under his cloak and stole something. At the last, the boy shouted that he would borrow it from them and that he should have watched and been more careful with his belongings next time. He took the certificate, but Angie was concerned about the hero and asked if he was bruised. Alex replied that he was fine and decided to catch the thief. He used restraining magic and ordered the guy in the cap to be tied up. Suddenly the thief felt that he couldn't move. Slowly approaching the boy, Alex advised him not to engage in thievery. In that case, the hero asked him to return the certificate, for only he could use it. The thief could not understand why they were so selfish. After all, he said, they were rich brats and people like him would never understand their torment. He believed that Alex would never understand how he felt in this unknown land where he could do nothing but steal. According to him, the hero assumed that the thief was a refugee. The guy turned away and said that Alex could think whatever he wanted, but he had come here from the south, and accepted that he was a refugee. Even though he had come here fleeing the war, it was hard for the hero to believe that he couldn't do anything. Alex had to solve this problem by getting this innocent guy to give up stealing. Justice, after all, existed in this world, and Alex decided to do something about it. He clenched his fist and said that in that case they would take him with them. Pouring tea with shaky hands, the thief didn't understand why they had taken him here. It seemed to him that Alex was using the people around him as he pleased. Alex drank a mug of his favorite coffee and asked him to just relax and try to make better tea. The hero looked at his shaking hands and asked him to warm the kettle and weigh the tea leaves accurately. After that he was to pour hot water until the tea leaves opened and brew properly. Alex asked to listen to him carefully, and said that this way of making tea was known only to those who served the upper class. The thief was surprised but remained silent. Besides tea, the hero also wanted to tell him about the Philosopher's Stone. The boy could not believe that the hero wanted to let him know his secret. The hero replied that his tea was cold and had a faint flavor. He asked to make it again from the beginning. He was determined to make him make it until he succeeded. The thief swallowed the lump in his throat, and Angie was delighted with Alex's intentions. Walking down the street with the caged bird, the girl noticed that the lad was a fairly quick learner, and Alex agreed with her. He was indeed very obedient, and he also had a talent for memorizing information quickly. He also returned the certificate back. Then the thief was slightly embarrassed and apologized. They could only see the result in the future, and the hero offered to give it back to them. So day by day, the future lord began to have allies. There was a way to train the release and control of one's power, and that was the creation of magic orbs. The simultaneous use of all 7 magic elements were always very amazing. Alex was happy that Angie was doing very well, and she was also very happy. Now they were already 7 years old each, and thanks to the knowledge of the Philosopher's Stone, their main goal was to practice magic. Normally, a person could only use a few elements, but a person with 3 ES rank could use them all. Fire had been the hero's strongest suit in his past life, and he suggested that the girl take a break. Suddenly, the hero was attacked from behind by his father, who was holding a sword at the ready. He shouted to the guy that they were open. But the hero was able to react quickly and let a small ball of magic into the sword that with a whistle flew into the weapon and melted it. The red-hot sword began to ooze to the ground, and Alex perhaps agreed with him. The father replied that it was all for his son, and it was a great use of fire magic holding what was left of the sword. The hero asked his father not to attack him so suddenly, because if he loses to his own son, it would be bad for his image. He thought that his father would surely agree with him. But the fact that Alex was very strong was a fact, and he has the strongest magic in the whole world. The father would be concerned if the hero lost to him. He also patted the girl on the head and praised her for getting better. Yet Alex thought that it would affect his father's reputation and that his guests or even the Empress might see it. The man thought about it when his son mentioned the Empress, and the hero was surprised that his father only now realized it. But the father suggested that the son invite the Empress and show her his skills. Then they could show her his genius. Angie was delighted, thinking that it would be a demonstration for the Empress. Besides, Her Majesty was just about to visit their region during her summer holiday. So Alex reflected on the fact that they would invite her to the Carlisle domain. His father laughed and said that it was a great suggestion. But now they needed a bite to eat, and his father suggested that they go back. The lad thought about the fact that the Empress of them might actually come. So a few days passed, and the hero asked Angie where they were going today. Angie wanted to look at the flowers in the west side of the garden, which looked just beautiful at this time of year. They were already down the stairs when his father called out to him and asked him not to move. There was a serial killer walking around the street, and indeed 10 victims had already been discovered in the last few days. Even women and children had been killed, and his father wanted to make sure that they would not go to town today. Angie grabbed the hero's hand and said she was scared and it was just awful. The hero agreed with her and read in the advert that the killer was wanted dead or alive. He said they had to do something, but it could get out of hand. People were not supposed to live in fear, and the hero decided that a child walking alone at night must be what the serial killer was looking for. Walking down the street in his Macintosh, he heard a rustling behind him. The crazed man grabbed the kid and held a knife to his throat, screaming that Alex was delicious meat. His mad laughter echoed around the neighborhood. The killer became confused when the guy was left with only his cloak and his knife melted. The hero suggested that he stop all this, for it would be better if he put an end to what he was doing. Also, if he continues to rampage, he will be severely condemned in the next life. The killer, as if he didn't hear his words, and pounced on Alex. The guy had already realized that he was not the type to negotiate with. He warned the killer that he might be in a little pain and asked him to bear with him a little. The hero used paralyzing magic, which brought down the attacker, and he fell to the ground. The assassin could not move, so Alex used binding magic. Exhaling sadly, the guy thought that this should have temporarily restrained him, after which, Enji and his father ran up to Alex, asking if he was alright. Enji noticed that he was hurt, but Alex assured her that he was fine and just had a small scratch. The girl grabbed his hand and was insanely happy that he was okay. His father had to admit that he had made them worry when he said he was going to act as a decoy. But frankly, it was a great job. We had to check if anyone was injured in the neighborhood and get the car ready. The son thanked his father for his cooperation. They also left the guards with the arrest, and they thanked Mr. Alex for everything. The hero bet that this man's future would be harsh and judgment in the afterlife would not be easy. Meanwhile, the man sat in fetters and whispered something to himself. Although the hero could not help him, he decided to pray for him. No one knew how many thousands of years might have passed, but he wanted to pray that his next life would be brighter. The next day, calm was restored in the city after this incident. The rank 3S of Master Alex was confirmed in the other world by a virtuous old man. The people of the city had already heard that the serial killer had been caught by him and praised the guy for his excellent work. Everyone was just talking about it, and everything was fine from then on. Suddenly in the background, the hero heard some commotion and a woman's voice asking for it to stop. The girl had asked the guy more than once to get off his back, but he suggested that she have fun with him. He grabbed her hand and suggested that she was apparently bored being alone and offered to keep her company. Enji pulled the hero by his cloak and the guy decided that they would help her. The man pulled the young lady behind him and asked her not to act so embittered. Alex intervened and batted his hand away, suggesting that they leave the girl alone. The girl was surprised, but the man ordered the babe not to interfere with him, after which he swung his fist. The stranger wanted to warn the hero to be more careful. But Alex already clutched a stone in his hand and used the criminal's handcuffs, which clamped the wrists of the attacker. The girl couldn't understand what kind of weak magic it was, for it did practically nothing. Alex dodged the guy's blow and his hands began to tighten even more. Howling in pain, the attacker fell to his knees and couldn't understand why they were clenching. The hero explained that these were called magical handcuffs, and they tightened whenever he did something bad, and he would be in these handcuffs until he changed his habits, and at worst his wrists might just be cut off. The guy was just in shock and the hero offered to come to him in a year and he would return everything to the way it was. He handed him a document proving that he was Alexander Carlisle, Duke of Carlisle. The girl pronounced his surname and became convinced that the rumors of his magical abilities were true. She introduced herself as Eliza and thanked her for her help, for this guy was too clingy. The hero introduced himself and then introduced Angie, who was also pleased to meet her. Eliza mentioned the magic he used, for he could have just given the guy to the guards. And if he was going to do something like that in the future, it would be better to just hand everyone over to the guards. She couldn't understand why he did that. Apparently, she was very perceptive. No doubt handing him over to the guards would have been much easier, but then he would have lost his chance to do good deeds. The girls didn't understand what he meant, and according to the lad, people were only judged when they died. The girl had already heard about this and the theory that when people died, their good and bad deeds were weighed to determine their rank after rebirth. But the hero had already experienced it firsthand, so it wasn't a theory at all. In other words, he was giving people a second chance to change, but there were people who would never change. But you couldn't deny that there was a small chance that they would change, and it wasn't about judging them, it was about guiding them. Eliza noticed that the hero was quite virtuous. But it wasn't a compliment at all, and she meant that he would regret it someday, for usually the virtuous end up with nothing. The guy understood her, after which he leaned back in his chair, but it wasn't a bad thing to have such a trait. Eliza admitted that she liked him, and if they were the same age, she would surely fall in love with him. Alex thanked her, whereupon the girl waved goodbye and left. Enji sighed sadly and remarked that this girl had very beautiful eyes, which the hero could agree with. It wasn't often that one could find such eyes with a strong spirit in this city. She said that she was 16 years old, but she listened attentively to everything the hero told her and thought completely like an adult. He noticed that she had the eyes of someone who seemed to be carrying a heavy weight on her shoulders, something like a burden that she was unwilling to take on. Angie wondered if she could someday be like her. Eliza was definitely beautiful, but the hero was sure that Angie was beautiful in her own way. This was the kind of Angie he liked best, and the girl smiled. The children arrived home where they were greeted by the butler, and opened the doors for them. As soon as the doors opened, a large sword whistled at the hero and a voice shouted that he was going to make it. The hero used a whirlpool of magic followed by an explosion. Alex's father asked to see his sword, for it was completely melted. Laughing, he exclaimed that it was his son and that he didn't doubt him. The boy couldn't understand why his father would do such a thing again. He remembered that his father had once wanted to invite the Empress to join them and asked him not to tell him that she was already here. A woman's voice was heard agreeing that his son was certainly living up to his reputation. She bet that he would have been a great ruler in her place if he had been born into her family. It was the same Empress Elizabeth S. Forsyth girl whom he had helped. Elizabeth turned to Lord Alexander Carlisle and said that she was here to ask him for one favor. No one could know what the Empress could possibly want with a guy. Angie and the hero were shocked that Elisa was the current Empress. The guy bowed formally and introduced himself with the name Alexander Carlisle. He was honored to meet Her Majesty. The girl smiled and asked him to raise his head, for he really knew how to understand the situation. She asked Lord Carlisle if he had a room where they could talk in private, and the lad's father offered them his room. He used soundproofing magic just in case, and Elise agreed. She had had enough of all the formalities and honestly wanted to make her point, and offered to get straight to the point. She was sure that the heroes already knew about the rebellion that had occurred because of the terrible rule of the last emperor. Alex had heard that it had happened before he was born. People were still angry even after the last emperor died and the empress took his place, so there were often small rebellions throughout the country. And most likely because of this, the soon-to-be Imperial army would launch a global attack on the rebel fortress, and Elisa wanted to kill their leader to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. It became clear to Alex why she wanted to ask him specifically. With his outstanding abilities, he would quickly be able to catch the ringleader during the attack. The hero thought he was quite capable of doing so. The guy understood her, and Elise said that if he succeeded, these lands would be his. After all, she had received this request from his father to give him his territory. Alex was not thrilled with his father, and he replied that it was a very important assignment from Her Majesty. It was too much for Alex, but Her Majesty said that it was the most appropriate reward for such a large-scale assignment. Besides, she would have peace of mind knowing that there would be no more rebellion there if they had him in charge. Besides, she was interested in him, but the hero didn't understand what she meant. The day of the attack came and Elise decided that in all likelihood it had already begun. It was time to show her what Alex was capable of. The guy agreed and the girl admitted that she was very excited. His father had talked about him a lot and praised him, and she couldn't wait to see how he would do in this task. The hero noticed that there was a contentedly intimidating atmosphere around her with his father's presence, but her side was more for 16-year-olds. He decided to make sure once again that he just had to catch their leader. Eliza confirmed it, and he would most likely face the death penalty. But if the hero could, she wanted Alex to catch him alive. The girl wondered how he was going to pull it off and hoped he wasn't going to get right through them. The guy conjured a cloth in his hand and said he was going to use this. Judging from the color, it was a simple earth magic sphere, and the hero was going to use it on the ground. Kneeling down, he then injected the cloth into the ground. The girl watched in surprise, not believing her eyes. Alex created a ladder under the ground and offered to go down it. Eliza would never have thought that it was possible to bypass the enemy underground and decided to make sure that the guy knew exactly where to go. Alex answered her that he knew the place perfectly well. After all, these types of building usually had the same layout. Walking into another room, the guy thought they were close to their goal and the girl noticed that they got here quite quickly. The leader must have been in the room in front of them, and as they approached the door, Elise heard someone saying something. Alex asked her not to get so close to the door, and the girl whispered that apparently she had heard that voice before. The voice told Lord Fleming that it was their time. Indeed, their troops had done a good job. Besides, it was necessary to order them to retreat. The man understood and promised to see to it that his troops chased them around a bit. They could not let their hard-earned gains go to waste if it became known that they had conspired. Another voice replied that he knew that, and asked to make sure that his troops did their job well. The other man laughed and agreed, for this time they had set up the assassination too. Her Majesty could not believe that they were working together. Now they decided to do as they had planned, and the man asked that it be left to him. The hero whispered to Elise that they were heading this way, but there was no way Elise could believe that there was a traitor among them. Upon opening the doors, the two men were visibly surprised. They wondered what these children were doing here and asked how they got here. They could not believe that Her Majesty could have overheard them. The girl asked Lord Fleming what it all meant and demanded an explanation. Alex surmised that he had been a financier after the war, and by reporting the deaths of soldiers he was simply squandering the funds meant to pay the stipends of the dead. Now that everything had been revealed, the man said they had left him no choice. Drawing their swords from their sheaths, the men rushed to Her Majesty and wanted to silence her forever. In advance they asked her to forgive them. Here Alex intervened that he stood right in front of the girl and asked her to step back. He was going to restrain their movements. With one wave of his hand he paralyzed the opponents, who fell to their knees. Their bodies felt incredibly weak and they couldn't understand why they couldn't move. The guy said that he had robbed their bodies of their strength, and they would not be able to move for a whole day. Eliza had never heard of such magic before, and told Lord Fleming that she was sorry. In the name of Empress Elizabeth Forsyth, she declared that for their actions they would forfeit all their rights to the title. Once outside, the girl told the hero that she had ordered her subordinate to take care of the rest and asked him to accept her thanks. No one would have thought that they could deceive the highest ranks of the Imperial Army. But the girl thought that it was all because of her weak character, and so they were able to pull such a thing off. But her reign was just beginning, and the hero suggested that she just do her best. Eliza smiled and agreed with him, and now it was time to take care of the soldiers' wounds. Besides, they needed to calculate how much the war had actually cost, and the girl moved closer to the boy's eyes, scrutinizing him. The hero thought that something was wrong, and Elisa's heart thumped hard. She quickly turned away from him and coughed, noticing that the hero had a look in his eyes not like a servant. The heroes arrived in the capital of the empire, where they met Horson Choha. He was a general of the Imperial Army. The guy introduced himself as Alex Carlyle and also introduced his fiancée, Angelica Silva. The girl warned the general that they would be staying with them for a while. The hero turned to Angie, and the girl came to her senses and bowed and expressed the joy of their acquaintance. The man asked them not to worry so much, for he had already heard about them from Carlyle. He asked the heroes to make themselves at home. The traitor was caught, and that put an end to the fake rebellion. The hero was honored for uncovering the plot, and was invited to an audience with the Empress to receive his reward. The place they stayed in was the house of Sir Horace, which was a friend of Alex's father. He allowed them to use the room as they wished. Also, the general asked them to tell him if they needed anything. The man on hand asked the guy how he felt about it, and the hero thought the general meant alcohol. Frankly, he wouldn't mind having a drink with someone. Putting his arm around the lad, the man asked to join him in that case. He kindly asked the little miss to borrow her soulmate for a while, and the girl waved them over. She wished them fun and smiled. The general said in the lad's ear that he had a good wife, and Alex was pleased to hear it. He led the lad to his sumptuous dining table where he always gathered with his friends, and asked the maid to bring them something to drink. The girl bowed silently and left. The hero took some salt for himself, and said that he could enjoy the evening well with it. The general was shocked by the guy's words. He admitted that they could drink alcohol with the salt, and it seemed like a great idea to him. He patted Alex on the shoulder and laughed. He was just a boy to him, but they had already found common ground. Alex touched his shoulder, which was aching from the general's powerful claps. He said something from his past life again. There he used to drink alcohol with salt, but still Sir Horson is quite a lively personality. Alex surmised that if his father were here, he would certainly join them. The general made it all clear, and it was no wonder why people were interested in him, for the general liked him too. He offered the guy to become named brothers, which the hero was shocked by. The man put his hands on the hero's shoulders and got too close to him. But they had just met, after all, and the hero thought that the general was joking. Besides, they had a big age difference for brothers. But the general was totally serious, and offered Alex to be his named brother. But if he didn't want that, the general could give one of his granddaughters to him as a wife. Hearing this, the girls giggled and started discussing Lord Carlisle's son. The jolly general suggested that the lads sit down and celebrate their vows. Alex preferred to take it back and was glad his father wasn't here. Only one man was quite enough here. While Alex was away, Aji sat opposite the window, reading a book and humming her song. Suddenly she heard footsteps and thought he had returned. She opened the door and greeted Alex, but it was not him. A woman's voice said she hadn't heard that children's song in a long time. It was Elise that said hello to the girl and apologized for the suddenness. She asked Angie to dispense with the formalities and call her as usual. The girl hesitantly hesitated and agreed, calling her Majesty Elise. She warned the girl that Alex was not here yet, but Eliza knew it. She told Horson to keep him busy for a bit, for in truth she had come here to see Angie. Angie sat down on the couch and asked Elise what she could do to help her. Eliza clarified with Angie that she was his soulmate, and the girl said she was. She was overjoyed, for she truly loved him. Eliza had no doubt about it and decided to go on. She wondered what Angie would do if she found out that another girl also liked the hero. Unexpectedly for Eliza, Angie exclaimed that she would be happy. Eliza did not understand her answer. But if this girl and Angie were to become friends, she would want to chat with her about Alex. That way she could learn even more wonderful things about him. The more Angie got to know him, the more she fell in love, and she was sure it would be fun. Eliza was shocked by her words and then silently got up from her chair and turned away. She thanked Angie for her answer and was glad she asked her about it. Elise also asked her not to tell anyone that she had been here and to keep it a secret from Alex. She confessed that she wanted to surprise Alex, as something like that he would probably like. Angie wondered what kind of surprise it was. The boy entered the hall of the royal palace, where his audience with the Empress was to take place. The Empress greeted the hero, Lord Carlisle. She said that the capture of the traitor was a great favor to their empire, so she would like him to choose the reward he would want. She asked the Empress what he would like to receive. Alex bowed with his hand to his heart and said that the Empress could milk him whatever she deemed worthy. He couldn't just ask Her Majesty for anything. Alex would have liked to refuse the reward and let the funds be returned to the soldiers, if there was anything of value there. But he couldn't do that, for that would be rude. The Empress smiled and agreed with him. She rose from her throne, in which case she would like to say something to Lord Carlisle. Eliza solemnly appointed him Vice-Emperor. Immediately all the people present began to discuss the fact that Carlisle's son would become Vice-Emperor. They were shocked by the Empress's decision, but the general found it very interesting. For the welfare of the Empire and the Empress, she would want Alex to become her right hand and show his full potential. The hero could never have predicted such a thing. It's completely unpredictable for a life with a tri-S rank. But if this is what he is capable of, then the hero was happy to accept her decision with great pride. While at the residence of Horsian, the hero asked Sir Horsian what was that pile of letters that lay before him. They were invitations from the Vice-Emperor to banquets, and requests for engagement. Alex interjected, and the general decided that the lad had apparently not been getting the words right. These letters had just been left at his house, and he bet he had even more. He smiled and surmised that the hero hadn't expected such a thing. After an audience with Elise, she told him that she wanted to bring prosperity and peace to the empire for years to come. She was going to create a stable peace and restore order to the empire after the previous emperor's turmoil. That was her goal. But in order to do so, she needed reliable people. She needed someone who could live longer than her, and someone wise, with a good heart. The hero realized that she meant him. Alex had quite strong magic and the Philosopher's Stone, and he had to live up to her expectations. Also, as a Vice-Emperor, he would suit her well as a consort. The hero decided to ask her again what she had just said, but Elise choked up, saying that she hadn't said anything. The Empress held out her hand to him, hoping for his help. The hero of course agreed to help her. The girl was insanely happy with his answer and thanked him for his help. The general was exactly how he imagined his younger brother to be, for he had acted like a real man. Alex doubted that he thought so, but the general replied that he had. And he swore to the boy that he was good. The general asked the maid to leave those troublesome invitations to him, but she thought it might be too much of a hassle. But according to the general, it was a simple matter. Only those who could defeat him one-on-one could get to meet the hero. Alex didn't think that there could find such. After accepting the position of Vice-Emperor, Elise immediately gave him a task. She would like him to become a senior master in the Magic Academy. It was a place where officers and soldiers trained magic. The hero had heard that there were monsters roaming around nearby, and they were used for real fights. That was true, plus this place served as a fortress where the Imperial family could take refuge if necessary. It could be said to be the extreme point of defense. Therefore, Elise would want Alex to do whatever was necessary. It would be enough to attend special events and maintain his status there. Alex understood her, and in that case, she left everything to the hero. Alex headed to the Magic Academy where they were already waiting for him as the Vice-Emperor. The director of the academy introduced himself by the name of Kindred. The hero also introduced himself and thanked them for the invitation. They welcomed the hero as their honored senior master and would like to show everything here. Alex followed the teachers as he suddenly felt a barrier at his foot. The hero realized that it was a magical barrier that kept outsiders out. It was quite sturdy, as he expected from a fortress. But he needed to get through, and Alex used cleavage magic, whereupon the barrier shattered into pieces. The headmaster was shocked that their magical barrier was shattered, and all in an instant. The hero apologized and decided to rebuild it right away. This time he said he would make it more reliable. The barrier covered the entire academy from the outside, and Alex warned that the barrier would now repel anyone with bad intentions. No sooner had he finished speaking than he heard a heated discussion at his back. The headmaster and the others were discussing how the hero had managed to make the barrier in an instant. After all, they had heard that he was just a big shot and had only become a senior master because of connections. This barrier was erected by several people, and it seemed incredible to them to create a barrier that tracked down ulterior motives. The hero guessed that it was a test, and they wanted to find out more about him. The principal apologized to the Vice-Emperor and said that everyone was thrilled when they saw his power. He had exceeded all their expectations, and the hero decided to ask the principal a question. Her Majesty appointed him as the senior master of the Imperial Squad, and he presented the headmaster with a written proof. Her Majesty was acutely aware of the situation and appointed him to the position without question. This was exactly what the headmaster expected from the Empress, and the hero thought that he should have shown them this authorization at once. The principal would like to ask Alex to arrange practical lessons at their academy. The guy was shocked to be asked to do such a thing, but the magic he used on them was amazing, and their students would be thrilled to be taught by such a powerful person. And it was also hard for the headmaster to say this, but their academy had very few students compared to others. And if he were to personally teach the lessons, the principal was sure that it would attract many new students. After reflecting on the principal's words, Alex agreed with him. In that case, he decided to accept his offer. The strength of the country would increase if there were more magic users, and it would certainly help Elise. But there was one problem, for Alex lived far away from the academy and didn't think he could give regular lessons. After thinking about it, the headmaster decided that the hero could use this magic. Then the problem was solved. Thanking the young man, the headmaster said that the rest was in his hands. Meanwhile, the Empress was thinking about how was Alex doing at the academy? Suddenly someone called out to her. It was the hero that appeared right in front of her. The girl didn't have time to realize where Alex had come out from. In truth, he was just experimenting with teleportation. Thanks to that, he could forget about flight magic. He was a little worried, but by all appearances he had succeeded. The hero thought about what Elise would do, and he wasn't wrong. The Empress was surprised, and the hero apologized for scaring her. But the hero had figured out how it worked, and now he had to go back. The girl said to herself under her breath that she didn't mind if it was him. She told the guy that he could come to her anytime he wanted. The hero thanked the Empress and got ready to leave. In an instant he disappeared, and Elise was left alone again. At this time there was a real turmoil in the general's residence. He was trying to read all the letters in front of him, and there was no end to them. They kept on piling up further and further. Alex was surprised at how different everything felt from the outside. As a fortress, they had to be ready for any situation. And with such a vice-emperor, the headmaster thought they would be safe and sound. Still, the hero didn't know what kind of magic he should teach yet. He could take any magic he wanted, for all of his magic was amazing. The headmaster would really like his granddaughter to learn from him too, and grinned. The boy noticed a certain girl at the bench, and he wondered who she was. She was concentrating on a glass of water that stood on the bench and was trying to use magic on it. Sneaking up behind her, he gave her a big scare when he noticed she wasn't succeeding. The girl jumped up on the spot and asked the principal who the guy was. The principal wished Xiaomei a good day and said it was their senior master, Vice-Emperor Alexander. Xiaomei was shocked to see the Vice-Emperor like that. The guy greeted Xiaomei and noticed that she was doing a magic exercise. Xiaomei was 10 years old and admitted that she had been practicing this exercise for a year now, but the water never moved. The principal agreed that it was a failure once again, and thought that she just didn't have magic powers. The girl lowered her gaze and said that she just couldn't do it, thinking she was hopeless. And after all, for her father to enroll her here had been a great effort. Everyone talked about how they had never seen a loser like her before. The hero noticed a ring on her finger, and the principal asked the boy what was the matter. There was a strange aura around the girl's ring, and Alex seemed to realize what the problem was. The principal was surprised, and Alex Poppersol Xiaomei rubbed his hand. The boy leaned his lips against the ring, and Xiaomei was shocked by Alex's actions. She immediately bounced back, not realizing what the Vice-Emperor was going to do. At some point, the girl noticed pure streams of magic around her, which shocked the principal. What they could see now was her real magic. It was just that something was blocking her flow of magic, and the hero was able to fix it. Simply put, the ring on her finger was connected to her heart, from which the source of magic flowed. And the source of the magic was the path through which it flowed. For some reason, it was blocked and prevented her from using magic. It should be fine now, and the hero suggested that she do the exercise again. The headmaster agreed that it could be, but he didn't understand why the other teachers hadn't noticed it. But it seemed to Alex that now they would recognize it. The hero held out a glass of water to the girl and asked her what was wrong. Xiaomei wasn't sure if she would succeed and fail again. But as a senior master, Alex generalized to her that she would succeed and asked her to trust him. Uncertainly, Xiaomei listened to him and reached out her hand for a glass of water. She closed her eyes and tried once again to influence the water, and it froze. The girl was insanely happy that she could do it, and the principal realized that she was using ice magic. But apparently this was not the end of it, and the hero asked to look at it for them. She affected even the river, which eventually froze. Xiaomei was shocked that she could have done it. The hero explained to the principal that her magic was quite powerful, and one had to be equal in strength or stronger to see it. In that case, it was understandable to the principal why they couldn't see it. The principal exclaimed that it was just great, and asked to continue helping their students like this. The hero promised that he would try his best, and told the girl that she was able to do it. Wiping away a tear, Xiaomei smiled and thanked the hero for helping. The next day, the guy used teleportation magic and thought that they had to be somewhere around here. Turning his head, he saw the Dragon Guardian Temple in front of him. He also saw Elise kneeling and called out to her. Approaching the girl, the hero wanted to talk to her about returning home. When he arrived at the castle, they said that Elise was performing a ritual. He apologized, thinking he had interrupted her, but Elisa said that wasn't true at all. Alex was surprised when he looked up. Eliza replied that it was their guardian of the empire, and it was said that he had shared his power when the empire was first founded. It was their majestic statue of the legendary dragon, their dragon protector. It was said that when the empire was first founded, the dragon protector lent his power to the first emperor. After that, the dragon never reappeared, and the story became legend. Emperors throughout history had to pray at this temple every month, and this is the dragon that once possessed the greatest power. The guy was shocked at how huge it was, and there were clearly visible wounds on its body. He assumed it was made by the first emperor, but the girl said it wasn't, because this was the dragon protector. Alex assumed that she meant a real dragon, and Elise agreed. Apparently something happened at the founding of the empire, and now it had turned into a statue. In that case, the dragon did exist. Eliza noticed that something was glowing in the guy's pocket, and he took out a philosopher's stone from there. He was surprised that this stone reacted to the statue. Alex heard a voice that asked to release him. Something got into his head, and the guy thought that it was probably him. The dragon asked to remove his stone shell, and the hero asked Elise to step back. The girl didn't understand what was going on, but the hero seemed to understand how to awaken the dragon and decided to try to do it. Eliza screamed that it was simply impossible and no one had ever succeeded, but the hero ordered the dragon to awaken. The dragon was covered with a powerful magical aura, and the heroes froze with admiration and shock. The girl could not believe that she saw the dragon protector in front of her. Its paws and body began to move, and eventually it fully came to life. The dragon immediately noticed the two humans and leaned towards them, thinking that they had awakened him from his sleep. Eliza hesitantly wished the dragon protector a good morning and looked at the hero who had actually freed him. She found it simply astounding, and thought that the hero's power had no limits at all. The dragon gave his name as Calamity, which meant Heavenly King. Eliza said it was an honor to meet him and gave her name. The hero also introduced himself, and the dragon remarked that he was his descendant, and it made sense to him why the hero was able to free him. He asked for permission to thank the Chosen One, but the guy got embarrassed and said it was not difficult. Also, he did not understand why the dragon called him the Chosen One. As it turned out, the dragon had turned himself into stone to eventually meet the Chosen One, and he knew that one day that person would release him from that spell. Eliza suddenly understood everything. For all this time she had been wondering who it was. The hero didn't understand why the dragon would go so far and turn himself into stone, and why he was waiting so long for the Chosen One. The dragon only wanted him to heal his wounds. He fought for Forsyth and was wounded and was pursued by 1,000 soldiers. The dragon took a near-fatal blow and Alex decided he would heal him. The dragon said he would be grateful to him in that case. He had already learned the best spell with the Philosopher's Stone, and it had to be strong enough to affect even the dragon. The guy felt quite a lot of resistance, but with his magic he was sure he could do it. After all, he was a 3S rank. The dragon was enveloped by his magic, and said that it was just incredible, for his body became lighter. In the end, Alex couldn't stand it, and fell to the floor. Eliza was worried about him, but the hero assured her that everything was fine and maybe he had just spent all his magic. Eliza did not doubt it, for ordinary magic did not work on dragons. The dragon said it did. That's why he was waiting for someone who was stronger than him, though he didn't think Alex could heal him completely. He told Alexander Carlyle that it was great. The boy assumed that the dragon could heal himself, but it was impossible for him. He no longer had healing magic, and even the simplest healing magic he could not wield. The hero laughed, and it made sense to him, for with such strong magic he would just hurt himself. Suddenly the dragon asked for permission to ask the guy a question, but for some reason his voice sounded in his head. The dragon decided to talk to him alone, assuming he was a god, for healing him was no easy task, and to be honest, he thought gods didn't exist. The hero replied that he had the choice to become a god, but he was a simple man. It made sense to the dragon, and in his eyes, Alex was looking more and more like the Chosen One. Eliza swiveled her head back and forth at one and the other, not understanding what they were talking about. The dragon decided to bestow his life on the guy he saved. The dragon offered Alex to be his master, to which Elisa was simply shocked. Heroes didn't know what he should do and asked Her Majesty about it, but she told her not to even ask such a thing. But apparently it would be a good idea if the dragon helped them. Lisa couldn't believe that a dragon protector could have a master. The hero told the Calamity that he accepted his offer. Thus, having gained a trusted ally, Alex's exploits would become more and more. Angie was picking flowers outside the general's residence when suddenly someone clicked her. It was Alex that had come home. Next to him was a dragon, which surprised the girl. She asked the hero a question in surprise, not realizing what or who it was. A general came out to meet them, who was just as curious about what kind of strange thing Alex had brought home. The hero introduced the dragon Calamity as the Imperial Dragon Protector. Alex introduced Calamity to his fiancée Angie, and Sir Horsian, that was the general of the Imperial Army. The dragon bowed as a sign that it was a pleasure to meet. The general and Angie were shocked that the guy was able to tame the dragon. The general thought that such things were nothing to his little named brother. Angie wondered how the guy was going to take care of it. After all, they had to find a big house first. Alex remembered that he still had to get permission from his father. He asked the Calamity to fly to the Carlisle residence, and the dragon listened to his master. The general offered to let him live here if the hero's father wouldn't agree to it. Calamity was most grateful to him. With one flap of his wing, the dragon raised a storm and flew up into the sky on his way to the residence of Carlisle. Meanwhile, Alex's father looked at the papers and noticed there was a problem. While he was in business, someone called out to him, and the man turned around. He was quite surprised to see his son in front of him, and asked what he was doing here. The son smiled and told his father that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The father was confused when he saw the dragon in front of him. The boy decided to get to the news and announced that he had become Vice-Emperor, which made his father even more shocked. Not only had he tamed the dragon, but he had also become Vice-Emperor. Father got all glowing and said he knew it, and he knew that Her Majesty would do that. Now the hero remembered what it was like to be at home, and thought that his father was worried. The father admitted that this was the case and decided to tell his son. The weather had been very favorable this year, so the region would have a larger than usual harvest. but at first glance it seemed good. But it wasn't quite so, because the harvest was so plentiful that they would have a surplus. So prices would plummet, and the farmers would be left with nothing. Carlyle did not know what to do, and thought of destroying the produce and buying back the surplus. In that case, if he bought them, the problem would remain storage. The father needed to find a place and people to take care of everything. Now the guy understood his problem, and needed something that would solve the problem of space and manpower. No one knew if there was such a solution, but the rock told the hero there was. The guy called out to the calamity. The hero asked the dragon to give him one of his claws, and the dragon heeded his request by breaking a claw off his paw. Dragons possessed unimaginable magical potential, and any part of their body had remarkable and rare properties. When everything was ready, Alex had a pouch in his hands and his father asked what it was. Alex asked just to watch it, and said he would take it away from the table for a moment. In a moment the desk disappeared and fit into the pouch that the hero was holding. It was a storage pouch that the hero had made from his magic and dragon claw. It had unlimited space, and the food in there would never spoil. Alex suggested that in that case, he buy all the surplus and put it in the bag, using it later as needed. His father thought this was a great idea. But now he would like his son to get his desk back, and Alex agreed. Carlyle now needed to send back a letter saying that he was buying the crop. Alex thanked the dragon for bailing him out, but it didn't seem like a problem to him. The main subject of the letter, his father wanted to make Alex's ingenious solution and asked the lad for his opinion. He wanted to name the harvest festival after Alex, and it would be Alex's holiday. The hero looked at his father and realized that he was serious. Calamity also noticed that the hero has a rather cheerful father. It had been a while since the two Alexa celebrations had taken place. Alex decided that he would choose this topic for his next lecture by writing it down on paper. Angie praised the hero for a good job and said that the weather was nice outside. She suggested that Alex should go and relax in the garden. Alex thought it was a good idea and agreed. So the heroes were now 9 years old. Angie heard that the number of students at the academy had increased a lot, and all the teachers were happy. The students also took their studies seriously, and Angie would also like to attend Alex's lectures. But the hero was already studying with her at home, and she was doing very well. All thanks to the Philosopher's Stone, so she did not have to go to his lectures. But Angie was already thinking about it. She just admired how cool he looked when he was teaching, and the hero smiled. In that case, he suggested that she go to his next lecture, and Angie didn't even believe it at first. The dragon surmised that Lady Angelica should be pleased, but it was clearly visible from her. But the hero had asked to keep it a secret from his father, and the girl didn't understand why. Alex was sure that in that case, he would definitely want to go along with them, and Angie agreed. The Calamity Dragon laughed and agreed that he would definitely want to go with them. While the hero's father was working, he got a sneeze. These days the hero helped with the management of his father's lands in the village of Vernetra in Carlisle territory. After feeling the land, the hero said the soil was good, and the farmer replied that it was thanks to him and the earl. Many people were able to save their money, and now they were having many weddings. Alex was pleased to hear this when suddenly someone shouted that trouble had come. The farmer ran up to the person and shouted that locusts were coming towards them. He had heard that the Silva had already been attacked. The hero immediately remembered that there was an Angie family living in the Silva. The locusts were slowly approaching them, and it was very bad. The hero decided to clarify that the farmer was talking about locusts causing the vegetables to rot. It was like that, and the locust was a monster. When it attacked, it wiped out its forests and crops, and there was no way to stop it. The hero understood and said he would think about what could be done. The farmers asked the hero for help, and the guy asked them not to worry. He heard that the locusts were not interested in human flesh and asked the farmers to find shelter. After flying some distance, the hero spotted the monster and went down to it. The locust noticed Alex and roared. The stone told Alex that magic and physical attacks had no effect on the monster. But if left to their own devices, the locusts would destroy their crops. Therefore, the hero decided to use the sackcloth of the Calamity Claw. Taking out the sack, the guy pointed it directly at the monster. The sack started sucking the creature right inside. Eventually the hero succeeded, and the locust sealed itself into the sack. The hero made it before everything had a chance to rot, and as long as the bag is sealed, the locust can't get out of there. The farmers from all their feet were already running to Alex and wanted to know what happened to the monster. But the problem was solved and Alex said he had captured it. The farmer was amazed that the hero had captured the locust, for no magic worked on it. All the people were delighted, and it was exactly what they expected from Lord Alex. They immediately wanted to celebrate Alex's victory. So the Renetra was saved, but the other places still suffered. 1 month passed after this incident. The hero went to his father's office, who had called him earlier. With them was already Angie, that was happy to see Alex. Alex was surprised to see Angie's father in front of him, that he said hello to him. They hadn't seen each other for quite some time, and he had come here to thank him. The locusts had done a lot of damage to their land, and Angie's father thanked Alex for helping with provisions and food. On behalf of all his people, he expressed his gratitude to Vice-Emperor Alex. The hero was embarrassed and replied that he needed no thanks, for they had plenty of food supplies and help was commonplace. He was a most genuine gentleman, and Angie's father thought that for the next couple of decades they would be able to sleep peacefully with such a vice-emperor. He was insanely proud that Angie was his bride. Still, he didn't understand why a good man like him didn't have his own lands. The hero's mother thought it was too early for him. It was all because his mother was against it, even if he would take them from his father. In that case, Angie's father offered him an alliance. They would continue to rule their lands as before, and Alex would become a respected representative of the alliance. They would call it the Alexander Alliance, led by Alex. Alex's father agreed with the idea, calling it a splendid idea. The hero told his father that it was too much, but it would allow them to expand their influence and Alex's fame. The father suggested that they also call horsemen, and that seemed like a good idea to Angie's father. Angie also thought it was a great idea. She would be happy if more people knew about it. Seeing such a happy Angie, the hero thought she was too cute. The hero turned to Calamity and said that they had decided to make an alliance between the Carlyles and Silva. He asked the dragon to go to Her Majesty and ask permission to do so. The lad held out the document to the Calamity. No sooner had the hero given him the document than the dragon came back just a couple of minutes later and said it was done. Guy was shocked at how fast he had done it. Eliza exclaimed that she had heard his proposal. She thought it was a good thing and that they had no problems with the alliance. Besides, it would further strengthen his position as Vice-Emperor. In that case, the Empress gave them her permission, but she had one condition. Hero had to come to her regularly with a report, and she asked Alex if they had agreed. Exhaling, the hero agreed. It seemed to him that the life of the 3ES rank was becoming more and more exciting. One deed from a previous life determined the rank of the next, and that was the rule of the world. The angel asked the spirit Mailing Huang if her life had gone well this time. The spirit replied that she had done well, for she had 100 grandchildren and died a painless death. That was just wonderful, and in that case, the angel decided that her next life would be B rank like the previous one. Angel would like to hear Mayleen's wishes as to which family she would like to be born into. She could choose a merchant's family or be the most gifted healer in the village. Another angel asked her to wait a little longer, for she had forgotten KH. He asked her to review all her 9 lives again, and the angel began to look at the chart. It was unbelievable, for she had never sinned once in her life. The last time this angel was her judge, and said she had hit the mark. The angels had counted her lives so far, and in all likelihood, her next life would be S rank. The soul suggested that she would live her life surrounded by many people, and the angel agreed with her. She promised that they would be good people, and Malin exclaimed that this was wonderful. The angel handed her a bottle and asked her to drink it, for her new life would begin as soon as the memories of the past were erased. The soul drank the bottle, and the angel wished her a happy life, calling the soul Angelica Silva. The hero was at the academy where he was giving his lectures and said it was a weak magical power. His magic power had its own rhythm, and also the magic power was cyclical. The students discussed it among themselves, agreeing with what he said. And when they accept their rhythm, they will be able to unlock the full potential of magic. With those words, the guy threw a blob of magic at the dummy, and it burst into flames. Everyone was shocked at how much the strength of the flame had changed. This was a method of magical control, and the hero suggested that the students try it. Besides, they were already almost 18 years old and were about to graduate soon. But the students were already fully prepared, physically and mentally. The guy hoped they could do it, and the students decided to give it a try. One of the students was glad that her strength was really starting to grow. The principal thanked the hero for another lecture and his excellence, saying that he too would try this method. But the hero didn't think he needed to be thanked for that, and noticed that the principal wanted to say something to him. The principal wanted to talk to him about the career paths of the graduates. Most wanted to work in the palace or join the army or wanted to work for the nobles. So if you think about it, the hero had territories and the director wanted to know if Alex would be okay with hiring a few of their graduates there. In other words, he wanted the hero to create jobs on his lands. Alex thought about his proposal. After all the Alexander alliance that his father had created, their territories fell under the Vice-Emperor's patronage from this year. On reflection, he agreed that he would take one apprentice with him, and the headmaster said that Alex was very generous. He bowed and decided to immediately announce it publicly. The hero left all the worries to the principal. The next day, the general called his younger brother. He was thrilled to see that Alex's job offer was apparently very popular. It was unbelievable, and about 500 students applied. 200 of them wanted to skip graduation and had already taken the exam to get hired. And from the looks of it, there were another 500 requests to join the academy. The general exclaimed to his brother that this was awesome and he was just super popular. The guy threw his head back and didn't know how he would choose from the thousands of candidates. Xiaomei practiced controlling magic in the academy courtyard. The hero watched her training and said that everything was perfect now and she had mastered the Mu Pata method. Xiaomei doubted this, but the hero replied that he had never deceived her. Alex met Xiaomei 2 years ago and since then he has been giving her lessons. Because he had high hopes for her skills. At this rate, she would be in great demand after graduation. Xiaomei thanked the hero as the students suddenly ran up to them, shouting to the senior master. They said that they were having trouble in the dormitory. Arriving at the place, Xiaomei was excited when she saw that her room had turned to ice. The hero wanted to know what had happened here, and the guy introduced himself as Patrick. He apologized for studying the magical device, whereupon it exploded and this happened. He couldn't do anything on his own and handed the device to Alex. It became clear to the hero, and in that case, normal magic can't fix anything here. Patrick was surprised to think that Alex was going to melt this ice. Though with his powers, he believed it was possible. The hero needed to solve this problem as soon as possible. No one knew what could happen if the magic device was used incorrectly. Alex decided to use pure, non-elemental magic. He directed it at the door, whereupon the ice immediately cracked into pieces. Patrick couldn't believe his eyes, saying that it was an eternal freeze. Xiaomei questioned what he said and the hero asked Patrick how he would explain it. In other words, the Patrick wanted to put his excellency in his place. But now, as punishment, he would be pulling weeds all week. The principal knew that the eternal freeze would never melt naturally or through man. But he was probably looking for a way to humiliate Alexa. While talking to the principal, Alex was called out. It was Xiaomei who wanted to know about whether she could use the eternal freeze that Patrick used. The headmaster had immediately told her that it was an unusual magic that could be conjured with ordinary abilities and he wasn't sure if anyone other than His Excellency was capable of such a thing. But the hero was sure she could do it. He instructed Xiaomei to just flow behind him and the girl concentrated. It was necessary to use the Mapapa method and the hero knew she could do anything after seeing it once. That's how capable she was. In that case, Alex wanted to give her some inspiration. Her ice magic was able to cover the doorknob, and she thought she had done it. The hero used fire on the ice flow, but the ice did not melt. Xiaomei was thrilled that Own could do it, and she succeeded. The hero praised her and thought that she was the strongest mage of this school. The students thanked the senior master and said that they would look forward to his next lecture. The hero waved goodbye to his students and said that they would see each other again. Walking back home, the guy thought that they were getting better and better, and if this continued, the employment rate would increase quite nicely. Suddenly he heard some noise and saw a girl trying to do something. Apparently she was worried about something and the guy decided to see if she was all right. The girl told His Excellency that apparently she was a little overexcited. This was Carla Fight, and she was a teacher at the Magic Academy. Raising her arrows, she asked her to forgive her, then bowed out, causing the arrows to scatter on the ground again. After picking up her arrows, the hero asked the girl not to strain herself too much and decided to leave it here. But these arrows looked pretty shabby, because they had been practicing with them for a whole lesson. If they are not repaired by the end of the day, they will fail in the next lesson. Alex decided to fix them, but the girl asked him to wait. She had heard that he enchanted everything he fixed, and if that was true, the students wouldn't be able to use them properly. The guy asked not to worry about it since he wasn't going to change anything. Taking the crossbow in his hands, he asked the girl how she. Surprised, Carla noticed that he used earth magic, whereupon Alex fired and the arrow hit the target exactly. She asked the hero what it was now, and Alex replied that he made an arrow out of soil, that he wanted to make an endless supply of arrows out of soil, and asked if the girl liked the idea. She liked it, just she thought that one day on his plan they would not be needed, and the guy replied that he would be more careful. After that, the fighting skills of the students increased thanks to Alex. When showing Her Majesty the students' skills, the hero asked what Her Majesty thought of it. But it was just like the report, and she had no complaints about it. Apparently he had trained them well and quickly. She was delighted with Lord Alexander and asked him to accept her thanks. The lad replied that Elise had been very kind. She definitely wanted to reward him with something, but she praised his efforts, and that was already a kind of reward for him. She was taken aback by his response, and the guy smiled. She had already realized that he didn't want anything from her, and yet he was just doing his job. By the way, if she wasn't mistaken, he also had a fiancée. The hero didn't understand why she had brought it up so suddenly. Angelica Silva was really the Baron's eldest daughter. The Baron's daughter was not a good fit for the Vice-Emperor, and it would be good for her if Her Majesty declared her as his younger sister. Hero did not fully understand her, and Her Majesty replied that she would become a member of the Imperial family. Alex was very grateful to her, but thought he should have asked her about it first. Eliza smiled and hoped she would agree. Guy thought about Angie becoming an Imperial princess, and that role would suit her perfectly. Alex was surprised, as the Empress came to check on him pretty quickly after his report. But the director had sent her such a great report that she just wanted to see everything with her own eyes, and she wasn't wrong to send him there. She suddenly wanted to retrain the adult soldiers as well. Watching the students training earlier, Elise thought that they should open their own school. It would be the same as the Magic Academy, somewhere in the hero's territory. The hero suggested that it would be quite an operation, but Elisa thought he would accept such an offer from her. The guy clenched his fist and said he would do it for her, and the girl thanked him. Suddenly they noticed some kind of magic around them. They saw Xiaomei, who was freezing roses and crystals. The Empress was surprised to see such magic, and Xiaomei approached Alex. Holding the frozen rose in her hands, Alex realized that she had already mastered eternal freezing. The girl smiled and replied that it was all thanks to him, and the Empress asked her to wait for a second. Xiaomei only noticed Her Majesty and was startled. Apparently, Elisa was outraged at what such a girl was doing here. After all, she didn't know that someone was using Eternal Freeze in the school. Eliza wanted her to go to the palace now and skip classes if necessary. Xiaomei was shocked and didn't understand anything. With innocent eyes, she confessed that she just wanted to continue her studies with Alex. She was so excited that she was shaking. The Empress realized the reason and asked her to forget what she had just said. Alex himself did not realize what was happening. Xiaomei apologized to Her Majesty, but Elise replied that it was fine, and she had most likely done well in her past life and was now learning from Alex. She only asked her to put her best foot forward, and the girl agreed. The guy thought that in all likelihood the matter had already been resolved. Suddenly there was an explosion, and the hero replied that it was by the training dungeon. Running up to the students, the hero wanted to ask them what had happened. One of the students replied that they were learning new magic and wanted to test their abilities. They went down to a dungeon lower than usual, but suddenly a monster came out of there. Her Majesty said that it was bad and decided to call the Imperial Guards right away. Alex agreed with her and said that she had better get out of here. Suddenly something flew out of the dungeon, and a strange feeling came over the hero. It was a guy who had 6 black wings. Apparently, he was not very pleased that the man was still alive, and the hero realized that it was a demon. Alex told him his name and decided to ask him why he was attacking them. The demon replied that his name was Azazel and destruction was his life. Attacking the hero, he thanked those idiots for freeing him, and as a thank you he was going to destroy everything here. Alex dodged his blow and advised him to stop all this. If he didn't, the judgment after life would decide everything. But the demon didn't care at all, that he believed he would be reincarnated as a demon over and over again. The life of a demon is a solid pain all over his body, just from the fact that he is alive, and killing him could not be far from everyone. He didn't even remember why he became this way, and the pain is the only thing that didn't stop in any way. He said that the higher ones made him this way, and so if he became a demon again, he would be happy to use his power again. Alex realized that he was in despair and did not know what his past had been like. But he was going to spare him the pain. Using magic, the hero summoned the Philosopher's Stone. While striking the demon, the hero thought about the fact that even if the god was testing him, he couldn't let him suffer. Suddenly during the attacks, Alex staggered backwards. Her Majesty put her hands under his arms and asked if he was alright. The hero thanked her for not letting him fall. Xiaomei was also worried about the hero, but he replied that he was fine. He just couldn't stay on his feet in that childish body. Eliza thought that he had destroyed it, but the boy said that was not the case. He changed his essence, and the demon looked at his hands in wonder. He didn't understand why his body no longer hurt, and he felt as if he had been reborn. The hero explained that he had used magic to turn him into an angel, and the demon couldn't believe it. But now the hero believed that he no longer had any reason to destroy everything around him, and it seems that his pain was gone. The demon couldn't understand how he could create such a thing and asked him not to tell him that he was a god. But the hero was a simple man with strong magic. The demon understood everything, but it did not matter, because Alex henceforth became his savior. Suddenly the demon called him brother and asked him to let him serve the life he had saved. He asked just to tell him what to do. Of course, he was not as strong as Alex, but he was confident in his magic, and the guy did not even know what to answer him. It reminded Alex of some personalities, and yet he could not miss such an opportunity. One great idea came to his mind. He introduced himself to Azazel as the respected senior master of the academy, and the demon exclaimed that he expected such a thing from his brother. This place was used as a fortress in emergencies, and it could fall under the siege of many enemies, so the hero would want him to defend it. The demon's eyes shone as he realized that Alex wanted him to do something for him. Alex would be grateful to him, and Elise remarked that it was a good idea, because a fortress guarded by an angel wouldn't fall so easily. But the guy also wanted him to make a pact with Elisa. The girl was quite surprised, and the hero said that he wished he could protect her. But if he so desired, there was no problem with that, and the angel agreed. But he still didn't understand what a pact meant, and the hero explained to him that he would connect the two of them in a magical pact. That way, even if they were far apart, he would be able to arrive at her instantly. Lisa thanked the hero sincerely for everything and said that she really relied on him. Angel told his brother that he could rely on him even more from now on, and the hero decided not to argue with him. He was surprised to hear from the angel about his brother, and was not sure if the angels who had passed the judgment knew the word. The hero's father and the general were on the property of the Carlyle family, and the general said that the latter would not believe it, but he had seen it with his own eyes. He stated that without a doubt it was an angel. The possibility of such a thing had already crossed the father's mind, and he would not have thought of his son taming even an angel. But that wasn't all, for the students' skills had also grown considerably, but that was obvious since Alex was giving them lessons. But even if it was obvious, still to train others to such a high level was simply incredible. The hero decided that they were apparently very engrossed in talking about him again, and Angie replied that it was all because they really liked him. In addition, all the praises they said were true. The general remarked that Angie was very much like a real wife and knew about such matters. He not only created a barrier stronger than the previous one, but even introduced an angel under his wing, so the Vice-Emperor deserved all the praise. These words embarrassed Angie, and she blushed. Embracing each other, the general and the hero's father decided to drink to their brother. Apparently, they were already drunk, and the general thought it was time for the very thing they held every 4 years. It was Alex's championship, to which the hero was quite surprised that this period had indeed arrived. Alex's cup was a tournament held by his father to spread his name, and the winner of the tournament received generous prizes. This year the father replied that it would be bigger than 4 years ago. He hoped his son would do well, and a hero was to attend the awards. Alex surmised that his father had already decided what the prize would be this year. They were giving out money and land, but now they needed to think hard. The general said he was right, for one could not be stingy during the tournament, his named brother. But actually Alex thought that money was a perfectly adequate prize. The general had an idea and said that they would let the winner choose the reward from his brother, and pointed at the guy with the bottle. He gave him the bottle as a souvenir and asked what the guy thought of it. The hero thought it was nothing. The general and his father immediately pounced on the guy with questions, and Alex smelled a strong odor of alcohol. Angie proposed her idea and said that if the winner was a girl, she could marry Alex as a reward. Alex's father thought it was a great idea. After all, it was normal for a nobleman to have a concubine. Enji asked the hero about her idea and he was generally okay with it. From the day she became Alex's fiancée, her life had been one of sheer happiness. It would be great for her if someone could experience that feeling too. According to her, if that someone worked so hard for Alex, it would probably be a good person. She was already even starting to think like the head of a harem, choosing concubines for him. It would be nice for her to have someone to help her, and the hero agreed that would be the prize. But one would have to think about what if the winner was a guy. Enji blushed and apologized, for she hadn't thought about it. Running out of the room, she asked the hero to wait for her for a few seconds. Along with Enji came the maid, who was surprised that Enji had called her so unexpectedly. She suggested that they consider the option of a seal of approval prize from Alex herself. For example, if a farmer won this tournament, they would label his entire crop as Alex's, thus publicizing. By doing so, the prices and demand for such a commodity would instantly rise. They could also name the fields that way instead, and that seemed like a good idea to the hero. But since the tournament was only held once every 4 years, it would be a good idea to add another prize, and the hero also had an idea. He asked Enji and the maid if they had a free minute and they followed Alex. Alex said he had a great idea. He decided to try something now and used his mana in a different way. After building the magical walls, Enji asked what it was. According to Alex, it was a room made of magic. He suggested they go inside, and Enji touched the wall, which let her hand slip through. Once inside, she was amazed at how spacious it was. The maid also didn't realize what had happened when she stepped inside. This was a kind of spatial magic, and in this spatial place, they could do whatever they wanted without fear of being disturbed. Enji admitted she has never seen such magic. It was so great that her heart quickened its pace, and even a calamity would fit in such a huge space. As expected of Alex-sama, to add such a magnificent prize in addition to the seal of approval. In that case, they decided that they had sorted out the prize for the man. After the prizes were announced, the number of participants increased by hundreds compared to the previous tournament. Today the Lord had as much work as ever. This is the village of Kaizen on the border of the Duchy of Carlisle. The hero heard that the delay in paying taxes was due to the weather, so he came here to check it out. He asked the people's permission to try something and used his magic on the field. Crouching down close to the ground, he worked directly on it. Enji put her hands on his shoulders, telling him that the greenhouse was working. Spatial magic was proving to be very useful. Enji had one in her garden, and the hero thought that she was growing roses there. The villagers were immensely grateful to the hero for his help, because the weather was very cold this year, and they had no money to build greenhouses. Kneeling down and bowing, the people asked the hero how they could thank them. Alex asked the farmer not to kneel. The cold problem was solved and Alex asked to be escorted to the rest of the crops to cover them as well. The farmer gladly escorted him to the other greenhouses. Suddenly someone apologized to the hero and Alex turned around. It was the men from Miller's territory. This village that was next door to them, and now it was the possession of Earl Miller, but he had a very bad temper. On their knees, the people begged Alex to let them become Alexander's men themselves. The heroes didn't know what they were about, but the people had heard a lot about him and his miracles that he does. They had heard about the crops and the magic bag and the greenhouse. Many troubles came upon their village and they tried to ask the count for help, but he would not listen to them. A lot of their fields had been destroyed, so they wanted to join the territory of Carlisle. Enji asked the hero what he would do, and the guy thought about it would be a problem to take another territory, but the people had suffered so much that they turned to him. Alex promised to talk to their lord and asked them to wait for a while. The people were most grateful to him, and Alex would like them to finally get off their knees. He thought that he couldn't go home so easily, and he couldn't give them the surplus crop either. Suddenly he had an idea and asked the sand farmer if they used the vegetables spoilt by the cold as fertilizer. They had always done so, but now, thanks to the greenhouses, there was no need for it. In that case, it would be good if they were bought out. A hero couldn't enter someone else's territory as easily as the Empress's advisor, but it was possible to make a normal exchange between residences without any problems. He decided to leave the people under the farmer's leadership. The people thanked the hero, and thus both villages would be fine. A maid came into Alex's study and said he had a visitor. He thought it might be his father and apologized for the wait by entering the room. In front of him sat an old man with a horrifying scar who thought this child was Her Majesty's deputy. Alex was pleased to meet him and introduced himself. He was honored to meet Count Miller. The Count noticed that the kid was quite polite, and despite that, he tried to snatch his territory. Alex said it was a misunderstanding, but the Count asked him not to bother with an excuse. Count Albert Miller was known as a strong warrior, and rumors said that he was ferocious and killed enemies and allies alike. With a swing of his arm, he wanted to make the hero pay well for his deed. The hero felt a very strange aura from him and thought that there was definitely something wrong here. The Count shouted time after time that it was useless, and he would never let an immature child get in his way. He tried to wound the hero, but the kid kept dodging and defending himself. At the moment of the fight, he noticed something clinging to the Count and decided he needed to remove it. With a quick movement, he hit the Count with magic, after which he fell to the floor. The hero thought about the fact that everything had disappeared. Opening his eyes, the Count raised himself up and scratching the back of his head said that the guy was pretty good. Alex asked if he was all right and if he had any pain anywhere. The Count thought about it and noticed that even his headache was gone, because it had been bothering him for 50 years. And even the doctor couldn't do anything about it. Alex also noticed that the Count's bloodlust was also gone. The Count did not understand how the hero knew this, and Alex apparently realized that he was cursed. The Count didn't quite understand and decided to ask again, and the guy was sure that was the reason for his headache. His aura was different from that of a normal person. The Count hesitated, but the hero asked him not to take it into his head. Clapping the boy on the back, the Count thanked him for his help. After all, in a few moments he understood everything and solved his problems. He called the guy special, and the hero thought that this was his real identity. The Count smiled and said that the hero interested him and offered to discuss the details of the exchange between the territories. It happened just as the hero thought it would, and the old man put his hands on his shoulders and said it was great. After everything, the guy told Her Majesty about it, and also that the Earl wanted to join the alliance. Eliza thought it was great because everything happened just as Alex wanted it to happen. He had gained another loyal comrade. The hero paid a visit to the Miller property and noticed that the place was ruined. The Count asked him if that was a bad thing, and the hero replied that at this rate, the crops wouldn't grow properly. It looked as if they would be left for a long time. The hero did not understand what the Count was doing away from his territory. But it seemed obvious to the Count. He provoked fights and quarrels over booty. The lad said it was plunder, and the Count laughed and said he could call it that. As Miller's territories were annexed, he began to receive requests for help from all over the territory, and this village was one of them. But if they did not pay the tax, they would have to make other arrangements. Even if you wring out a dry rag, what doesn't come out won't come out. But the hero saw it perfectly well himself. Even if he looked like that, it was not a tyrannical administration after all. The Count wanted to know from the child what he was going to do. Alex replied that if it was only cleaning, he could do it quite easily. One of the villagers said that it was more than just soil. People also admitted that they did not have enough water from the storm some time ago, and the well was no longer usable. According to the Count, there were no more good places here in this town. And if that was really true, then the Lord needed to take some action. But the Earl asked not to ask too much of the mischievous old man, and the hero decided to secure the water first. Using magic, he decided to fix the well. Suddenly they heard some strange sound, and it was something in the well. The Count wanted to touch the strange boiling liquid, but the boy shouted that he should not do so, for it might be poison. A few bones appeared from under the water, and then a terrifying demonic girl emerged from there. Clutching her head, she screamed madly and her body was covered with a dark aura. Count had seen it a long time ago, and if he wasn't mistaken, it was called an astrorot. It was like Miller when he met him in the house. As he mentioned it, it seemed that his headaches had increased since he had met him. That meant only one thing, and the culprit who put the curse on him was the Philosopher's Stone. The guy didn't understand who Astaroth was. Looking at the demonic entity, an idea occurred to the hero, and he asked to leave it on him, assuring that everything was all right. The hero aimed a pillar of magic straight at the girl's stomach, and it pierced through her. The girl screamed as she got rid of the black essence and fell to the ground. The black aura disappeared and the guy approached the girl that was unconscious. As expected, the guy easily got rid of the cause that upset the Count, but the hero replied that he didn't kill her, and the girl moved her fingers. Opening her eyes, the girl lifted herself up and Alex asked if she was alright. He thought that she might still be in pain, but the girl didn't realize what she really was. The Count was surprised that she could talk and communicate normally. Alex replied that she was not an enemy and was a goddess who controlled fertility. After hearing about the goddess, the Count decided that this exceeded all his expectations. The hero once again decided to make sure that the girl had no pain. Smiling, she said that the hero had saved her and thanked him for it. She was cursed with evil spells and also thought that it could not be stopped. Besides, her suffering was to last for ages. Alex immediately remembered the demon and surmised that it could have been the same condition as Azazel's. The circles that made them suffer even if they were reborn. The girl wanted to know the hero's name, and Alex introduced himself. In that case, the girl asked Alexander herself to become her master. The Count was impressed that the goddess Summit came to the hero and thought it was interesting. The girl bowed and explained that she wanted to repay this child. Alex understood her, and if that was what the Astaroth wanted, he was in agreement. After shaking hands, the hero asked her to treat him with love and the girl called him her lord. The guy brought the girl home and told her that she was a fertility goddess who would live with them from today. She asked to be treated well. Angie and the hero's father were delighted, for she was very beautiful. Alex decided to find out what she could do, and the girl replied that she had the power to enrich the earth. Alex would like to make the territory of their alliance have a good harvest. And the girl said that it was quite easy. However, she asked for permission to build a temple where they could worship her in every village. The guy agreed and said she could build them and apologized for making her work even though she had only recently got better. The girl smiled and thanked him for his concern, but if it would help him, she didn't mind even if this body was destroyed. Alex thanked the goddess for her help and considered that it couldn't collapse. He decided to ask his father if it was possible to build the temples, and his father replied that there was no reason to refuse. The father immediately decided to send a messenger to the master and miller. Thus shrines were built in all the villages in the area, and by the time Alex's tournament took place, news of the good harvest spread quickly. And those who made it to the finals of Alex's second tournament were Hossein-sama and Miller-sama. The general had no idea that the lord would hold out to the end, and the lord replied to him that apparently he had not bowed out either. It seemed distasteful to the general if he underestimated those who were still on active duty. Hossein chuckled and said that Miller was rather petulant. Apparently they were on fairly good terms. Amelia became the host and said that the Duke of Carlisle herself was also watching them. Finally the tournament began and everyone was curious to see who would get the victory. The hero's father was very curious to see this and asked if the master was allowed to participate in this tournament. Angie exclaimed that they were both amazing. Amelia then asked the master to announce the content of the last event. The hero's father rose from his seat and was about to explain about the last event, and its title and main topic were. Pointing to Alex, the father said it would be Alexander's quiz. The master took the loudspeaker and mentioned about the many miracles caused by Alex, and to make them known once again and praise them, he did it himself. He called it as expected as the Duke, which was just in time for Alex's tournament. Angie exclaimed that she also knew about Alex-sama, and she found it interesting. The general said that it was very easy since he was his named brother after all. It also seemed to him that it would be quite difficult for the old man. But Hossein replied that he had often heard of the child near his territory, and he promised to keep up with Miller. They began to argue among themselves again, and Amelia said that whoever made a mistake would be the first to lose. She asked the first question and asked which magic Alex would use first. Angie smiled and said they were good friends. After collecting a pile of papers, the girl told the hero that after all the news about the good harvest did not stop spreading, and Alex thanked Astaroth for his work. She smiled and replied that she was just obeying the master's orders. The boy frowned and his father asked him what had happened. He mentioned the harvest in the Goro village, but, according to his father, there was nothing strange about it. For the harvest it was so, but if they compared the amount with other villages in terms of the size of land cultivated, it was 3 times as much in this village alone. My father thought about it, and decided that it could be inflation, and if it was, the village chief would be caught. Alex asked him to wait a little while, not realizing what it all meant. In fact, there had been false reports using Alex's name lately, and many of them had taken advantage of the tournament. And this letter could have been one of them too. Apparently, someone wanted to butter Alex up and his father asked to see it. In his hands was a meteorite on which the hero's name was carefully engraved. Of course it was a fake, and a village had offered it as a similar charm. And no real harm was done, so the father simply dismissed the village chief. But Alex's name had a big influence. Just like the village chief, if they spread like this, it would eventually lead to a big disaster. Before that could happen, they had to get rid of the danger once. Alex understood what his father meant, but he decided it was too early to make any decisions. This good harvest was also due to the power of Astaroth, and the hero was sure there was a reason for it. He decided to check the situation for himself and traveled to the Goro village. Using the magic of teleportation, he and Astaroth found themselves in a village that seemed amazing to them. Apparently there was a good harvest here, without a single complaint, and the numbers were not false. Alex would have liked to hear Astaroth's opinion, but she was in complete agreement with him and didn't think it was wrong. She also had something to say, and Alex assumed she had some idea. She said that here was the only sanctuary in the territory, and she remembered that it was not made like the others. A little further on they saw a statue that depicted Alex and Astaroth. The hero in no way wished to be worshipped like that. The girl was impressed by how well he would represent the relationship between her and the master, and overdid it. The guy noticed it himself, and said they got carried away and created 3 times as much crop. The villagers noticed the unruly emperor and goddess, and immediately ran up to them. The people bowed to them like a statue, and the hero became embarrassed. It was in time for the end of the harvest, and the beginning of the next sowing. The hero arrived at Her Majesty's house as soon as she could summon him. Eliza told Alex that he had an urgent errand to run, and asked him to look at this paper. The hero immediately realized it was a rebellion, and Elisa said he was a bright kid. In that case he already knew what she wanted to tell him. Alex realized that she wanted to prevent it, and that was exactly what Elisa thought. The hero thought that the strongest warrior of the Hosenchohi Empire was more suitable than his candidacy. There was some truth to it, but there was also some untruth as well. During Her Majesty's reign, this rebellion was the biggest she had ever seen. And to show the full majesty of the empire, they had to strike a fatal blow and settle everything. Alex was their dark horse, and she decided to clarify if he could do it. The hero asked to leave everything to him. He promised Her Highness that he would do his best, and Elise smiled. Accompanied by soldiers, the hero made his way to the rebel headquarters. As it turned out, it was the 7th Fort Alcade. It was, but the hero was concerned about something else, and he asked Elise why she was dressed as a maid. It was because the rulers were forbidden to interfere before hostilities, but she wanted to look at everything with her own eyes. Besides, she wanted to be together with Alex, which the hero didn't hear. He asked her a question, and the girl said she hadn't said anything. Alex then decided to think of ways to suppress the rebellion. It was not a primary task because there was a barrier in the territory. With the help of magic, Elise wanted to show him a map. She asked to look at the numbers and said that he would be taken down in numerological order. This magic was quite problematic. Eliza was in complete agreement with this. After all, this magic was used once every 100 years, and they still couldn't figure out its essence. The hero wondered if the information from the Philosopher's Stone was true, and it seemed that even if attacked from all sides, people still wouldn't get hurt. Alex seemed to have some idea, but Elise asked to go around the place, whereupon Alex asked to stop. He opened the doors and ran out of the carriage. He directed his attack magic at the fort, and there was an explosion. Running out of the carriage, Elisa and the soldiers couldn't understand what it all meant. After all, Elise thought that the fort was protected by a barrier. But the hero shook off his hands and said that it was only for the people and the fort itself was defenseless. It seemed that on everything else the barrier just didn't work, and if they blew up the fort, only the humans would be left. The Empress couldn't believe it, and exclaimed that it was just foolishness. The hero was surprised that she still wasn't convinced of it, but that was because it was rather strange. Even if the fortress was unprotected, the magic to blow it up wasn't that easy. She wondered what the guy would say to that, and in that case Alex asked her to look at something. There were a bunch of men hanging around the fort site who didn't understand what was going on or where their equipment had gone. That screamed and blushed and covered her eyes with her palms. She realized what the hero meant when he said that magic only worked on the fortress. Now she surely believed him. The guy pointed ahead and offered to walk on, confident that it would also work on the others. Eliza believed Alex, of course, but this was beyond her expectations, and she thought about how she had been too naive. So amidst the noise and shouting, the capture of the fortress went smoothly. The soldiers bowed to their majesties and asked to be allowed to report that all the forts had been defeated and the supreme commander had been captured. This took only half a day and the hero thanked them for their work, asking if they had any casualties. But to Elisa's surprise, they had no casualties. The hero was not surprised, but Her Majesty was shocked. After all, this was a war. And it was a great battle with the rebels. The girl fell to the ground and clutched her head. It was so shocking that her head was spinning and the hero was worried whether she was all right. He suggested that if so, she should go home soon. Now the heroes had to deal with the consequences, and Elisa decided to leave the enemy general to Alex. The hero was surprised that Her Majesty trusted him and left such a task to him. Suddenly shouts were heard from behind them that promised them revenge and prepare. Barely Elise had time to turn around before the hero was able to reflect all the blows with magic and knock the opponents down. The people immediately came to their senses and apologized, but the hero tried to tell them that he was no longer their enemy and the battle was over. One of the men shouted to the lad to do as he was commanded, for 100 years ago the emperor had driven them north right to the border. They asked for the curse of their land to be lifted, because of which they could not return to the sacred city of Zennin. Eliza remembered the Zennin and said they were a natural tribe. She had heard of a curse that made a person vulnerable to heat so that they could not leave the north. But Alex assured them that all was well and they could go back. Their curse was lifted and the Zennin city was in Alex's territory. So the Natsuko curse was broken and Alex could just do it with his magic. Eliza realized why they were still here but couldn't believe that the curse was really gone. The men were quietly saying to each other that the guy looked like an idiot, and Alex decided to show them by example by pointing the flames directly at the men. To their surprise, they felt the flames of the fire and realized that their feeling was back. Thus, the hero showed them that their problem was solved and smiled. The shocked men were genuinely happy and thanked the men from the Empire from the bottom of their hearts, bowing at their feet. They nicknamed Alex their god. Eliza sternly replied that it might have been so. Alex suggested they go to Zennin, but Eliza would have agreed with him if she didn't need to go back to the castle and get a report. The hero headed towards the Zennin area in Alexandria Alliance territory. Alex walked with the people and clarified if this place was here. The old man replied that it was here, but he had changed a lot. It was the same land they had lived on about 100 years ago. He looked into the distance and said that on that spot was an altar dedicated to their god. At last they were on their land, which they had destroyed without a trace. The spirits of their ancestors were laid to rest there, and it was very important to them. In that case, clapping his hands, the hero offered to return it to their place. The people could not believe that the hero was going to return the altar, because rebuilding it would not give them back their history. Alex asked them to just watch it and offered to put it back the way it was. A few seconds later, a huge altar rose from the ground right in front of him. The people could not believe their eyes, for it was a complete replica of their altar. Alex told the people that it was real because he had pulled it out with spatio-temporal magic, but the people didn't realize what it was. The guy said that he had transported it from that time, not rebuilt it. In that case, the old man suggested that they perform a ritual to make sure it was indeed real. Taking out a knife, he stabbed himself in the arm and then poured the blood on a stone slab. The altar glowed and the old man exclaimed that he was indeed real. Bella came up behind the old man, and the old man asked if she was ready. The girl replied that she was ready and then used the same stone slab where the blood had been. The girl used her magic, due to which the blood mixed. The hero was thrilled at how beautiful it was, and the old man told Mia that she was their light. Alex wondered what the ritual was, and the old man explained that for generations their family had performed a blood ritual on the most beautiful daughter. It was a symbol of the prosperity of the family. The passing of beauty from one generation to the next. 100 years ago, the emperor couldn't get such a girl, so he cursed their family. But the old man managed to successfully perform the ritual, and the hero understood everything. After looking at the shining girl, the guy agreed that she was the purest and most beautiful. The old man asked the Vice-Emperor to accept their gratitude. They wanted him to accept their treasure, Bella. After realizing everything, the guy opened his mouth in surprise. After bringing the girl home, the hero tells Angie that he is home. Angie was delighted when she saw the beautiful girl. She thought it was a real princess. Bella smiled and introduced herself and said that she would be staying with them today. She was pleased to meet Angelica. This was the most precious treasure of the natural tribe, and the hero wanted to refuse them, but that would be a serious blow to their dignity. So Alex decided to accept her, and the girl asked to let her family know that she was alright. She called him God, but the hero asked to call him by his first name. The girl exclaimed that this was not allowed and it was blasphemy. Still the hero insisted. Besides, Mia Bella was older than him. The girl had to agree with him, hesitantly saying his name. Enji didn't know that Alex was the god of Mia, and the girl replied that he saved her tribe. Somehow Enji knew about him being her hero. She herself thought Alex was a god who was reborn to help them all. And it was no surprise to her that these people nicknamed him that. Guy noticed that Enji was looking more and more like her father. He had been told something like that many times, but he wasn't sure if it was true. But it was good to be helped, and Enji said she would be right back. As the girl ran off, the boy motioned for Mia Bella to follow him, taking her hand. The hero sat down on the sofa and had a tea party with cake. Angela told the hero that his parents were away, and in that case they would have to wait before introducing Mia to them. Yet Enji was delighted with the way Mia looked. She held even a cup beautifully. A maid came in to see them, who wilted her fork and put the cake on a plate and served it to Mija. The mere sight of it made the girl's drool run. Alex smiled and noticed that Mia liked cakes, but she said that she didn't at all. But everything was clear on her face, and the hero realized she was lying. She wanted to brush it off and say that it wasn't like that, and she accidentally stained her dress. Bella was embarrassed and said she looked like a real slob. Alex realized what she really looked like, but the girl tried to justify that it wasn't true and Alex was wrong. Leaning on the table, she accidentally dropped a plate of cake on herself that stained all over her breasts and clothes. Bella looked at the cake with tears in her eyes, but the maid saw nothing wrong in it, for they had more. She asked for it to be provided for her, and needed to clean her dress. The sad girl apologized, and as they could see, she was very clumsy, but the heiress of a tribe had to behave beautifully. The maid tried to mop the floor as quickly as possible, talking about how she needed to wash her dress. She had been taught to always see to cleanliness, but she seemed to have gone completely crazy. Enji took Mia's hands and said she understood her perfectly, for the cake looked quite appetizing. But Mia didn't know what to do with her clothes, for this dress was expensive. The hero smiled and decided to give her a new one, but the girl didn't want him to do that. But they gave him the most valuable thing the tribe had, and he repaid them nothing in return. So Alex decided to choose the most beautiful dress for her, which touched the girl. After a while, Bella apologized for the wait and entered the room. Enji was just thrilled with how she looked. She put on a gorgeous dress and decided to ask the heroes for their opinion. Angela exclaimed that it was the truest beauty and it was just beautiful, to which Alex agreed. Mia promised to treasure it, and not to let anything like it happen again. In that case it was in good hands. But suddenly the hero took the cup and poured the tea right on her dress, frightening Mia. She didn't understand what he did it for. But suddenly everything that was on the dress disappeared, and it was clean again. It was the truest magic dress. Alex smiled and said it was just perfect. The villagers were happy to see the hero, who decided to give Mia Bella a tour of their area. She insisted on it, and then Bella noticed the statue of the hero. She asked Alex how come there were statues of him everywhere, and the hero himself was surprised that there were more and more of them. There were rumors that Astaroth was the goddess of fertility and favored him, so many villages had erected statues of him. At this rate, she thought about the fact that there might have been something like that in her fantasies, but the hero didn't think it would contribute to a rich harvest. Besides, Astaroth wouldn't be thrilled about it. Though he could imagine her satisfied face if he stepped on it. In that case, the guy suggested they go and eat something sweet before heading home, since they had already gone round everything. As soon as the girl heard about the sweet, she immediately drooled. She of course wanted to go for the sweet, and the guy laughed. Using magic, he created a portal and said that when the magic circle started moving, she had to walk right into it. Suddenly someone called out to them and asked them to wait. They were young guys who said they couldn't get away with it. Alex noticed that they were not peasants. They were survivors of the rebellion who couldn't believe that such a brat could kill their friends and decided to feed him to the pigs. They decided that he had a big bad luck since he was alone, and the girl frowned, trying to show them that he was with her. As if just noticing her, one of the guys noticed that she was quite pretty. Taking the sword in hand, the guys pounced on the hero, saying that they would take care of her a little later. The girl asked Alex to get down and stood in front of him, saying she would protect him. The boy assured her that everything was fine and nothing needed to be done. Suddenly the enemies stopped, not realizing what was happening. They couldn't get any closer because the hero had created a barrier in front of them. Such a barrier had to be broken in order, so he made 2 barriers, and until they broke it, they couldn't get to Mia. Mia surmised that it was some sort of special power, and the enemies recognized that Alex was clever. The second attacker aimed an arrow at the hero and said he was wrong. They decided to defeat him first. No sooner had he released the arrow than Alex used handcuffs. He said that these handcuffs were buckled when they did something criminal and unreasonable. Their term was 3 years, and if they stopped doing such foolish things, they would disappear on their own. In that case, they thought it would be better for the hero to kill them, but the guy replied that they would have to live. The rebels asked not to tell him nonsense, for that was the only way they could make a living. They were sure that the aristocrats who put them at nothing would not understand this. Alex silently used wind magic and lifted the group of people. At some point they all disappeared and then reappeared in another place. The girl decided to ask Alex what this place was, and the guy explained that it was a land that was the territory of the Carlyle, but it was almost uninhabited. He decided to lend this piece of land to the rebels, who were shocked and could not say anything more. Alex said that they could cultivate this land to feed themselves. He was willing to give them the tools and money they would need for the first year. The people suddenly realized that they were not going to kill them but were just going to get them into debt, for it was not enough to just have land. Alex realized how much they had been through and he seemed to understand what had caused his rebellion. The girl wondered what he was going to do next. Alex gave them 3 years and told them that if they were not handcuffed in that time they could keep the land. But he would confiscate everything from them if they committed a single offense, and asked how they liked those terms. Of course they doubted that Alex was telling the truth, but he only wanted them to live well. Apparently, they realized that they would not have such an opportunity again, and decided that they would now have land. Suddenly, Astaroth appeared out of the ground as soon as the hero called out to her. Bella was surprised to see the girl that appeared as if from nowhere. He wished that the difference in harvest between those who could keep the law for 3 years and those who would break it would be enormous, and Astaroth listened to him. Mia realized that it was just a show-off, and thus the hero just wanted to make them wake up to their conscience. Astaroth wanted to know what the guy would do when they realized everything, but the hero asked her to just wait and see for herself. Mia said that if Alex became emperor, there would definitely be no more rebellions, but the hero didn't understand what she meant. Mia said that Alex could have become emperor, and in that case there would be no more rebellions, but Alex wasn't sure it was that easy. After all, there were many people in the world who cared about his power, and if he became emperor, it would serve to start a new war. Besides, he would want Elisa to achieve her goal of a peaceful country. Concentrating on striking, the general aimed his attack directly at the girl who was under the protective barrier. He was quite surprised, and the girl opened her eyes. Engie was also amazed at how ineffective their attacks were. It seemed to the hero that Mia had no more problems with the barrier, and the general thought it was surprising, for he had heard of something like this. The girl was embarrassed, and said that it was all thanks to Alex. Neither would Eliza have thought she would see the barrier used in this way. Engie hugged Her Majesty, and the Empress said that the sweep had gone smoothly and the rebellion was almost crushed, all thanks to Alex. The boy smiled and was happy to be of use to her. Eliza made Engie a princess so now she could become Eliza's sister-in-law. They were half-sisters, but they also got along well with each other. The general wondered how many people could fit into this barrier, counting himself. The hero replied that only up to 7 people were allowed, and Elise suggested that the barrier be called the 7-star formation instead of the plow. But Miller decided to reject this option. She did not understand why, and the general replied that there was no word son-in-law in the name. But it seemed to the hero that it was not so important. Suddenly an excited boy ran up to the gate and asked if Alexander herself was here. Alex came to the gate and said that he was here. The guy wanted to tell him something and apparently it was something serious, so the hero offered to go inside. Eliza went with them as well and they made their way into the room. Kneeling down, the guest apologized for coming suddenly, but he needed to report that there was going to be an uprising in the east in their homeland. Looking at Elise, the hero took her hand. He decided to see if it was true, and the lad replied that it was so because there was even a man who led the rebellion, and quite a few villages joined him. After bowing, the boy began to beg Alex herself to help them. The hero thought that the guy wanted him to join them, but that was not the case. He wanted the hero to stop them, for he had heard a lot about him. The guests began to beg even harder for Alex herself to help them. The general directly glared when he heard that the Vice-Emperor had been asked to put down the rebellion, and the Lord said that it was simply unheard of. Blushing with embarrassment, the Empress pulled her hand out of the hero's hand. The general and the Lord wondered what the guy was going to do next. But there was no way the lad could be inactive when it came to the rebellion, and asked not to worry, for he would handle everything. At this time, the people had already managed to gather a lot of people and they had enough supplies, and now they decided that it was time to act. With the help of teleportation magic, Alex was able to reach them quickly and couldn't let them rampage. The men didn't realize who the kid was and shouted that he wouldn't get away with it. They decided to grab the hero, but Alex used his magic. He attacked the attackers, who were thrown back in an instant and fell to the ground. The hero called himself by name and said that he was the Vice-Emperor, and if they were dissatisfied with the government, he would gladly listen to them. The rebels could not understand what had just happened. As it happened, it was better to live awe-inspiringly than to continue an unwinnable struggle, and the rebellion was crushed. In this world, everything people did before they died determined what they would do in the next life. That was the afterlife. Angel held out her hand to the soul she'd been waiting for. Her name in her lifetime was Sarah Borden. Here they could evaluate all her accomplishments in her past life and decide what her next life would be. Before she died, she exchanged all her assets for medicines for the front, and in doing so she saved at least 10,000 lives. Apparently, the soul was not particularly interested in this. But it was finished, and Sarah was angry with herself for having time to do just that. For if she had had the strength, she would have torn that tyrant's head off with her own hands. The angel said that this was the end of it, and with this achievement she would become an ES rank in the next life, but she also had one suggestion. She asked if Sarah would be willing to become an empress, for such an outcome would be perfect for the life of an empress, and many of the higher ranks would have their eyes on the title. Sarah was angry, thinking that the angel wanted to make her the child of a tyrant. But she could change one thing by making a choice. The tyrant's destiny lasted until his successor was born, which meant she was the one who was to take him away. Angel suggested she become empress and gain the power she had always dreamed of. Sarah was in, and the angel said they would need to do some procedures first. She asked the soul to enjoy her new life as Elizabeth Forsyth San. Eliza walked around town in a good mood. Meanwhile, Mia Bella and the hero stopped by to eat cake. The girl apologized for her behavior, for it was too delicious. Alex understood everything and offered her to take his piece. Bella was embarrassed, because it was his piece of cake, and Alex reminded her of her drool that flowed from her mouth. The hero was still amazed by the magic in the garden, but Mia said she was only practicing. But Alex decided to tell her what it takes to control the thing when suddenly someone's voice interrupted him. It was Elise, who saw them on the street and wanted to know how they were doing. The hero noticed her new dress, and the Empress was embarrassed. She excused herself that she had nothing to wear, but Alex said it suited her better than the others. He suggested she sit down next to him, but Elise blushed, then still agreed. Alex wanted to move the chair for her, and the girl fell to the floor, flashing her underwear. Eliza noticed that the hero was looking the wrong way, and Alex tried to make it clear that it was quite unexpected. Eliza decided it was okay. After all, she had a maid to change her clothes anyway, and she didn't mind when the maid saw her underwear. Bella asked the waiter to bring her another cake. The character reflected on how he reacted to this situation. Although he was reborn, he was still the same, so his heart was pounding pretty fast. Eliza decided to find out what the heroes were talking about, since she had heard something about control. They needed to get the right power, which was quite difficult. Mia told how Alex had recently made a stone slide that was 9 meters high in the garden. It was just amazing, but Elise didn't realize which slide they were talking about. Elise wondered why Alex didn't use physical strength or practice martial arts. But magic, in his opinion, was usually more useful. But he would like to do more than just magic, like fencing as well. Elise thought it was cute, but the hero didn't want to break it, and decided that it was necessary to rebuild the slide. But that might take some time. Elise smiled and replied that Alex could do it very quickly. He was still a child, but still growing and getting stronger, and soon he would be able to defend even her. The boy looked at Elise questioningly, and the girl asked not to think anything too much. She meant to defend her country empire, and the hero smiled and said that he would definitely do it. Elise blushed, and she wanted to see that slide. In that case, they decided to head towards it. While they were talking, people passing by marveled at the beautiful ladies that surrounded the hero. Alex warned that they had quite a long way to go and asked them to stay close to him. The girls agreed and leaned against him. Alex felt softness on both sides of his cheeks as the girls embraced him. Mia motioned for Elise to move even closer, and the hero sank his head into their lush breasts. There was nothing wrong with that, and yet he might even have been glad to be a child. In Alexander's garden there was a mountain made of nothing but stone. He decided to try out his sword, whereupon he struck the mountain and the blade fell off. As he sat on the ground, he realized that the sword had failed, for he had tried to move as this philosopher's stone was said to be, but had only wasted his strength uselessly. He tucked the sword back into its scabbard and thought that the metal wasn't that durable, and he had to find a decent weapon to start with. He thought of the orichalcone as he was suddenly called out, calling him son-in-law. It was General Ruzin, who brought with him a young handsome fellow. He introduced his new man named Koro to the hero, who had heard of Alexander's exploits. Alex appraised him as a swordsman with a confident face. He had been here recently and the general wanted to escort him everywhere. The general noticed that his son-in-law had taken up the sword and the lad confirmed that he was training. Koro didn't know that the Vice-Emperor wielded a sword, but that wasn't the case. He had also heard that Alex taught at the School of Magic, and would like to ask the hero to teach him something. Before the hero could agree, Koro snatched his sword from its sheath and was about to attack Alex. The hero didn't expect him to attack so soon and thought his sword was useless, but there was nothing he could do about it. He repelled his attack with his normal hilt, which stunned the Koro. In the end, his sword was just broken and he had nothing to say to that. He was very sorry, but apparently the hero couldn't use it, but that wasn't the point. Alex showed his sword and said that it was already like this. He had accidentally broken it with his magic. The general laughed loudly and said that he expected that from his son-in-law. He needed to pick the right weapons, and in the hero's opinion, it would be a shame if they kept breaking. The sword he broke had good material. The general decided that some sort of legendary, magical or holy sword would be suitable for his son-in-law. It was certainly not bad, but such a sword was not easy to find. The general was sure that it would be absolutely easy for him, but Alex disagreed with him. Alex's father approached them, who knew that such a thing was going to happen and was prepared for it. Alex didn't realize what he had set up, and his father decided to show him something. The maid rolled the cart up to them, and on it was a marvelous sword. His father asked to buy it for Alex, and the boy opened his mouth. It was a holy sword and it had air that drifted across the blade. But a holy sword had to choose its own owner, and not everyone could use it. It could be carried by wrapping it in cloth, and the general decided to test it. Taking the sword by the hilt, he tried to lift it, but no matter how much he tried, he failed. Panting, he looked at his hand and said that nothing had happened. It was not easy, and Alex's father suggested that his son try. Alex didn't understand why these two men were sure he could do it. But since they said so, he decided to try and took up the hilt of his sword. Without making any effort, he simply took the sword in his hands and lifted it up to inspect it. There was light coming from it, and his father knew that Alex was the only one who could use it. The general suggested that his son-in-law wave it. The hero also noticed that the stone reacted to this sword, and now he had no doubt that it was sacred. The philosopher's stone showed him the history of the holy sword, and the lad swung for a blow. This was its true form, and the hero held the blow in the air, whereupon its blade shattered. The holy sword shone with a blinding light, and out of it appeared a godlike man that looked at the hero. The man thanked the fellow for freeing him, and now he could return to heaven again. The father asked the hero what was wrong, and Alex said it was the god who was sealed in the sword. He had been convicted of sin, and had been waiting a long time for the moment when someone would set him free. The man thanked the hero for releasing him and decided that Alex was one of them. But Alex said he was human, which surprised the god. Dissolving into the sky, he thanked the human child once again for letting him go. Alex turned to his father and apologized for the broken sword, but apparently everyone was surprised by the other. But in that case, he could no longer use that sword and a new one had to be found. When they arrived at the village, the heroes saw a horrifying sight, not realizing what had happened to Alex's newly erected statue. It looked like it had been gnawed by worms. It was a Shishk village led by Laura, the village chief, who informed the hero that there was some kind of problem, so she and Mia had come here. They got some kind of monster. Angie said that it was a monster bug that she was holding in her arms. It was quite small, and the hero was surprised that it was this one. The beetle abruptly flew up and flew past Mia, tearing her dress on her chest. The girl screamed that it was Alex's gift, and the beetle had just eaten her dress. The guy lent her his cape and asked if she was okay with them. The girl was grateful to him, and told him she was fine, thanking him for his help. The headmistress felt sorry, for she had not expected him to attack so suddenly. She surmised that it was a magic dress. This dress was tailor-made for the careless Mia, and it had to be restored with a new one and again. The head woman also explained that the beetle ate things filled with magic to regenerate its powers, so it ate the statue as well. He wasn't interested in crops, buildings, commoners and anything else not endowed with magic, so they never had a problem with him, but the stone statue of Alexander is special. It made sense to the hero, because these statues were blessed by Astaroth, the goddess of fertility, so he liked her. The woman handed the lad a bag made from the claw of Calamity, and told him that he had eaten it too, so it was no longer usable. The hero said that he should have got rid of it as soon as possible, but this bug could not be attacked when it was curled up. The beetle latched onto the Mage, and the hero thought it wanted to eat it too. Taking the resisting beetle in his hands, Alex realized that he was not missing a beat and asked the Mia if it was alright. He decided to try something on it. The hero tossed the beetle, then attacked it with his magic, and it exploded. The headman and Mia thought about what he had done, and the headman was glad that he called Alex himself. But he had only killed one of them, and the lad had an idea. He created a new statue that glittered more than the old one, and the villager asked Alex himself what it was. The statue was immediately overrun by bugs and began eating it, but the hero assured the villagers that all was well and offered to just watch. As the beetle was eating the statue, it was suddenly struck and everything happened again. It turned out that the hero had concentrated his magic power here, so if they tried to bite off a piece, their bodies would immediately overflow with energy and burst out. The headman suggested that they could come all together and eat the whole statue, but Alex had also envisaged that. The overbitten statue glistened and became its old self again. Everything regenerated, and the hero made it regenerate like Mia's dress so that now it would definitely not be eaten. The headmistress was madly glad that she had asked Alex-sama for help and Mia was in agreement with her. Her attention was caught by one of the bugs that was hovering in the air. She noticed that he was carrying a shard in his paws and didn't realize what he was going to do with it. The hero surmised that it had dragged it to its nest. Apparently he carried it there to feed his friends, but this shard was from a new statue and the Mia didn't know what could have happened to it. Alex smiled and said they would all burst, and then they could destroy them all. That was exactly what Mage expected from him. The headman was also delighted and thanked the hero for his help, and he promised to make them a new bag as soon as he got the claw. Subsequent reports confirmed that the population of these beetles had been completely wiped out. Angie wished the hero good morning and the guy asked her if she had slept well. The girl smiled and answered that she had slept well. The weather was nice today, and she suggested to Alex to take a walk outside. It sounded great, plus she learned a new spell yesterday. Angie would like the hero to look at it, and asked to see the wand that had a star attached to the end of it. Alex didn't quite understand what was wrong with this wand. Angie was confused, for her magic wasn't working. Just then a maid ran up to them and called out to Alex herself. She could not find the words to tell what had happened. But magic was missing in the whole house, which puzzled the hero. Suddenly they heard Mia-sama screaming, and Alex immediately ran to her room. He asked Angie to go back to her room and the girl listened to him. Swinging the doors open on the run, Alex asked Mija about what happened. The girl tearfully ran up to the guy in just her underwear. But then she remembered that she was in an unsightly state and squealed. Alex apologized to her and closed the doors. Grasping his heart, he thought it was quite unexpected. The hero's father asked him to tell him everything from the beginning. Everyone who was allowed to use magic at home couldn't for whatever reason. And Calamity was too sick to move. That meant that something had happened that prevented him from using magic. The hero confirmed this, and said that this was exactly the case. Mia's dress was created by magic, so it also disappeared and that was terrible. But still, Alex could use magic for some reason, even though it was only half of his powers. His father tried to understand what was the cause of such a phenomenon, but the hero himself could not understand it yet. It seemed that the strength was becoming less on a certain side. which meant that the source of the problem lay in that direction. In that case, father said that they were going out to search. He called out to everyone in the house. A maid came into the room and said that they had found an irregularly shaped tree in the yard, and the father asked them to take them there. It was exactly here, and the hero carefully examined the large tree. There was something strange at the base of the tree. Looking more closely, the heroes saw a flock of beetles fly out of it. This made sense to Alex, and he said that the beetles were feeding on their power, so they couldn't use them. His father suggested that they could be exterminated, and the hero thoughtfully replied that it could be done. Suddenly a strange creature appeared before them, outwardly resembling a human being. The girl with black eyes told the heroes that they could not do it, and she wanted to avenge them for her kin. Alex realized that it was the queen of their pack and said he would take care of her. The queen shouted at him that he was useless, and sicked a pack of bugs on the hero. Alex used half of his magic and fought off the beetle's attack, which surprised the queen. She didn't understand why it didn't work, because last time they succeeded. The guy laughed and said that it wouldn't work a second time and that they were smarter than they thought, so their attacks wouldn't work again. But the queen thought that their magic was blocked and that they were invincible. She shouted to the hero to attack them. The hero was frustrated and used fire magic, hitting the queen with it. The flames then enveloped the entire swarm of bugs, creating a fire tornado. The queen became angry, not understanding why his magic was working. He could still use the power, even though it was only at half strength. He couldn't let her do whatever she wanted. Angel looked at the plaque and said that it was very unusual, because there hadn't been people with ES rank here for a long time. She decided that in the next life he would do great. The boy opened and rubbed his eyes, and it seemed to him that this dream was like déjà vu. Suddenly at some point he caught an egg that fell right from the tree under which he was sitting. The hero caught it and examined it. It turned out to be a beetle egg. These were the mountains a few kilometers from Carlisle Manor, and he had come here to find beetle eggs. The other day their queen had managed to resist extermination and they had evolved. And if left to their own devices, the situation would get out of control and the hero had to do something about them. In the far corner of the nest was a very large egg, and apparently it was exactly what Alex was looking for. Insects usually laid many eggs, but here it was one. And perhaps this particular egg was special. Looking at his Philosopher's Stone that lay in his palms, he decided he was right. The Philosopher's Stone said that all the beetles were connected to each other by a magical network. Therefore, if any of them died, the next ones would be born immune to the cause of that death. Since the hero defeated their queen, that bug would become the next queen. After placing the egg on the ground, the guy decided that it was time to terminate their lineage, when suddenly the egg forbade. Out of it hatched a little bug that looked very cute. The bug looked completely different from what the hero had imagined it to look like. The bug spoke in a human voice and asked the man who he was. Hearing a female voice, the hero realized she was a female and gave her name. He decided she was hungry and asked if she ate such a thing, holding out a magic stone to her. Cautiously sniffing the stone, the beetle decided that it was magical. It seemed quite interesting to the hero and asked if she wanted to eat it. The bug sat down on its little legs and said it would not eat it, for it was like poison. Alex asked if she remembered anything about her past life. Beetle silently turned her head away and the heroes understood. Apparently she had memories and the hero had to interrupt their further evolution. He asked her not to worry and told her that it was an ordinary stone he had made since morning, and it had 3 main effects. It contained the elixir of life and the elixir of immortality, and she would never feel hunger again. It was like a dream not to experience the feeling of hunger. The Philosopher's Stone was the stone of the highest of all its powers, and immortality was the most elusive. The guy decided to find out what she would do. Immortality was very useful and only one queen could procreate, and if she did not die, another would not be born. He suggested she try it. Beetle hesitantly got to her feet and slowly approached the stone, thinking about immortality. At some point the stone acted on the bug and she glowed with a blinding light. The little soul saw an angel in front of her who asked her if she wanted to become immortal. She had S rank and was capable of many things. It was a dream in which an angelic voice was present, and in a past life this child had been a good person. After the effect of the stone had ceased, the hero suggested that the beetle go to his house. In that case, if he had an immortal queen, the beetles would no longer breed and evolve. The beetle did not quite understand him, and the boy replied that he would tell his parents that she was just a pet. He decided to name her Peach-on, and thought her parents would be pleased with her. The hero offered to let her go, and it turned out to be as simple as Alex thought it would be. Beetle ran into the bushes, and the hero thought she had taken to her own again. Apparently she liked the garden, but he didn't understand what she wanted to do. The hero decided to practice, and picked up a sword. So far, he hadn't found a weapon that could be used for physical attacks. If he shook it, everything in the vicinity would simply collapse. And with his bare hands he was capable of doing more, but the guy couldn't believe that even the orichalcone couldn't generate half the power. He wondered if there were better weapons than him, and maybe he could just make a sword with magic. Suddenly he felt a small bug poking him by his leg and stroked it, and asked what was wrong. She pointed to the small crystals in front of her, and the hero decided that she had collected them. He could feel an incredible energy from them, and Pikan realized that Alex was getting curious. The guy didn't even know how to say. He thought that the bug didn't need to feed anymore, but the habits remained. Taking the shard in his hands, Alex decided that it was a metal object with increased magical energy. This metal was even better than orichalcone. It was a hurricane, and the hero decided to make a sword out of it. It was the strongest material, surpassing even orichalcone. Pikan also noticed that this material was quite good. Her eyes shone, and she probably thought it was edible. The guy asked not to look at it with that look. It shone like gold, but it was better than it in other ways, and it was also a good conductor of energy, and could probably even be enhanced. The hero asked the Pikan if she could find such still. The bug looked at the hero silently, then ran forward sniffing something in the ground. She began to chew on a rock that was nearby, and the hero did not understand what she was doing. The rock was very similar to Mount Morrison, but the hero could not feel any energy in it. Pikan spat out a crystal towards the hero, and the guy picked it up. To his surprise, it was the hurricane she had obtained for him. A happy Alex hugged the bug and stroked it, and thanked her for her help. He asked her not to get exhausted. So 3 days later, the hero had a mountain of materials. In gratitude, Alex stroked the beetle and said it was a good job, but she asked him not to praise her so much. According to the Philosopher's Stone, a long sword could be created from such a quantity, and the material had to be melted down first. But for some reason nothing happened, so Alex decided to use his fire. Everything turned out to be in vain, and the hero tried to apply even more force. But at some point the Philosopher's Stone was magnetically attracted to the crystals. A light appeared, and the boy decided that this magic he had put into the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. It appeared that he was now using the double power of 3 SSS-Rank. The crystals turned into a liquid mass, and the hero had succeeded. A certain voice arose in the hero's mind that could be of even more help to him. Alex decided that he could hear the Philosopher's Stone. At some point a shining sword appeared out of magic and crystals, which Alex grabbed in his hands. He was able to do so, and it was a sword made of hurricane and the Philosopher's Stone. Pikan sleepily rubbed her eyes and said that such a sword would definitely not break. The hero decided to try it out immediately and went outside. Using it, he was able to cut the leaf, and the magic attack with a chopping blow worked. Eliza was surprised that Alex was able to create a sword that suited him, and now he could fight at full strength. It was so, and Alex was glad that he was able to find a hurricane. The Empress wondered how the hero was able to obtain such a marvelous material. She decided that the guy wasn't used to this sword yet. Alex didn't quite understand what she meant, and Elise showed him 2 leaves that he couldn't cut. But it turned out to be wrong, and Alex asked her to take a look. The leaf was immediately cut in 2, and the hero said that he could cut even her if he wanted to. He wanted to achieve complete control over his power, so he practiced swinging his sword as fast as he could to keep them from falling. Eliza was quite surprised and blushed as she realized how he really was. The hero thought something was wrong after looking at the girl. The thoughtful Elisa brushed it off and said that everything was fine. Thus, the hero gained a new power, the sword from the Philosopher's Stone. As time passes, the main characters are now 12 years old. While walking down the street, Enji noticed a hole in the rocks and assumed it was a cave, asking Alex about it. Alex decided that it probably was. Today, at the request of the residents, they traveled to the town of Zihors. Things had started to go missing in this town, and by a trail of magic they reached the right place, and it was a cave. Angela was worried and took the hero's hand. Alex smiled and turned to Enji. He offered to take one thing and held out a hair bow to her. He tried to put the magic power of the queen of those bugs into it, and if she dropped it on the ground or something, it would protect her from the effects of the magic. It was difficult, but he managed to make it. Angie accepted the gift and thanked the hero profusely, promising to cherish it. The hero then motioned for them to go ahead and asked them to hold on to it. Walking inside, Alex noticed that it was quite a bit more spacious than he had thought. Covering his nose with his hand, Angie noticed that there was a rather strange smell, as if at hot springs. The guy asked the girl to be quiet, for there was something up ahead. There was a basilisk and a minotaur in this cave that looked quite intimidating. Angie said they were very creepy and didn't know what to do. The hero wanted to put a bow on him once he went blind, and later the basilisk would use petrification magic on the minotaur. Angie agreed to the hero's plan. She was still worried about whether it would go well, but the hero had a sword and could defend himself with it. Not far from the monsters, the hero noticed some things that had disappeared, but he didn't understand what they were for. But first he had to stop the basilisk, otherwise it would immobilize the Angie. The main thing was not to look him in the eyes, and Alex struck the basilisk from behind. The minotaur looked around when he heard a noise and noticed some kid. The hero wanted to know why they stole crops and clothes from the humans. The minotaur wanted to lure the likes of Alexa here and thank for the basilisk. He said that since Alex had come all this way, he possesses every bone of his. Jumping up and swinging his axe at the hero, he promised to do the same to all the people of this town. But before he realized, his head was already severed and his body fell to the ground. Alex replied to him that if they were going to do something to the people, they might as well not even expect mercy. Still, the hero didn't understand why he had to lure and eat the humans here, since it was easier for a minotaur like him to just attack them. The hero thought something was wrong here and asked Angie to let him go. She was glad he was all right, but Alex said he wanted to look around a little more, which shocked the frightened girl. Suddenly the ground beneath Angie failed, but Alex managed to catch it and land softly on the ground. They had gone quite far, and the hero realized that they were in a dungeon that did not look natural. He decided to wait for a while and noticed that the wall here was warm. Angie exclaimed fearfully that there was something up ahead. Up ahead they saw unidentifiable creatures, and a certain voice said it was as if they were asking for it, which he thought was funny. A strange man in a cloak and hat came out to them. He noticed that there was a child in front of him, but he still had no intention of letting him go so easily. The man had blue skin and was clearly not human. The creature called time like a river, and each wave swallowed up the previous one. Angie was frightened and didn't understand what he was talking about. The boy thought about his words and assumed that by the previous wave he meant him. The creature asked what was the matter, suggesting that the hero didn't mean to kill him, but in that case his friends would just attack their city. Alex recognized this uncle as a pretty good actor and said he was just trying to buy time. Angie didn't know what he meant, and the guy said that in such cases they always say something trying to mislead. He was going to feed them slowly because they were in his stomach at the moment. The man gritted his teeth, realizing that the hero had figured him out. Angie exclaimed that they had to get out or they would be digested. But first they had to destroy everything here. Angie clearly didn't want to destroy everything here, but according to the hero, it was possible to just seal it up, but it would certainly be better to destroy everything from the root. Angie wasn't sure that was the way to do it. Alex and Angie needed to release all the power into the sword, and the hero asked Angie to be careful. The girl also took hold of the hilt of the sword and agreed with him. Alex asked the power of life and Philosopher's Stone to make this cave disappear, and all around shone with bright light. Suddenly everything around began to vaporize, much to Angie's surprise. After a while everything around did disappear. Looking around, Alex thought it was an ordinary cave, but it turned out that the whole mountain is one big monster. The hero decided to report this in the city, and Angie suggested that after all the business to go to the hot springs. The heroes arrived in the resort town of Zihors, where they entered a magic shop. A woman sat in front of them and asked them to lean their hands on a magic ball. The fates of the heroes were intertwined by a red thread in the shape of a heart. The woman smiled and said that they were two matched, and it was the first time she had seen something like this. Angie blushed and said it was very embarrassing, but she was glad that she and Alex had bonded. But the hero thought it was, because Angie was his wife. The girl suggested that Alex meet them with the girls, and the hero agreed with her. As they were walking down the street, two girls passed by them, to whom Angie paid attention. They were happy and seemed to be glowing. Apparently, this was one of the effects of the hot springs, and the boy thought it was amazing. On the day the heroes destroyed part of the mountain, Enji told Alex that it was wrong to leave the rest of the mountain. But the hero assured her that it would be okay for now. He took the girl's hands and asked her to hold on, then he soared above the ground. From above, they saw the mountains recover again. But Alex told Enji that it was a mirage, and he created a barrier that would temporarily represent that mountain. It was the embodiment of magic through weakness, and the hero picked up a sword. The girl didn't understand why the hero would pierce it with his sword, but the synergy between the Hurricane and the Philosopher's Stone increased the amount of magic used. So he decided to turn this lump of magic into a mountain. Angela was surprised when she noticed that it began to burn. Once upon a time there lived a wise man whose name was Keeper of the Mountains, and he could bring mountains to life, but he used magic only to create matter. The hero said that the lump of magic would fuse with the things around him, and after one night everything would be normal. Alex was able to use the great sage's magic, and everything went much faster thanks to the sword. He thought he would have to take a pebble from here as a souvenir for the Pican. The heroes turned around when they were called out by Elise, who was in the company of the other girls. Her Majesty said that they wanted to go to the hot springs because that would make them even more beautiful. Angela told the boy in her ear that they had heard rumors that magic had mixed with the spring water to form a spring with special effects, and it was amazing. Xiaomei thanked Alex for the invitation. Alex noticed that she looked fresh in those clothes, and the girl thanked him for the compliment. He asked her to enjoy the visit while she had the chance, and she happily agreed. Once inside the hot springs, the girls were delighted, for the place really did smell amazing. Eliza told Angie that there was no need to wrap themselves in a towel here, for they were in a magical hot spring and didn't need to worry, for the steam would cover everything. She waited impatiently for Angie to remove her towel, but the girl asked her little sister not to rush her. It was an incredibly pleasant sensation, and Angie noticed that Xiaomei's skin was already glistening. Xiaomei scooped water into her hands and said that the water felt very nice. She also told Mija that she was beautiful without the springs as well. Angie told the girls that Alex would later give them each a yukata, and Elisa thought that was what Angie was wearing. People have worn such clothes since ancient times when coming to the hot springs. The guy was upset because even though you can't see anything from behind the steam, they were still separated. Xiaomei looked questioningly at the hero and asked him what those glasses were. The hero became convinced that the girl knew all about judgment and reincarnation, and that the deeds of her past life determined the rank of her present one. Alex could see the rank of people when he put on these glasses. Xiaomei was surprised, and that seemed pretty cool to her. She assumed that now he could see her rank as well. Alex thought she would like to know her rank, and she was curious. The girl grinned and feared the result would upset her. Perhaps that was why she had rank A. After thinking about it, the hero smiled at her and remained silent. He was sure that she had a good future ahead of her, and he could guarantee her that. Xiaomei sincerely thanked him for his words, and thought that if Alexander herself said so, then it must be true. Xiaomei thought that the man who had once saved humanity from the Silver Plague was one of Alex-sama's reincarnation. But Alex replied to her that it was not true, because during that disease, the human race had shrunk by 10%. And a hero who prevented this calamity would clearly be a god. At last they saw in the window the magical Beetle Academy to which they had already arrived. In this academy, as the director Iten had told him, something was wrong. Beetle was studying summoning techniques, but they had stopped contacting each other a few days ago. And there was definitely something wrong here. This academy played an important role during the emergency, so they should have always been in touch. The principal was afraid that it was too serious, so he asked Alex to check it out, and Alex accepted his request. Arriving at the academy, the heroes noticed that no one was here and there were no signs of battles either. The heroes suggested Xiaomei to check elsewhere, and what they saw shocked them. Right in front of them stood two huge creatures that looked like monsters. Xiaomei noticed that they attacked the humans. Alex looked at them with his glasses, and when Xiaomei wanted to help the humans, the hero asked her to wait. After all, as it turned out, these monsters were also humans. Through the glasses, he could see rank S, and a soul of that rank obviously could not be reborn into a monster. There were many kinds of magic through which one could switch bodies, but they had to do something first. The hero drew his sword and struck the monsters, which turned back into humans and fell to the floor. Checking the man's pulse, Alex made sure he was breathing. Suddenly from the back, Xiaomei felt some dark energy. But before she could do anything, something grabbed her and pulled her. The girl screamed, and the hero turned around. It turned out to be the same big monster that had grabbed Xiaomei. The frightened girl tried to reach Alex-sama and was horrified to think that she had also been switched. The guy asked Xiaomei not to move. He cut the girl's body in two, whereupon the monster screamed. Xiaomei's soul was back in her body and Alex wanted to make sure she was okay. The girl couldn't understand how the guy realized it was her. But he certainly couldn't have confused Xiaomei with someone else. Tears came to the girl's eyes and she said that he was cool. She blushed and covered her face with her hands, but the hero couldn't understand what was wrong. The hero thought Xiaomei was not feeling well, but she was just surprised. She said that she was fine now and the guy asked her to walk always with him, because he thought she was working her magic on him. She assumed that Alex had already figured out the reason and the hero smiled. On top of that, he figured out their purpose and suggested they have a little chat. It had long been known to everyone that souls in this world were ranked by reincarnation judges. Ranks A to TS were humans. Rank ES were angel or god, and E were animals or monsters. A creature's strength and abilities were determined by rank, and Alex thought that surely the girl must have figured him out by now. A long time ago, a sorcerer invented a Herschel spell that could be used to swap the bodies of two objects. And that one used Herschel to swap the bodies of humans and monsters. Alex thought that at first he was just wondering if the soul would retain rank if the body was replaced. But then somehow those who were replaced were able to increase their original rank. Also, after about a month or so, they would lose their sense of self and become puppets of the one who applied the Herschel. This sorcerer was so fascinated by the power that he used the Herschel to create a mighty army. This is how he planned to conquer the world, and this is the disaster that killed up to 10% of the world's population. The girl thought of the magic that was being used now at the academy. Most likely it was the Herschel that they were using. There were people in this academy who were trying to revive the Silver Plague. All the students here could use magic, and many of them had high rank, so they were perfect for the army. And if they aren't rescued in time, the disciples will be in big trouble. Xiaomei thought that the guy had some ideas, and that was the case, as she suddenly felt someone's gaze on her from behind. It was a mysterious old man in a robe who was struck by the shackles. He was quite surprised to see the restraint magic on him, and the hero said that he had finally caught him. The old man couldn't understand how they had found out about everything, but Alex had sensed it earlier in the day. The hero made it so that when he tried to use magic, he would be immediately grabbed and resistance would be useless. Also, the hero realized that his grandfather was the ringleader, and the old man asked him not to think soapy thoughts about what he had won. The space that was around them began to distort. They plunged into a dark place where a certain voice praised Marcosius for leading the heroes into his shadowy world. Before them stood a creature that looked like a man and had wings like an angel at the back. The hero surmised that he was no longer human. The old man shouted that this was the essence of Herschel's perfect form, and he caught the angel and replaced it with the corpse of the disciple. In that case, he was that teacher, but they did not understand how such a thing was possible. The academy was the best place to experiment, and they had plenty of students. Also, when he was replaced with the help of Herschel, he became stronger. This creature surpassed even the angels, and the old man said that if the guy is not God, he can't defeat him. Indeed, the hero's glasses showed that he had the soul of an angel in him. But the hero did not realize how long ago it had been replaced and asked where his human soul was. Xiaomei looked at Alex and he assured her that everything would be fine, so she could not worry. The old man shouted to Marcosius that it was too late, and ordered that their blood be spilled here and now. The angel pierced the hero with a beam of magic and Alex's glasses flew off as he tried to block the blow. The old man shouted that they couldn't get out of here until one of them fell. Also, the old man thought that the angel was great for beating low-ranked opponents. He asked the heroes to be sure that they would not suffer, for everything would happen in the blink of an eye, and he would use this power to take over the country. Alex had never felt this kind of power before, and even Azel, or the goddess Astaroth, did not have it like this. But still, despite this, the hero swung his sword and created a magical wave that paralyzed the entire body of the angel. The old man could not believe his eyes, for his angel had fallen right in front of him, and the hero said that he was disappointed. After all, he thought that this guy was superior to the angel. The academy student fell to the floor unconscious, his entire body covered in burns. The old man had of course heard rumors about the Vice-Emperor, but he clearly didn't expect such a thing. The hero wondered when he had removed the limiter, but the old man himself didn't know it. He used his magic on the man and sucked the angel's power out of him, after which the apprentice became the same. Xiaomei was shocked and the hero said that he had cancelled the Herschel's effect. But it was unclear to them what this old man was going to do next. He took the little beast and asked the guide to take a look at it. After Herschel's magic, the body of the beetle and the angel changed places. Thus, the beast had angel wings and became a completely different person. As soon as the souls switched places, the angel's body fell to the ground and the beast attacked the hero. It became harder to fend off the blow, and the hero noticed that the attack became stronger than the one before. The old man decided to tell them in something and said that the Herschel's actions become stronger depending on the rank difference between the two bodies. So now the rank of the monster was 3S and it was a power equal to a god. The hero held back the monster's onslaught and then threw it back. The old man thought that this should surprise the hero. And in that case, the guy decided to use something. With his power, the hero managed to create his own adult body. Xiaomei exclaimed that it was an adult version of Alexander-sama, and the old man thought it was his homunculus. Smiling, the hero used Herschel magic. His small body fell to the ground and the adult guy pointed his blade at his opponent, saying that his rank was now 4S. The old man laughed and shrieked that man was not capable of such a thing. He wanted to take the hero's body and asked Marcosius to do so. Alex retaliated with a frontal attack and cleaved the magic with his sword. His blow was so powerful that it threw the beast backwards, which collided with the old man. Shaking himself off, the hero recognized that Herschel's magic was not bad for such a rank. After the battle was over, the angel finally came to his senses and stood up. The boy noticed that he was awake, and so the angel returned. The leader was defeated and their mission was accomplished. The angel did not understand what happened here and the hero pointed at the old man, saying that he was the one who was controlling him. But Alex had already broken the spell, so he was safe now. Angel could remember being controlled, but he didn't know the man. Kneeling down, the angel thanked the hero for his help and for saving him. He promised to do Alex a favor if he needed his help, but the hero was just glad the angel was okay. Alex suggested to Xiaomei to find the rest of the faculty and students. He had defeated the ringleader, so they should be fine now. When Xiaomei and the hero returned back, they saw the students and teachers waking up and discussing among themselves what had happened. They were all fine and apparently no one was injured. Alex was already able to send the switched monsters back to their former habitats, and that was the end of it. Here people noticed the Vice-Emperor and thanked His Highness. The hero was glad that they were alright. Alex was approached by an old man with a beard that thanked the guy for his help. It turned out to be the director of the Magic Academy, Beetle. He saw everything and therefore could not find the words to express his gratitude to the hero. But everyone was unharmed and all thanks to Alex. And yet the principal was still worried about something. There was an unconscious girl lying on the grass in front of them, which worried the director. She was lying there when they woke up, but no one knew anything about her. Taking a closer look, the hero realized that it was a person made of crystal, and he had never seen anything like this. It looked pretty creepy, but the hero didn't think she was a monster. Putting on his glasses, the guy assumed that she came with them from another dimension. He couldn't figure out what rank she was, and it also felt like she had several souls in her. But it was unclear what kind of souls they were. The guy looked at the Philosopher's Stone. Xiaomei wanted to ask the hero what was going on. Alex pointed his sword at the body and used release magic, and everything around shone with a blinding light. Many souls flew out of the body and thanked the hero for his help, and now they could go home. Xiaomei did not understand what was happening, and the hero explained to her that these were the souls that had been sacrificed during the Silver Plague. They were all trapped in a trap from which they could not escape. Hence the crystal appeared. The angel was glad to see them and welcomed the long-suffering souls. She offered to reason with them about their next life. They had had to endure this suffering for hundreds of years and so were to be rewarded. The angel smiled and said that most of them would receive rank A or B. She suggested that they enjoy their next life. The hero was surprised, not realizing what he had just seen. He didn't know what it was, but for those souls had reached their destinations safely. And yet it was somehow too much. Behind him he heard a heated discussion. Had they seen it? Everyone thought the judges had done the right thing, and it seemed the whole country had seen the judgment of the released souls. The Empress had heard of Lord Carlisle. Thanks to the hero, they had made the Empire and the whole world fear them, and he was now considered their patron. Alex bowed and thanked Her Majesty, recalling that incident. Eliza said she had seen him, and people thought she had. Everyone thought that having a child now would make his life more fulfilling. Hope made the country stronger, and Eliza thought that the hero had succeeded in strengthening it. Therefore, from now on, Eliza decided to give him the title of Father of the Nation. All those present in the throne room were shocked, for the birth of the Father of the Nation had taken place before their eyes. Alex thanked Her Majesty for her kindness. For some time after the incident, children were born with different talents. And the name of the Father of the Nation, Alexander Carlisle, was written in the history books. Now there must be a lot of good blokes in the world with the rank of 3 SS. Alex looked up at the night sky and noticed a brightly shining star. The general was finally able to find Alex and called out to his son-in-law. Alex asked the Hosen how things were going, and the general replied that things were going pretty interesting. The girls were right in anticipation, and it seemed like it was the first time they had seen pregnant girls. The boy was of course delighted, but he didn't understand why the general had brought pregnant girls here. Besides, they were still early term. But the general decided that since his son-in-law had created this opportunity for him, he didn't want to miss it. After the release of the souls, the world's birth rate increased, and the Hosen took advantage of it. Alex was looking forward to them being born as well as the Hosen. The general looked up and noticed that the sky was quite bright. He wondered what that bright star was. The hero hoped that it wasn't some kind of omen, and it wasn't falling. But it turned out to be just that, and a star was rushing towards them. The star was already close, and in a moment a girl appeared out of the bright light. She looked at the hero and exclaimed that she was glad to meet her father. The general and Alex were confused. They decided to find out everything, and following from her story, she was a soul reborn in a human body. It was so, and the angels told her that she was a 2ES rank. Also, she heard that she was the only one of 10 million souls that she had received such a rank. And the angels sent her to the only place she could go. She wanted to be human again, but to be reborn as a human with 2ES rank, one had to become someone's child. So she called Alexander Carlisle her father, and she was his child. The father and the general said she was lucky to be Alex's reincarnated child. The father was happy that he now had a granddaughter, and they congratulated Alex that he now had a child. But if he was the father, the girl wanted to know who would be her mum, running up to Mia and Angie. Alex could not answer, for it was a difficult question. He suggested that in that case they should go and talk about it in the room. The girl's soul wanted to know from him when he was going to have a child, but the hero replied that it obviously wouldn't be now. The girl did not understand why, because for nobles he had the most normal age for this. He had a fiancée, Angie, and had decided that her first child would be by her. But she was too young, so he had to wait another 10 years. The girl did not understand how she should be in such a case, and the guy suggested her to wait for 10 years. The girl puffed up her cheeks and felt deprived, for she had waited to be reborn for 100 years to hear such an answer. The hero realized that this child was one of the souls of the victims of the silver disaster. She must have been a good person in her past life since she had obtained rank 2ES. Rank 2ES could guarantee her a lavish life, and he could understand her impatience. But there was nothing to be done about it, and he said she would have to wait. The girl noticed the sheets on the table and that the letters looked different now. The population would grow and grow in the coming years, and everyone was well aware of that. But if it went on like this, they would simply run out of land, food, education, and other things. The girl was surprised that the hero was going to keep it all going. She wondered who he was, since he could do such a job at that age. But Alex thought the angels were telling stories about him. But as it turned out, the girl just wasn't listening to them. She flew in as soon as they told her she was his child. But all she knew was that he was a great guy, and the hero thanked her for that. As Alex wrote on the paper, she admired his beautiful handwriting. She wondered if she could improve her handwriting in her new life. Alex decided to ask if she really wanted to, but it really was terrible in her past life. The boy looked at his sword, thinking about improving his handwriting. He held out his hand to the girl and offered to try something, sitting her down at the table. Looking at her writing, the hero was surprised and said that she had a talent for writing, and progress was evident. The girl did not understand what this meant. The hero decided to give her a name that would be hers after rebirth. It was to mean wise and precious. Alex suggested that the girl come up with it, for it was a very important point. Barely thinking about it, The girl turned all red and flew away, but the hero didn't realize what had just happened. He tried to reach out to her and stop her. Stretching his arms, the boy thought that they would end there. He looked at the girl in the air that had sunk into melancholy and called out to her. Alex said he would make her a body. The girl didn't quite understand him. Alex couldn't conceive a child now, but he could just give her a new body. He pulled out a pouch and said that the calamity bag contained various materials needed in emergencies, and with magic he could combine them. Using the pouch, the hero created a copy of her. Approaching the body, the girl was surprised that it was her. Alex said that it was her homunculus, and if she wanted she could use this body for a while. He promised to be responsible for her until she was reborn. The girl blushed, and the hero thought he had said the wrong thing. He also wasn't sure if the girl would be able to do it, since she hadn't had a real body for a long time. She did decide to do it though, and the hero used her soul magic to transmigrate her soul. After moving into the body of a human, the girl looked at her hands, and could not believe that after 100 years she was standing on the ground. Her body trembled and her legs shook, and Alex thought she might be in pain. With happiness, the girl jumped up and down and screamed. Alex was shocked, not realizing where she got such strength from. She punched a hole in the ceiling and the hero couldn't understand what it was. The girl asked her father what it was now. Alex thought that when moving a soul of 2 rank into the body of a homunculus, the power became frantic. Also, she had probably lost control of her power over hundreds of years. So it wasn't even safe to move in this body. With those words, the girl unintentionally sneezed, and the floor of the building just vomited. Alex and the girl were shocked, because this force was unbelievable. The girl trembled with fear and apologized to the hero, calling him daddy. She wanted to run away, but the hero grabbed her hand and asked her to stop. She asked not to be held back, and the hero was pierced by her strength. But Alex still held her hand and asked her not to worry as she couldn't hurt him. He promised to find a way for her to control her power and be able to stay here. The girl calmed down and lowered her gaze and thanked him for his help. The general heard a great noise and was frightened, but it was exactly what he expected from his son-in-law's daughter. With tears in her eyes, she tried to express her regret for this, but the hero said it was all right and asked her not to worry. In that case, she wanted to help the hero, and Alex handed her a baggie. He asked to walk around the grounds of the mansion with it, and when she would pass by the destroyed part, the needed materials would be able to recover on their own. But she was still not used to her body, and Alex asked her to take her time. Taking the pouch, the satisfied girl agreed with him and left. The general decided to make sure that everything would be alright, because she might have broken something again. But even if she did, the hero could still fix everything and reassured the general. But it seemed to the general that there was nothing he could do about it, so he decided not to mind. Apparently, the girl had developed a sense of responsibility, and what had happened was not her fault. The general smiled and thought that she was just like her father. But the hero doubted that. The general laughed and said that it was unexpected for the hero to meet his child earlier than planned. Alex somehow thought that Enji hadn't thought about it yet. He still hoped that his daughter's life would be carefree and happy. Alex hoped she would be happy and always healthy. The hero's daughter was very curious, and after looking at the calamity, she decided to ask her mom who it was and why was the dragon here. Enji replied that she needed to practice her medical techniques on it. She needed to enhance her magic so that it was stronger than the calamity herself. The girl was in awe of how hardworking her mom was. Enji just wanted to be worthy of Alex. The girl threw herself on Enji with a hug and said that is what hard work is. The boy was humbled by her smile but decided to keep his cool. From behind the trees appeared Elise, who was quite interested. Alex didn't know she had arrived, and Elise replied that she had arrived recently. The girl asked her daddy who it was, and Elise didn't understand anything. The hero introduced her to Her Majesty the Empress. The Empress smiled and said that Elisa Fazis was at their service. The girl didn't know that her daddy was acquainted with the Empress, but she was just out of the country. Eliza smiled and said that she was not just acquainted with him, for Alex was the Vice-Emperor. The girl understood everything, and told of being reborn in his house. Eliza was surprised, and recalled the moment that everyone had caught. She assumed that Alex had got the best soul, but the hero thought she would be better suited to be the Empress's daughter. Eliza turned away and asked the hero not to talk about such things, for they were different things. In any case, it was nice to meet her, but she would like to know her name. The girl tried to remember, but she forgot her name. Alex thought she had her memory wiped, but it wasn't true and she had just forgotten it. But she was sure she would forget it anyway after rebirth, so she didn't think it was important. But she had said earlier that she couldn't take that much. The girl replied to the hero that she had already realized that she was wrong. Now she could wait because she was sure that she would be reborn. Eliza surmised that the hero had some way of finding out her name. Alex replied that it would be possible to look into her soul, and in this way he could awaken her memories. It seemed to the girl that this was some roundabout way, but Alex could easily do it now. In that case, the girl ran up to him and almost bare her breasts, asking him to look into her soul. Alex didn't understand why she would undress for that. Using magic, he asked to see her soul. He saw her memories, where the mysterious man apologized, and said it was the only way to stop Herschel and she would be doomed to eternal torment. The girl asked not to worry, saying she was patient and could wait. Alex didn't realize what was happening and heard his name being called. It was the girls who were worried about him, for he had fallen to the ground. The hero replied that everything was fine and he was just surprised. He managed to find out her name, and her name was Sans Sacrifice. That was her name, and that was the name of the saint who saved the world from the silver disaster. Everyone was shocked at this information. The next day the hero visited the village of Sarasa. The resident decided to make sure that Alex really wanted to give him the land. Alex said that it was their land now, and if they planted beans on it, they would define its boundary and no one would take them away from it. The man was delighted and thanked the hero profusely. The girl wondered if her father was like that with everyone, and Enji agreed with her. But today he did a perfectly ordinary thing for him. Enji smiled and said that Alex could have been even cooler. The girl was eager to see it, and Enji had something to tell her. She didn't think it mattered that she wasn't a child now. Enji saw her having fun and asked her to bear with her a little longer. She was worried about her, but the girl thanked her. She didn't want to seem rude. At some point the ground beneath them began to crumble and sand forgot her power. The girl thought she would be alright, for her body was artificial and she could endure the pain. But Alex arrived in time and saved her, asking if she was okay. He asked to just call him if she was in danger instead of putting up with it. Going down to the cliff, Enji was worried that she was hurt, but the girl replied that she was fine. She approached Enji and quietly asked her mother to take her time, but Enji didn't quite understand her. Alex didn't understand what was the matter, and the girl said that she would like to live like this for a little while longer, so Enji could take her time. Enji took her daughter's hand and told her that everything would be as she said it would be. Alex's daughter loved him. Impatiently the girl ran into the room to Alexa, hoping that it would not be long before she would know her name. The hero replied to her that while he was studying the various spells he had found one simple form, so the sooner they used it the better. Only for this spell the hero needed the girl's blood, and hoped she wouldn't mind. All thanks to her DNA, her true name would be revealed and the girl realized what it was for. She didn't know if this would be possible with her body, because Alex had previously created it with magic. But Alex answered her that it was alright, and her body was completely created through sun magic. And besides, she looked the same as she did in her previous life. The sun magic had preserved her original appearance thanks to the DNA it counted in her blood, so there was no need to worry about that. The girl smiled and agreed. In that case, she was ready, but the hero asked her to wait a bit. He had something to warn her about, namely her real name. It was a name that was engraved on her soul. Once she recognized it, she would become more submissive and calm. Since it was the name that played a big part in shaping her character, and it was a real blessing. The hero was sure that after acquiring her true name, she would become a truly happy person and her life would be better. The girl was excited, and said that in that case she would become more obedient. Alex didn't understand why she blushed so much. But she didn't have to, so she shouldn't try to please him and just be herself. The girl clenched her fists and repeated 3 times that she didn't agree with it. She would never go against her daddy. Alex thanked her and then held out the parchment. The girl used magic and Alex wondered if she could feel anything. The girl glowed with joy and the hero asked her to remember it and not to say her real name in public or in front of other people. After hugging the hero, the girl thanked her father for his help. She promised that she would never tell anyone her real name. Before she could finish speaking, Alex covered her mouth with his hand and she simply said she was happy. The hero hoped she would be okay. A few days later, The hero was thinking about the fact that he should have written and published the report in time, before Astaroth returned. Suddenly Alex saw an angel in front of him that told him that it had been quite some time, calling Alex a Virtue 3 rank, Alexander Carlyle. He replied that he had much more to do and turned to the angel with a question. They hadn't seen each other in a while and Alex wanted to know how she was doing. But the angel didn't have that much free time, for Alex himself knew they were keeping a close eye on them. Angel came here about what happened the other day. Angels and humans have always interacted with each other and helped in every way possible in Rebirth, giving the right directions and guidance. But only a god could recognize the true name, as angels are unable to reveal the soul of a reborn person. The hero was surprised when he heard this. But he used this magic, and the angel said that he was accumulating virtue energy every day, thus increasing his rank. And in his body was an energy like the power of a god. But this power was destructive to an ordinary man, and if nothing was done about it, eventually the god might notice it and deprive him of his gift. The hero did not know what would happen to him in that case, and the angel replied that he had only one way. She asked if the hero was guarded by any deity. After thinking about the deity, the hero became nervous for some reason. Angel replied that he had too much divine energy in his body, so it was a bit problematic. If he had a deity, she could tell that it was his power that he was using, and thus hiding his true abilities from the god and transferring them to the deity. It became clear to Alex, and the angel continued. If he exchanged names with the deity, the problem would disappear by itself. The hero thought that it would be easier to erase the memory, so as not to create unnecessary problems. But the angel could not do that, because he did good things and needed people. It is possible that for all his good deeds as a virtue, God would be merciful and forgive the hero for his misdeeds. But there was a much better chance with the deity, and Alex understood the angel. He decided to try to deal with the problem, and the angel puffed up her cheeks. She had no choice but to help the hero. Alex didn't quite understand what she meant. In that case, the angel told Alexander Carlyle that she was giving him a divine gift. She also asked him to remember that God could visit him at any time, and that was the end of it. The boy looked at his hands, but he felt no change. But the angel replied that he would now remain at the age he was now. In other words, she made him immortal. And he could also use the power of a god, but of course not immediately. Gradually it would become possible, and the hero wondered how great it was. It was a high rank, as it was almost close to the power of a god. And of course, the hero probably thought that it was only a waste of time, but this way, he would be able to protect himself. The angel apologized, for she could not linger any longer, and there was work waiting for her. Alex wanted to talk to the angel some more, but suddenly a girl ran in and told Alex that the harvest of Astaroth had already started and they should hurry up. The boy thanked her and told her that he was on his way to them. The hero decided that he would ask the angel later, and the angel said that it was really interesting and they should have flown in soon. Apparently Lord Astaroth belonged to the clan of lords and the angel couldn't believe she had forgotten that. Astaroth was surprised to learn that the hero had a divine gift. But she asked not to worry about it, for she also carried divine power. The angel said that she had to fly urgently or she would not make it in time. The hero turned around at the angel, not understanding what was even going on. The girl thought that at first it would be a little difficult for him to readjust from rank 3 and master the divine power granted from the angel. Alex replied that he didn't really feel any changes, only now he apparently became immortal. And everything else he could do without this gift. So finally the hero had divine power. The girl thought that only the highest deities could control such power and be immortal, so the hero still had to be extremely careful. The villager was very happy to see Mr. Alex and asked to follow him. The villagers wanted to greet him. While they were talking, there was a female mysterious figure lurking behind the trees that was eavesdropping on them. The girl was keeping a suspicious surveillance on the hero. Having carefully examined him closely, she realized what Alex was, and it was not clear what she wanted from him. Alex turned back sharply, and Angie thought something was wrong. It just seemed to the hero that a magical spark flashed. The villager told them that they were having a feast tonight in honor of Alex's arrival, which meant they would have a celebration. So if they needed anything in the way of things or food, they could feel free to take whatever they needed. Dusk was a village located in the north. It was famous for its prolific harvest, as it used the magic of greenhouses and the protection of Astaroth. This year the harvest was even bigger, so the villagers called the hero. Alex thanked them, but asked them not to worry about it. The headman asked to follow him and wanted to escort them to a room. Alex asked Angie not to worry and go for some food, but she thought the hero also wanted a snack. He could do without food for over a week since his body took energy from divine magic, so she could not worry about him. In that case, he might not have eaten for a week or even more, and Angie understood. Just as the divine angel had said back then, after the divine power, his body began to feel significant changes. But he never had time to fully familiarize himself with the new energy because there was no suitable time and place. It was deep night, but the hero still could not sleep and looked at the ceiling. When he looked back at Angie, he noticed that she was already asleep. Angie was sleeping soundly, and the hero even envied her, because he also wanted to sleep so soundly. He still had some work to do, but he decided to leave it for tomorrow. As he closed his eyes, he felt the magic of someone else, and instantly grabbed the sword that stood by his bed. As he repelled the attack, he noticed a mysterious girl in front of him. He wished he knew who she was, but the girl remained silent. Angie also jumped up from the bed and woke up to the noise. She did not understand what was going on, and the hero decided that this girl is a hired gun. The girl said that Carlisle must die, and the guy noticed that it is still a child. He wanted to find out who hired her, while fending off her attacks. The master had told her that if he wasn't destroyed, their crops would rot and their food would disappear, so she wanted him to surrender, because she was going to destroy him right now. Alex assumed she had nothing else to do and asked Angie to stand by him. The girl removed a strand of hair from her other eye, which was different from her left eye, and told Alex that his end had come. Alex could not believe his eyes, for it was the magic of the Philosopher's Stone. Leaning on him, the girl shouted that this time he would definitely be destroyed. The heroes clashed swords in a frontal attack, and the girl didn't understand why her magic wasn't working. The hero said that his magic simply neutralized the energy in her eye and de-energized it. It was elementally simple since he had inhuman strength hidden in his body. Realizing that she could not succeed, she wanted to escape, but the hero blocked her way by grabbing her arm. The girl demanded to let her go, but Alex said that the magic in her eye was weakening by the minute, so she would soon lose all her energy. He demanded that she stop it immediately, for she had misplaced her priorities. The girl let go of the sword, which fell to the ground. She didn't understand what the master had made her do that for. She couldn't think about the fact that he might have been wrong, and she didn't understand anything. After all, she was born to do this, and this was her only purpose. The girl didn't know what she should do next now that all her magic was gone. It seemed to the boy that what she was saying he had already heard in his past life. He could understand that this was her purpose, but this magic was extremely powerful, and if she continued to use it, she would eventually just die. But she didn't care much about it. After all, she was ordered by the master. Alex was about to ask about her master, when suddenly the girl jumped out the window, shattering the glass with herself. Angie noticed that she had escaped, watching from the window as the mysterious girl disappeared. But she hadn't done her duty, so Alex knew she would still be back. He could feel her power, and hoped she would make the right choice. As long as he was her target, the hero didn't think she would use it on anyone else. He needed to do something about it. The next day, the girl came to the hero's house by herself and climbed into the room through the window. Alex greeted her, for he had been waiting for her, and asked her to pass. Earlier she had thought that the girl was with him, but now she was not. Besides, the guy looked like an aristocrat, so in her opinion he was greedy and lustful. She considered that he might have done something to that girl, but the hero replied that it was a stereotype. He was sure that those words were also said to her by her master, and the girl lowered her head. She replied that the master had told her to be careful and not to believe his words, also believing that he was holding this girl against her will. But the hero did not think that Angie was near him against her will. By all appearances she was happy, and at least a smile always blossomed on her face. Alex approached the girl and offered her a smile as well, figuring that a smile would work for her as well. She should have just tried it. Pulling her cheeks, he said it was different. He would really like to hear her laugh as well. Alex was sure that he was very handsome. He let her go and the girl herself smiled slightly at him. Alex thought she was really cute and the girl was embarrassed. She turned round and said she had to go now and the hero suggested she come again. The girl decided to question what he had just said. This time he advised her to be careful with her eye. Though he had neutralized it, it could still harm her. Likewise, Alex advised her to remember to smile. He was sure that then her inner energy would be much stronger than from magic. The first smile blossomed on the girl's face, and as she left, she thanked Alex and then disappeared from sight. The villagers heartily thanked Mr. Alex and Angie for their help, and Alex replied that they would see each other in a year's time, waving goodbye to the villagers. It was glorious that all had gone well, but it was time to go home. Angie asked Alex if he was sure that this baby could have just been left here. The hero asked her not to worry, because he had already learnt the location of that wizard. He had cast a spell on that child and could now track her location. Angie decided that she was worrying about it for nothing. The hero put his arm around the girl and asked her to hold on tight, for they were returning home, whereupon they turned into a flash of light. Closer to nightfall, the mysterious child was able to reach the Carlisle Manor and looked at the windows. She snuck to Alex's house through the window as usual, and the hero noticed that she did come. But according to her, she had no other choice. Alex decided to find out her name. The girl introduced herself as Dorothy, and the hero assumed that was the name the master had given her. For as long as she could remember, she had always been called that, and Alex found her name rather cute. Dorothy apologized and grabbed her head. She had to go back or her master would get angry, and the guy frowned. He noticed the stone in the girl's hands and said that this stone was the same color as Dorothy's eyes. Dorothy replied that this stone was given to him by the master so that she could kill the hero. She had to obey the master. Suddenly the stone hung in the air above her hand, and Dorothy's body transformed into a large werewolf. This meant that the stones served to transform the body. It was all right, for the Philosopher's Stone also had such abilities and it was incredible. Suddenly, the werewolf fiercely attacked the hero, extending its clawed huge paw towards him. The hero ducked and grabbed the sword in his hands. He realized that he had to break the spell on Dorothy as soon as possible, or it would kill her. These stones were turning people into monsters and he had to hurry to save her. The hero didn't understand why her master had turned her into a beast. Remembering the girl's smile, the hero decided that there was still a way out and death was not the only salvation. He tried to put her into a state of asphyxiation, after which he would resettle her soul and prevent her from dying. She clearly deserved a new life, and the hero asked Dorothy to give him a chance to make things right. He used the power of his sword to affect the outer shell, and decided that they could make it work. After splitting her body, the hero transferred her soul into a new body, and Dorothy opened her eyes. Alex asked if she was all right. She immediately thought that the guy had seduced her, because she was completely naked, but the hero said that it is certainly not so. Apparently the matter was bad, and Dorothy did not return to the master in time. This certainly seemed like conjecture to the hero, but it seemed to him that her master was using her for selfish purposes, so that she would kill him at the cost of her life. She knew this, for it was obvious, and felt it was her duty to finish what she had started. But the hero told her that it was wrong. Eventually she would just die before she could enjoy life. So there was no way the hero could allow her to put herself in danger. He put his hand on her shoulder, but Dorothy didn't understand why he was so worried about her. But otherwise he wouldn't be able to see her smile again, and he really wanted her to be happy. So the hero was willing to do anything to make her smile as often as possible. But on the condition that Dorothy would also help him in this and make an effort. He would like to hear the girl's opinion. She blushed and thought about the fact that her heart had finally slowly started to thaw at last. It didn't sound bad to her. The guy decided to pay a visit to Master Dorothy, and the master understood him, saying that the girl had been working hard all this time, so she could be free. The hero was glad to hear this. The master was willing to do anything to get Alex to leave him alone. The hero said that he didn't have to worry about that, because he was personally willing to take care of it. Suddenly the environment around the master changed, and the angel told him that they were in the afterlife. The master didn't understand what she did, but the angel only asked Mr. Cursifed to look at her carefully and listen to whatever she told him. The master was confused and was still trying to understand what was going on here. Angel was surprised when she noticed the man had a rank E. Apparently he really was a terrible person. The master remembered the rank E, and grimly surmised that he might have been on a death trial. The angel said that because of his deeds in this life, he would be reborn as a pig or cow in the next. It sounded very appetizing. The master asked her to shut up and stop all this. After all, he wasn't going to die. In parting, the angel asked him to live his next life right. The master asked her to stop, and the angel replied to Alex that she had finished her work. Alex thanked her, for without her help he would not have been able to manage and redirect his soul. He apologized for asking her to come here so suddenly. Angel saw no harm in it, and said that the hero could ask her for help at any time of the day or night. Alex showed Dorothy a paper, and said that this document was signed by her master, but from this second it ceases to be valid, and now she was free. Dorothy thought about the fact that in all likelihood she had really lost to the man who summons an angel with a touch of his chin. The guy didn't know what she meant, for he didn't touch his chin. A little later, Alex woke up in his bed and Angie wished him good morning. Someone called out to Carlisle. Turning round, the hero saw Dorothy. He asked her how she had slept in her new place, and suggested that she might not have slept in the room he had given her. Dorothy replied that she had slept well in the attic, a response that surprised Alex. Dorothy said that it was dark, dusty, and not much room. She was used to living in such a room, and it was clear to the hero. He wondered how much longer she would resist and refuse to accept the obvious. The hero thought she would be only too happy to be free of the master, but apparently it had become more difficult than he had thought. Perhaps she was simply afraid of the uncertainty of the future. Although she had been used as a mercenary in the past, the hero decided to perform a magic inspection. That way he could see the current rank and determine the level of her magic. He told the girl that he planned to train Angie a bit today and test her magical abilities, and if she wanted, she could join them. Dorothy wanted to, of course, but she couldn't do it, for she wasn't allowed to go out in the light. She would have loved to practice with them, but the master forbade her to come out during the daylight hours. The hero thought about her words. Because she had been following his order for a long time, it would be difficult to suddenly change her life like this and leave that rule behind. The hero had an idea and asked her to wait for a while, promising to return soon. He brought her a sword and told her that it was made from the scales and claws of the disaster monster. Also, Alex added from him some of its blood to strengthen the magic. The girl took the sword in her hands and said it was very beautiful. She asked permission to take it, and the hero of course agreed. He himself thought it was perfect for her. He offered to try it out. Dorothy tried cutting the hero's shadow, and she succeeded. The guy smiled and said that the shadow was a totem space, so he thought she could practice here. It was all thanks to the Philosopher's Stone, and the hero invited Dorothy to go inside, whereupon she found herself in an unlimited light space. He asked Dorothy what she thought of his idea, for it was possible to train without leaving the shadowy space. There was no daylight, and Dorothy said it was a good idea. In that case, the hero suggested that she go outside, for everyone was already waiting for them. Angie was practicing her magic on Alex, and the hero noticed that her magic was not yet strong. But with each passing day, he saw her grow, except that her magic was unrecoverable. The hero felt that it would take a lot of effort to find out what the reason was and why her color was so dark. Suddenly from nowhere came a Dorothy that emerged from the shadows as if from under the ground. Angie didn't understand why she came out of the ground, but the Dorothy seemed warm and cozy. Angie questioned whether it was, and Dorothy suggested she see for herself. And then an idea popped into Alex's head. He needed to find out if there was any Herschel left in her body, and that way he could definitely understand the problem. Angie didn't understand anything, and Alex said that Herschel is exchange magic. It was a combination of magic and a ghostly illusion that was part of the shadow. It was the one that could change the properties of the magic and command the shadow. So perhaps the magic is unstable just because of this. Dorothy thought that it could be just like that, but if it really turned out to be Herschel, there was a chance of losing magic forever. Angie took her hands and told her that it wouldn't happen, because Alex was very strong, so he wouldn't have any trouble finding the cause and wouldn't even use repair magic. So she asked her not to worry. Dorothy looked at the hero, and the guy also asked her not to worry. Her magic was already strong enough, so the chances of her losing her magic properties were minimal. The hero smiled and asked her not to worry and to trust him. Thus the heart of Dorothy found light again. She thought that hydropower, at times, was possible not only in the shade, but also in the sunshine. Calamity asked the hero if he was ready to fight him, and the lad replied that he was ready. In front of the hero was his shadow, in which was a Dorothy. He asked to take it to her, after which he threw a stone in her hands. The stone immediately scattered and its power grew stronger. The hero had one idea. He thought of strengthening and then loosening and attacking. All these magical properties swapped. So the hero tried to use the power of Dorothy's eye, and the girl replied that the power was imprisoned in the eye. That is where the Herschel was hiding. Her power was in the pupil, so she could control the power of the shadow. That is to say, she could use the power like Alex. That was theoretically true, but she had very little magic power at all, so she should have made more effort to level up her magic balance. It was amazing, and Dorothy understood it all. Dorothy asked if it would really help her, and the hero said that with this power she could learn a lot. The boy thanked Dorothy and the girl smiled. Suddenly they felt someone's presence, and thought it was Angel's. The angel wondered why the hero had called her at such a late hour. He would have wanted the angel to take a look at Dorothy's soul, but the angel knew he could have done it himself. That was true, but he wanted her to be the one to do it, as he was afraid her mind would change and he would just miss it and not be able to help her. Angel didn't quite understand what he meant. The hero felt that by his mistake he might have undermined her trust. Angel reminded him that it was still a big risk. She used to do this sort of thing a lot when she visited and had fun here with her friends. They liked to swim in the lake and catch people looking into their souls. They often stole their clothes, so the angels and their friends would catch them and use magic, thus teaching the obnoxious thieves a lesson. Angel smiled, remembering how much fun it had been, but she had stopped doing that sort of thing. It was risky and dangerous. Angel picked up the knife in her hands, and decided that she needed to cut the hero's shadow with it. She apologized and began to cut the shadow, then entered his space. She found it amazing how much space there was. Angel saw Dorothy in front of her and apologized for coming here without asking, reaching out to touch her face. With the angel's help, the hero saw that Dorothy was born with a rank E. Kersey had picked her up as a child and raised her as a mercenary, plus she could erase her memory. The angel confirmed this, and told the hero that Dorothy was erasing all negative memories and purifying herself. This was called purification. Angel advised Dorothy to balance with the shadow and find the right magic that Alex was using. Then she would be able to control herself and reach a new rank. She had a good soul, so there was no negative energy in her, and Dorothy would just purify herself. It was very unexpected. It made sense to Alex, and he thought that Dorothy's magic could not only heal but also save people. So she could do something in the future, but the angel interrupted the hero and asked him to wait. She told him that to cleanse the soul and to save are totally two different things. She was not to break the law created by the Creator God. These actions were immeasurable and totally different. They couldn't see her magic in action now, and perhaps that was for the best. Angel hoped that nothing would happen in the future. Alex understood everything, and in that case, the angel's work was over. The angel tried to open the doors in space, but she for some reason could not do it. The hero didn't understand what happened, and the angel said she couldn't get out. She used to be able to pass through this door with ease, and it was very strange that she couldn't do it now. She certainly didn't want to blame anyone for this, but it seemed to her that it was after their meeting that everything happened. But it just couldn't be. Alex unlocked the doors with his magic and suggested that the angel try to pass through here. He thought it would work this time. Angel noticed that apparently the hero's rank was higher and was surprised by it. It was because when she created the last door, her rank was lower and weaker, so she couldn't go through it. And now, the rank had become higher, so she didn't have to worry about it anymore. She didn't understand why the hero did that, but she herself had always been very helpful to them, both now and in their past encounter. Angel herself has always said that helping is a good and great thing. She didn't think it applied to angels, but she was very glad. Angel sobbed, happy that now her rank had increased and she would no longer spend the rest of her life walking around as an average angel. In the end, Alex fulfilled his promise and helped Angel. It was the day of Amelia's test, and from the whole story, the girl realized that she should have gone into the shadows. The hero agreed with her and said that this way they could test her abilities and make sure of her strength. The hero needed to explain how Amelia was able to control her abilities. In other words, it seemed to him that this phenomenon only applied to people who were used by Herschel. Therefore, there was a possibility that Amelia could have borrowed the ability. This knife was able to cut the shadow without any special magic, and it was hard to believe that it was possible. In the shadow, anyone could borrow each other's abilities, but only the Shadow Lord could control that shadow, thus controlling the others present. That was their power. The hero was the only one who was not affected by this magic, as he blocked any abilities and redirected them to those who wanted to use this magic against him. Amelia was surprised and she thought it was amazing. But she didn't think she could help as her abilities were very weak, unlike Alex, but the hero thought otherwise. The maid's job was not only based on primitive knowledge. She also used magic to polish furniture, or she could make delicious tea, so her powers would be very useful to them. Her experience and knowledge would be very much needed, so the hero decided that she would go with them and they would be grateful to her. Amelia's tears of joy flowed. She bowed to Alex and asked him to use her as and when he wanted. The hero asked her not to twist her words, for he merely wanted to borrow her powers, not use them. The maid looked at the shadow and Alex decided to ask if she was okay. Suddenly, the sand pounced on him that she was glad to meet Daddy. She reminded him that he had promised to take her and Mom into town. She saw Amelia that she was half already in Alex's shadow and asked what she was doing. The hero replied that Amelia was helping him with something, and the girl noticed that this shadow belonged to him. She also wanted to help her daddy and jumped into the shadow before the hero could stop her. San ended up together with Amelia in his shadow. San was a soul who became his daughter after being reborn. It was said that in a past life she was a saint who saved more than one lost life. He was unaware of the details of San's power. The hero wondered if she could help Amelia, and if Amelia would mind her company. In that case, Alex offered to try to do so. Alex wondered what skills Amelia could learn. The guy was pleasantly surprised when it did work, however it was just as he expected. He could feel her feeding off the energy, and surmised that the power of the sand was indeed holy. Alex told Amelia that she could already go out. As she came out of the shadows, the guy thanked her for her help, saying that her powers were really effective. Amelia was as if depressed about something and was in prostration until the hero called out to her. He noticed that something was wrong, but Amelia replied that everything was fine. It was just very warm inside his shadow, and she felt just fine. The hero remembered that Dorothy had said the same thing, except she had a completely different reaction. Then San came out and told Daddy that it was very hot in his shadow, but it felt so good because her heart was jumping out of her chest. The hero thought that it wasn't critical, at least they were unharmed. They could use recovery magic if they wanted, but San didn't know how to use it, and Alex told them to wait a minute. He used recovery magic on them and the girls glowed. He asked how they were feeling and Amelia remarked that it was quite refreshing. The hero used the power of San. It was the healing ability and energy that helped with recovery. It was the kind of power that was called holy. San was thrilled that she could wield such power, and Amelia thought it was very cool. Amelia was also surprised that the girl didn't know about it, but she just thought that she could heal people with her smile without implying that it was any kind of power. But now San could know the properties of her magic. In the maid's room, there was a heated discussion going on. The maids thought it was true, and that Amelia was with Alex. Amelia told the girls that in his shadow she was very pleasant and warm and had never felt so good. She blushed like a tomato and confessed that apparently she had fallen in love. The maid wanted to know what about them, and Amelia couldn't think they really wanted to ask that. The maid's eyes shone and they also wanted to visit Mr. Alex Sam. Alex was quite surprised to hear this request. He realized that they were talking about his shadow, and the maids began to beg him. He thought this was strange, although Amelia had changed noticeably since that day. She smiled more often and blushed every time she saw him. Alex seemed to understand and decided that such a practice was definitely not harmful. But there had to be a reason why they were all acting this way. Eventually he agreed and the girls jumped for joy. From that day on, the maids began to take turns visiting Alex's shadow, feeding off his energy and becoming overexcited. There were even rumors that the maids of the house became more energetic in tidying up the rooms, settling for cleaning. And all thanks to the power of the heat of Alex's shadow. Suddenly the hero was visited by Lord Miller, and asked how they were doing. Alex was surprised to see the Lord and asked for what reason he was here. The Miller had a few questions, but before he did he thanked the maid for escorting her here and let her go. The Lord sat down on the sofa and thought that this girl Maid was really nice. The hero assumed that the Lord had already met Amelia. The Lord just wanted to make sure the rumors were true, but the hero didn't know what he meant. Many people had already said that the maids of the House of Carlisle had been very amorous lately, especially towards the master. The Lord thought that it wasn't just the hero's appearance, but also his attitude towards people. Alex thought that it really was. But he thought that he had done nothing special, and that it was the merit and power of Amelia, no more. The Lord agreed that the maid who had met him today was really not a bad girl. Miller praised the tea and said that it was simply splendid, and that his dear friend was too modest to admit the obvious. Alex didn't understand why the Lord thought so, for he believed that humility was not a virtue itself. The Lord thought it pointless not to recognize his abilities. The lad decided that if you think about it that way, he was right about something, even though he was being a bit hypocritical. The Lord decided not to beat around the bush in that case, and would like to ask to borrow a couple of maids for a while. But the hero thought that the Lord had his own maids in the mansion, and that was indeed the case. But he saw nothing wrong with taking a couple more for himself. In part, the hero thought the Lord was right, but he wasn't sure if it was okay. The Lord saw nothing wrong with it, and suggested that the lad think about his request. The hero thought that neither of them would want to leave Rose Manor. Lord needed to head back and waved goodbye to the hero, saying they would see each other again. Since the hero discovered his shadow, the maids of the house have indeed become much happier than they were before. Perhaps his theory with Dorothy really existed, and if so, the power should be increasing day by day, so he didn't know the limit of this magic yet. If the rank of the hero's soul increased, then perhaps the energy would also become stronger. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that the maid's magic might improve. The hero hoped that their lives would change for the better. Then his thoughts were interrupted by an angel and told him he was right. The hero did not recognize the angel, but the girl replied that they knew each other. He did not recognize her after her rank had increased and her appearance had also changed considerably. The hero understood her, and she came to him to tell him something. The angel narrated that the balancing of the world was coming. The angel asked the hero if he noticed any pressure or strange pulse in his energy. There were so many high-ranking souls with strong energy in this mansion. The hero didn't believe that nothing could be done about it, and the angel replied that when the energy got too high, the world tried every possible way to balance itself. That is, to destroy the people who might have been the consequence of the various wars. The hero decided to ask about gods and angels, because there were also many of them, but heaven was a completely different place. Therefore, in human terms, they were simply isolated from their world. And if this was not done, the earth could be in great danger, so it was obligatory to destroy some number of people. The hero thought about the fact that there seemed to be enough trouble. He decided that it could have been the sudden surge of the maids and their energy. It could have caused such an imbalance in the world. While Alex was thinking about it, Dorothy came out of his shadow and asked him to provide it to her. But there was no way the hero could leave it to her. The hero suggested that the Philosopher's Stone might help them, and remembered the Lord's offer to give him a pair of maids. Last time he had asked to make them want it. Alex reminded the angel that heaven had a barrier that protected their world, and so they could create a similar barrier for the world. The angel didn't believe his words, and the hero said that he was reborn with a memory from a past life, so he must have retained the knowledge of creating this barrier and could try. Alex asked the angel to look at it, and held out her hand. He showed her Kairikane, one of the strongest metals. It was the sword that Pecan had made for him, so he could use it to create a barrier. He needed to stand up so that he could cover the entire area of the mansion. When everything was ready, the hero decided to start creating the barrier and took a knee to the ground. Alex used magic to create the barrier, and the Kairikane crystal began to shine with a bright light. The hero realized that he would need several times more energy to do this than he had used to create the sword. His magic power kept increasing until the entire mansion glowed with a bright dome. Angel thought it was amazing and noticed that the air here became the same as in heaven. The hero fell to the ground and said that if his body had not been endowed with divine power, he would definitely have already failed and perished. His energy was at zero, but now the entire mansion was safe. This was true magic, and yet the angel thought it was not quite right. Eliza also decided to pay the hero a visit and was served tea. Eliza thanked him for the tea and tasted it, saying it was delicious. It had been a long time since they had stayed and talked like this, and Alex agreed with her. By the way, Elise complimented Mia, saying she looked very good. Mia thanked her and replied that Alex and the Empress had directly showered her with compliments. The maids bowed and apologized, saying they would bow out. Guy thanked them for their help and they left. The hero turned to Elise and said that he had invited her because of the maids' business, namely their behavior. By the way, Amelia had seen Elisa before the events related to shadow and energy. Eliza asked if it was true, for she remembered nothing about it. Though anything was possible, and the hero doubted she could remember those events. Eliza, being the leader of this country, could hardly remember a girl like Amelia. Eliza thought the same. Although when she was around Alex, her memory was a little dulled. The hero didn't understand why it was so. The girl blushed and took a sip of tea, shirking her answer and saying it didn't matter. And speaking of today, she would be interested to hear what reason he had for calling them out today. The hero wondered. The reason was that he didn't even know why he had called them. But in truth, it was probably because of his shadow, namely the rank increase at the expense of the shadow. Elise found that hard to believe, and Mia exclaimed that it was cool. Dorothy asked an unexpected question of Elise, believing her to be the hero's mistress. The hero smiled and said she wasn't, calling her a very dear person to him. That is why he called her here. The guy apologized for interrupting them and wished that Dorothy could talk about the shadow in more detail. Dorothy agreed, but they could see it for themselves. Eliza knelt in front of the hero's shadow as soon as it appeared. Thanks to that dagger, the maids could enter his shadow every day. Eliza repeated her question, and the hero replied that they could get there every day. Eliza wondered about those girls who were maids. The girl clenched her fists and dared to ask the hero if she too could enter his shadow. Immediately, she was supported by Mia, who wanted to do it too. The hero didn't mind if they wanted it so badly. Eliza took the blade and clarified that the shadow was to be cut with this blade. The hero confirmed and asked them to be careful. At some point, the girls fell through the shadow and found themselves in a completely different place. They were surprised at how spacious it was here. They thought that since it was a shadow, it should have been dark and gloomy, but there was a lot of light. Eliza felt a pleasant warmth, as if it were Alex's embrace. The girls felt very strange and didn't understand what was going on. Somehow they felt very good. They blushed at how good it felt in Alexa. Eliza never thought she would ever experience such pleasure, and her body trembled. For some reason she became jealous of Alex with the maids who also experienced similar feelings. She was jealous and the guy didn't understand at all what was going on here and why they were shaking so much. After a while the girls climbed out. Eliza silently walked past the hero and sat across from him on the couch. The hero looked at her questioningly, waiting for an explanation. Eliza did not know what to say, for it was quite unexpected for her. The hero was worried whether she was all right, and came so close that she blushed. Eliza got nervous and said she was fine. She still couldn't believe that the maids of this estate had been in his shadow, but she was. And so their quality of work improved, but it wasn't just about the rank increase. But Alex didn't understand what Elise meant. According to the girl, they were motivated by his praise, so they tried their best. Mia was still in the shadows. She felt so good that she asked to wait for her for a few more minutes. Eliza lowered her gaze into her mug of tea and thought for a moment. She told the hero that she would like to stay in his shadow today. She asked if he could let her, but the hero didn't mind if she wanted it so badly. In that case, Elise immediately went back into the shadow, and there was no doubt that Alex's shadow was really driving everyone crazy. One day the hero received an unexpected visitor, who said that this was their first meeting with Mr. Alexander. He apologized for such a sudden request, but he would like Alex to take his daughter as his maid. Alex did not quite understand him. It was Duke Saganoin and Alex thought he had some important business to attend to, but this was clearly not what he had expected. Alex knew it might have seemed disrespectful to him, but he apologized for his question, thinking it was his adopted daughter. The Duke replied that it was not, and it was his own daughter. The hero thought for a moment. This was indeed a surprise to him. If he gave his daughter to the maids, her status would immediately drop. Alex didn't understand what this Duke had in mind in such a case. In truth, the Duke was embarrassed to say this, but his daughter didn't know how to do anything. So he spent a long time pondering exactly how he should raise her. Then he heard about how His Majesty praised their maids. His maids were trained to the highest level. Whichever girl entered his service would become a wonderful person and a household girl. In addition, the training was incredibly fast. Alex didn't know what to reply to the Duke, nor would he have thought of His Majesty praising them. That was why the Duke wanted Alex to take his daughter under his wing. Alex understood his request and was willing to help him gladly, for which he received great thanks. But the hero first wanted him to listen to him to the end, on the condition that it would be on an equal footing with everyone else. He decided to make sure that the Duke was satisfied that she would be treated like the rest of the maids, and the Duke of course agreed. OT got down on his knee in front of Alex and thanked him profusely. The hero couldn't know if everything was going to be alright. The general took the glass in his hands and laughed loudly, saying that there were more and more noblemen's daughters among the hero's maids. He praised the hero as his son-in-law. Lord Miller suggested that he too should have given his granddaughter to him to raise. Alex asked them to calm down and said there was nothing special about it. Which was to be expected. The rest of the aristocrats also pulled up. Even though the hero refused to marry their daughters but said that he would definitely help them. That's why he took them on as maids, to teach them everything they needed to know. Often people who grew up in noble families became terrible people, so in the next life, they were reborn as low-ranking beings. And if Alex takes them as maids to his house, perhaps he can help them avoid that fate. In this case, the hero's father thought it was wonderful, and the more girls he takes as maids to him, the more manly he will become. One day the emperor's daughter would become his maid, but the lad said that this would not happen, for Elisa is a very diligent person. The hero looked at the smirks of the general, lord and father, and couldn't understand why they were smirking like that. Just then they were interrupted by a woman's voice. Asking for forgiveness, she said that she had brought them refills. The hero turned around, recognizing this voice. She had to prevent the creation of the Philosopher's Stone at all costs. Actions in the past life would affect the next. And after their death, people learned of this rule. Angels guided the souls and asked them to line up. Once in heaven 15 years ago something happened and an angel looked up in a chart what their next. She waited for this soul and called its number. But the soul got angry and asked not to be called by number. The soul breathed heavily with anger, and the angel asked for her forgiveness. But the soul didn't want her to call her by her name from a past life after all. The soul could not believe that this had happened, and the angel told her that this was the afterlife. She notified the soul that she had died, so now they would determine her rebirth rank. The soul asked her to wait a moment, and begged her to make her anything but a slave. She was completely serious, and was willing to become even a bug, but no way a slave. The angel asked the soul not to worry, because everything would be fine, but the soul was not sure. The angel told that during her lifetime she had joined a guerrilla organization and also participated in a slave revolt, sacrificing her life. As a result, her one sacrifice was able to save the lives of about 3,000 slaves. And because of this deed, she could get rank S, but since she killed merchants and nobles, she would most likely get rank A. The angel offered her the role of a noble's daughter, and the soul thought she would be reborn as the eldest daughter of one of the noble families. If she got rank A, then next time, it was not impossible that she could become the ruler of some small country. But right now, she had to be reborn as a noble's daughter. Her soul screamed that it suited her. She was willing to do anything to avoid being a slave, and the angel agreed with her in that case. She decided to put it down that way, and apparently that she would become a narcissistic and selfish girl, but nothing could be done about it. Soul frowned and decided to ask again what she had said, but the angel turned away and said there was nothing. A similar girl came up to the angel and praised her for her good work. She didn't know if the angel had heard that they had been sending such people to Earth a lot lately, more specifically, daughters from a noble family. So they had to work as maids, which the girl reminded the angel of. Recently the goddess said that in 15 years there would be many girls from noble families and that they would become maids. However, it had no bearing on the fact that they would live a happy life, and it was something of an announcement. Angel wondered what would happen in 15 years and her friend told her that she was on holiday. She was looking forward to seeing these girls who would be working as maids. She suggested her friend look at it, and as it turned out they had a lot of holiday requests, and would be swamped with work. She smiled, deciding that in all likelihood it would not be long before she went on holiday. Her friend couldn't believe how tired everyone was and thought they were finished. Angel thought of that very soul, and every era was differently special. The current era was also a bit unusual, and she wished a happy rebirth to Chosenoin. It was an era in which noble women would become maids. There would be a group of noble women maids who would be much stronger and happier than their predecessors. So Alex's birth heralded a new era. So the main characters grew up another year and got closer to adulthood. They turned 13, and Angie told the hero that it was time for them to go. Alex fixed his handkerchief and said he was ready as suddenly there was a knock on the door and Angie asked to come in. It was the maid that wished a good morning to Alex-sama and asked if he had a good sleep. Angela was happy to see her little sister and asked when she was back. As it turned out she had just arrived and had brought some souvenirs with her. She turned to the hero and asked him to take care of her a little longer, calling the hero her host. Alex motioned for Angie to go, and the maid wished them a good trip. It all started with a request from the Duke of Oin the other day. A host of noble ladies were left in Alex's care as maids. Even Elise ended up wanting to be a maid and said that things were stable and she wanted to take a rest, taking this time to experience life as one of her subjects. Alex didn't know how to say it, but it was like Elise. He decided to ask Amelia if Elisa was doing her job well, and the girl agreed with him. That spring, Amelia became head maid, and with her, Alex slowly prepared to become his father's successor. When Elisa-san put on her maid's uniform, she slipped perfectly into the role without giving the slightest hint of her true origins. Angela smiled at her and said that she expected that from her sister. But when Angie found out about it, she was surprised. Initially, the maids knew about Elisa's origin, but they had no reason to tell the other ladies. But no one knew when rumors might start to spread, and the hero hoped that nothing would happen. But if he was so worried, Amelia could watch her work, and the hero wondered that he certainly wanted to do that, but he wouldn't want to disturb her. Alex got an idea in his head and decided to suggest something to them. San clung to Elise and offered to play with her, but Elise sternly told her that she was working. Eliza also showed the maid how to wash the dishes properly, and said that she did everything perfectly. But after that, you couldn't touch the silverware with your bare hands, or else there would be stains on them when the master used them. The maid understood and said she would be more careful next time, thanking Eliza for her help. Suddenly, from round the corner, a small eye appeared unnoticed that was watching the girls. The hero decided that everything was fine and the magical eye had no problem moving. He noticed that Elise was giving advice to the other maid, and she was tolerant enough to let her speak so carelessly, being the empress. Also, she had no complaints about her work. Amelia even felt sorry for her being an empress, but the hero did not know how to respond to this statement. Well, what was more important, she was doing everything right. Suddenly, someone ordered Elise to stop and asked if she was new. Eliza wanted to know who she was, but the girl stomped her foot, angry that Eliza didn't even know who she was. It was Duke Oin's eldest daughter, Chosen Oin. The hero thought that this was the girl whose father had asked her to take her on as a maid. She didn't know what family Elisa was from, but apparently she could work. Eliza didn't understand what she wanted from her, and Amelia was worried that the Duke's daughter didn't know about Eliza. She could not assume that the Duke's daughter wanted to do. Suddenly, the girl asked Eliza to join her group, but Eliza didn't understand what she meant. But Chosen replied that Elisa had heard everything and she was new and could work here. She also said that if Elisa had not been in such a place, she would never have known about her, and she could let her join her group, so she had to be magnanimous and do her bidding. Amelia realized that the girl wanted to create a faction, and many people who arrived here were trying to use the family status. It made sense to the hero, and he suggested that if she found out she was talking to Her Majesty, she would probably faint. Eliza apologized and said she wasn't interested, which the girl was shocked by and decided to ask again what she had just told her. Eliza walked right up to the girl and said that she was grateful to be here considering the hardships she had to go through to become Alex's maid herself. Eliza also remarked that the Duke's daughter should have stopped worrying about giving out orders and started thinking about becoming the queen of the mountain. Chosen demanded that Elise stop, but Elise replied that it was time for her to get back to work. The girl was furious, not realizing who she thought she was. After all, she was the daughter of a duke, and her father had just forced her to become a maid. After that, the hero's trailing eye dissolved and disappeared. Amelia would want to know what the hero would order her to do, and the hero thought that Elise would handle her on her own. But if she does behave like this with other girls, it will lead to problems. Alex would like to ask her to watch her, however he felt that he had just caused her unnecessary trouble. Amelia replied that it was fine, and if anything happened she would let him know. Anyway, you could tell from her little sister that she was very fond of Alex herself. Alex asked Angie if she really thought so, and the girl agreed with him. At that moment Elise sneezed. So there were more and more maids, and more excitement in the Carlisle mansion. Amelia exclaimed that it was just awful and told Alex self that suddenly something had happened. Here everyone was gathered and Alex couldn't understand what was wrong. Elise replied that their seal had disappeared. Alex asked not to tell him that this is what he was thinking, and Elisa said that this seal of locusts. The locust was a monster that exuded miasmas that destroyed all vegetation near it. It was said that any village in its path would rot and die. Then the hero's magic was useless, so he sealed it in a bag made from the claws of Calamity, but it disappeared. He couldn't figure out what had happened to her. Eliza looked suspiciously at the Chosen and decided that she was involved. She demanded an explanation, but the girl jabbed her finger at Elisa and said it was all her fault. After all, it was a very dirty bag, and it was Eliza's fault for not telling her how important it was. But no maid, according to Eliza, was allowed to dispose of her master's things as she pleased, even if she had not been told of its importance. She demanded that the Chosen stop being stubborn about it. Here they were interrupted by the hero and asked them both to stop. After all, it was more important to find the locusts now than to look for someone to blame. He wanted to know what had happened to the sack. Amelia replied that the discarded rubbish was usually taken to the incinerator, but they still hadn't found it. In that case, the hero suggested that they find it together. Only the hero thought that she shouldn't have gone far when suddenly the wall of the mansion was broken by a monster, which turned out to be this locust. The Duke's daughter was in danger, but the hero repelled the locust strike, protecting the Chosen. Neither magic nor physical attacks had worked on him the first time, but now the hero had gained divinity. He was now ready to stop its rampage, after which he dealt it a piercing blow with his sword. Chosen raised her head and saw the pillar of light from the blow, whereupon the monster's body began to melt. She was surprised that the hero was able to do that. A guy ran up to her, worried that she might have been injured since the monster was very close to her. The girl replied that she was fine, and this relieved his soul. But the next time he asked never to do anything like that again, and it would be terrible if anything happened to anyone. It also applied to herself, and the girl knew it. She felt embarrassed because even though she had done something bad, the hero still treated her well. Alex asked Amelia about Chosen's well-being, and apparently she had been thinking about herself and was now under punishment. The hero surmised that if she obediently did so, then everything was settled, but she looked displeased from time to time. Amelia took the blame, saying that if she had properly explained everything to her, nothing like this would have happened. She had even managed to get Elise in an awful lot of trouble, and she was terribly sorry. She bowed to Alex and apologized. The hero smiled and asked her not to worry about it. It was just the way people behave sometimes, and the girl thanked the hero. By the way, Amelia wanted to know from the hero what kind of egg he had and assumed that he wanted to get a new pet. But Alex replied that it was a locust egg, but Amelia thought he had dealt with it. Alex defeated it, but apparently the locust had the ability to be reborn into an egg when defeated. He never would have thought that it would end up leaving her with this egg. Pecan was also curious, and the little bug sniffed the egg. His father simply told him that he had expected it from Alex and looked pleased, which meant that when the egg hatched, a new locust would apparently emerge from there. Alex assumed that the locusts would be reborn again, but since he didn't know what would happen, he didn't think he could just break that egg. The little bug suggested that he just let her eat it, and the guy was glad that she wanted to help with that. Suddenly the egg started cracking. Out of it hatched a cute little creature that looked like a dragon. Alex said it was born, and it was a baby locust. A new baby locust was born, and no one could know if it was really a newborn disaster. He was almost like a puppy, and the guy reached out to him, but the miasma scared him away. He was scared and apologized by covering his face with his paws. The hero was surprised that the creature spoke, and the little fellow replied that he was a locust. He thanked Alex for stopping him, and he remembered everything that had happened so far, including the moment they sealed him up. Alex assumed that in that case his memories were preserved, and that was so, but after a while the locust was to become what he was again, and there was nothing he could do about it. So the beast just wanted to escape, and the hero tried to stop him. He shouted to the girls and asked for attention, saying he had to catch the locusts. The maids blocked the locust's path, ordering it to surrender. The animal was terribly frightened and tears welled up in its eyes. Its body was trembling, whereupon the maids grabbed its paws. Out of fright, the locust used its strength again, causing the clothes on the maid's chest to tear. He begged the girls not to touch him and to let him go, but they could not do so. It might have seemed embarrassing to them, but it was all for their master's sake. They assured the locust that Alex herself would do nothing to harm him, so he could just stand still. The hero made sure the maids were all right and knelt down in front of the locust and stroked its head, telling it that everything was fine and he didn't need to run away. Apparently the critter was worried about them, and the guy thought he was being kind. He thanked the girls for their help, who were happy to help him, and said it was nothing to them. Alex suggested they rest in his shade, and they were very happy to do so. Since the Locust was reborn, the hero decided that they should give it a new name. And if they did so, the curse of his past life might disappear. It was hard for the hero to hold the beast, because it was giving off miasma from fear. The guy said that it was just on a hunch, and that if it worked the same way as with the sand contract, he could give the Locust a new name, which should remove the curse from him. The boy wondered what name would suit him better. The Locust asked for forgiveness. The beast was certainly glad of this, but he did not want to burn the hero, and the lad decided that his new name would now be Lotus. That was the name of one flower that grew only in mud. It could not grow in clean water. But the blossoming flower is beautiful and not dirty with mud at all like the beast. And from then on the hero said he would be a lotus. The beast was very happy and suddenly it was covered with light, after which its miasma disappeared. The hero was glad, for now he did not have to worry about it, and the beast tearfully thanked the hero. Lotus asked if there was anything he could do for Alex, and the hero wondered. He would like to thank Alex in some way, and the hero decided he didn't need to. But apparently the Lotus wouldn't take that as an answer. The Locust has caused many calamities, but it was originally a kind and docile creature. In that case, Alex would like him to help him with something, and the Lotus asked him to speak. Alex would like him to try to penetrate its shadow. Alex gave him a knife and asked him to come in just as the maids did. But he didn't know what he should do after he got in there, and the hero just asked to go into the shadow. After all, if he did, the guy could borrow his powers. Lotus smiled and asked him to use as much as he wanted, and the hero stroked the animal and thanked him for his help. Looking over his ability, Alex realized that the miasma was part of the Lotus, but the abilities represented something else. He decided to use the magic power in a different way, and a dark fire lit up in his hand. Alex was surprised that his magic power was restored, and the Locust said that such was his power. Each time he used magic, a tenth of his total magic power was restored. That's why the Lotus couldn't stop even though it wanted to, and Alex understood. When used properly, magic power would never run out, and it was the most powerful ability the guy had ever encountered. He wondered if he could master this power. The hero turned to an ancient dragon, serving as material for all sorts of things, and the latter asked his master what he wanted to ask him. Alex would have wanted another part of his body if he was okay with that, but the dragon was happy to help his master and asked what he wanted. Alex only wanted one scale and the dragon agreed. Taking the huge scale in his hands, the hero was surprised at how beautiful it was, and it had a rainbow glow shimmering through it. The dragon decided to ask what the craftsman needed it for, and Alex replied that he was thinking of making an accessory. Alex hesitated and asked if such a thing would suit him. The dragon remained silent and replied that the master looked best when he was swinging his sword. So something could be made for the sword, and Alex thanked Calamity for his help. The dragon was happy to help him, after which the hero stroked it in gratitude. The guy decided to imagine melting the scales and making something like a coating, and began to combine with the scales and the sword. The sword was covered with a bright light, and the dragon liked this beautiful shine. He could feel a strong magical power emanating from the sword, which meant that it had turned into a magical sword. This was exactly what the hero expected from the Calamity. The hero said that the effect of the magic he applied to it was something like automatically absorbing the magic power of the wielder. And just by holding it in his hands, the sword consumed a tenth of his magic power every second. The dragon thought it was inherently a curse and didn't understand why the master would want such an effect. The hero asked the beast to show itself. Behind his foot, a small beast appeared from under the shadows, and the hero introduced Lotus, his new friend, to the dragon. He stroked the Locust and said that with his help, the magical power absorbed by the sword would be restored. Just like muscles, the more often one used magic power, the stronger it became. The guy thought that it could be called automatic magic learning. The dragon expected this from their master and asked the baby Lotus to continue helping their master. The Lotus promised that it would try to do so. Suddenly, they were visited by a girl who apparently had been looking for Alex for a long time. It was Elise, and the hero assumed that something was wrong, but she just wanted to inform him. But then her attention turned to something else, and the hero couldn't figure out what was wrong. Eliza didn't know for what reason, but Alex herself glowered. The dragon assumed it was because of his scales, since they had done something like this before. Apparently, things made from his scales could have a mesmerizing effect on the opposite sex. Eliza was embarrassed, but she didn't think it would be a problem if it was Alex. Still, she decided to try to control it. By the way, the dragon wanted to remind the Empress Maid that apparently she had a reason for coming here. The girl remembered and held out a letter to Alex that was addressed to him. The letter was stamped, and it was from the Empress. The girl winked mysteriously at Alex and handed the letter. But Alex said that she was the Empress, but the girl pretended that she did not know that, for she was just his maid. So she wasn't going to get involved with the calamity, and the guy opened the envelope. It was a falconry notice. In one country in the east there was a bird known as the falcon. There, an activity in which people hunted animals with the help of a trained falcon, called falconry, became popular. As it spread in this country it changed little. The only difference was the ability to hunt using their abilities together and magic. Alex's father remarked that this would be the first time for the current Empress, although they had held it about once a month in the past. The hero was also invited and thought it was expected of Elise that she refused something like this. Apparently most of the other nobles were also invited. Alex thought it was his chance to see his father in all his greatness, but his father said it wasn't and he wouldn't participate in the hunt itself. He thought it was much more important that Alex take part. Alex wasn't sure about that, but his father said that he would be able to defeat many more monsters than him in front of the Empress and other nobles. He had to show everything he was capable of. Overhearing the conversation at the door, the Lord's daughter thought about falconry, then withdrew. In any case, her father expected much from Alex, and he was distracted for a moment when he heard someone's footsteps. He was ready to do his best, and this was a chance for everyone to show off in front of the Empress, even though he didn't really want to. Finally the day came and the falconry began. After inventing a new training method, Alex tries his hand at falconry. It was time to begin the hunt, and the long-awaited falconry became an endeavor for the best result. The Empress asked for a demonstration of their strength as much as they wished. The next family was the Chohi, and the lad noticed that Ossan was also participating, but apparently he was not interested. But bragging to Her Majesty was not in the general's character. Still, he couldn't miss the opportunity to become the strongest martial artist. The other members of the Chohi family were also martial artists. Now that the hero thought about it, he remembered that he had never seen a Ossan fight before. The battle began and Ossan was attacked by 3 huge monsters. Ossan advised them not to get angry, whereupon 2 of his comrades struck simultaneously with their swords. In the end, the monsters fell to the ground and the hero didn't even see him fight, but just used his pressure and let his subordinates do it. So it was possible to do even that. The Empress had expected something like this from the strongest in the empire, and was ready to give him some sort of reward later. But the general waved his hand and said that he had already given the title of strongest to someone else. Finally, it was the Carlyle family's turn, and the girls in the stands recognized the Vice-Emperor, who had apparently grown up again. The Empress wanted to make sure he was ready, and the lad said he was ready at any time. In that case, the Empress gave the order. While a mysterious large box was being brought into the arena, one of the men recognized the Chosen, not understanding what she was doing in such a place. A large dark creature with wings flew out of the box. None of the participants realized what it was since they didn't have such a monster on their lists. The monster gave a deafening roar. Alex noticed the Chosen behind her, and asked why she had brought something like that here. The girl smugly stated that it was a soul eater she had prepared, and a normal monster wouldn't let everyone see how strong Alex really was. The guy didn't understand what she meant. The girl was looking forward to the hero showing everyone how great he was. The monster went wild, and the general was able to doubt that his son-in-law could handle such a monster. But, of course, Alex did not doubt his strength, and then struck the monster with his sword. With a single blow, he was able to deal with the monster, which disappeared into a dark cloud, and the general and the audience were simply delighted. The general said that this was what was expected of him, and the hero looked towards Chosen. The girl seemed to be glowing with happiness. Alex was already thinking that he had inadvertently agreed to her plan as he was suddenly interrupted by Elisa, who didn't understand what had happened. The monster was still raging and the child's mother screamed. Apparently, they were children who had been touched by the miasma and were turning into soul eaters. A soul eater was a monster that multiplied by eating the souls of children, which meant that they were already consumed by that monster. Choking back tears, the mother begged the hero to save her child. The guy asked to grant it to him and thought that the treatment he used to stop Dorothy's transformation into a beast should have worked here too. One could try to do it. Alex decided to create homunculi and transfer their souls into them, leaving the children's bodies temporarily dead. That way the soul eaters were gone, and now he just needed to get the children's souls back into their bodies. The boys opened their eyes and looked round, not realizing what was happening. The parents immediately rushed into their children's arms, thanking the hero and God for helping them. This was exactly what people expected from the Vice-Emperor, and the guy was glad that they were all right. Eliza recognized that it was great, but the hero didn't think that they could continue after something like that, and nothing could be done about it. The girl whispered in the guy's ear that he was very cool and thanked him for protecting people for everyone's smiles. The threat to the people had passed, but it was immediately necessary to investigate what had happened. The people took Her Majesty's orders, and suddenly someone called out to her. In fact, the hero already knew how it happened and Elise was curious to know about it. Alex hoped that she would trust him with the matter. He told Elise that the culprit was the Chosen, but the girl couldn't understand why she was hearing his voice in her head. Alex replied that he was speaking to her using his magic directly. He asked to let him solve this case with her himself, because he didn't want others to find out about it. If he said so, Elise decided to listen to him and left it to the guy. The hero decided to talk to the Lord's daughter. He knew that she did it for his good, but still, she put everyone in danger. The girl understood this very well, and the hero decided to move on to her punishment. He would have to ban her from being his maid for a while, which the Chosen was shocked by. The hero also said that his father had agreed to take her in for the time being, and that was Amelia's plan. She decided that this was too much, for she really wanted to stay close to Alex. Hero was glad that she felt that way about him, but it would be hard to do her job in such a state. He felt a little sorry for her, but it seemed like it should affect her in some way. After all, Amelia was good at dealing with them. She felt that this should have been enough as a punishment. The hero asked her to forget about him for a while and concentrate on her work as a maid, and she had to agree. A few days later, the hero met Xiaomei, who was delighted to see them. Alexei noticed that her magic power had become stronger again, and she was even more pleased. Xiaomei believed that it was all thanks to his marvelous lessons. But the hero realized that they only helped because she had talent, and asked why she had come today. The girl remembered that she wanted to ask Alex something and he couldn't refuse her any request. She was certainly glad he said so, but what she wanted was apparently problematic to fulfill. Finally, the girl made up her mind and asked to take her on as an intern. Alex had déjà vu and thought something terrible had happened. He thought about the internship and decided it was about time. It was said that whose village was rotting or no longer livable, left some to the army, some to the guild or the houses of the nobility. They sought places where they could gain the practical experience they needed in the future. Schools of magic served as the Empire's mentoring network and actively sent students to apprenticeships to improve the Empire's combat power. When some of these students left the forts, Alex had a few angels to fill in for them. They gladly served Alex and tried their best. Alex realized that Xiaomei had already graduated, and he just felt nostalgic for their first meeting, and it was a real calamity. He agreed with her and was ready to receive her at any time, which the girl was glad and thanked him. Just then someone knocked on the door and asked if the hero was in. Alex allowed entry, and it was Amelia, saying it was urgent. She reported that soul eaters had appeared in the villages of Sake and Ritanara, and the guy said he would go there right away. Xiaomei surmised that they were the monsters from the Falconry, and the hero confirmed it. After that incident, they started appearing in different places and only he could handle them, so the increasing number of them could be a problem. It seemed to Xiaomei that if the hero could be in several places at the same time, he could solve this case at once. Alex pondered her words. Suddenly, a great idea came to his mind, and grabbing the girl's hand, he thanked her for her help. Xiaomei was embarrassed and blushed, saying that she was happy to help him. The hero arrived at the Riddener village where he was greeted by the locals. Alex apologized for being late and asked where the children were. The man answered him that they had already been swallowed up by the monsters. Alex used his power and said that they were still alive and he would restore them to their former appearance. The hero gave the residents a balloon each, but they didn't realize what it was. Alex suggested they try throwing it at the monsters. The people didn't quite understand it but decided to do as the hero said and threw the balloon at the monsters. Once in contact with the demons, they began to glow, after which the children's souls began to be cleansed of the demonic essence. Everything was successful, after which the mothers threw themselves into the arms of their children. The villager did not understand what it was and decided to find out from the hero, but Alex promised to explain everything later. And now it was just a matter of taking the balls and throwing them at them. This ball was a magical tool that could be used by anyone. The hero could seal his magic in it, so he placed a demon-destroying magic in it.so. Using them, the residents could defeat the Soul Eaters without him. Alex asked not to think too much about it, and just think of it as a special medicine. When talking to Xiaomei, he somehow remembered that this magic tool had once frozen a girl's room, which meant that it could be used differently. Besides, if that dragon appeared again, they could use them to deal with it. The villagers could also share with other villages, and they were not hard to make. The villagers were delighted, but the guy didn't think that it would completely wipe out the Soul Eaters, but their numbers would be greatly reduced. Alex thanked Xiaomei for her help, but she decided that she wasn't worth thanking. This way, everyone's safety was ensured. The hero thought of a more practical use of the magic tool. A maid came up to him and noticed his master's uneasiness and asked him about it. The hero thanked Agnes and said that they had created so many of them that he wondered if there was anywhere else they could be used. The girl assumed that the hero was referring to magic tools. He thought about the fact that there might have been some useful magic that could be spread around the villages. That way they could take care of almost everything themselves rather than waiting for him to arrive. Alex surmised that it would make life easier for a lot of people, and Agnes thought it would. They heard some noise, and there seemed to be some sort of altercation at the gate. The maid and Alex decided to discreetly overhear the conversation in which the girl was begging for something. A certain girl really wanted to personally talk to Alexander herself, and asked for permission to see him. But the maid had told her earlier that an appointment had to be made. Chosen replied that her master had no time to see her. And just so she knew, she would have wanted to meet him herself. The guy became uncomfortable, and Agnes noticed that Chosen was slacking off again. The hero asked Agnes to bring this girl to him, for he remembered her, and she was from the Riddeners' village. But Agnes did not know what to do with the Chosen. Since she was now under her father's care, Agnes could inform him. The maid understood everything, after which she came out to the girls. The problem with the Soul Eaters was still unresolved, and it was apparently necessary to extend the punishment for the Chosen. The girl who came from the village apologized and was happy to meet my Lord Alex, giving her name as Lily Kanata. Kneeling down, she thanked him sincerely for what he had done for them that day, for thanks to him everyone was able to work in the fields again. Alex asked her to stand up and not to worry about it. He figured that something had happened in the village since she had come to him. But in truth, she wanted to offer him her services, but the hero didn't quite understand her. He thought she meant a maid, but the girl asked him to forgive her for being rude. She didn't mind being a maid, but she needed a salary. Alex didn't understand why she wanted it, but her dream was to serve him, and she never got the chance. The girl blushed with embarrassment, and the guy noticed that she was quite frank. All the maids were pretty loaded now, and he thought he could make her a maid. The hero had no good reason to refuse, and he didn't mind, but still he had two conditions and the girl was willing to do anything. First, she had to stop calling him my lord, and yet he was now considered to be his father. The girl apologized to him, and the second rule was about salary, and if she was going to work here she had to be paid accordingly. In that case, the guy asked Agnes to take care and take her measurements for her uniform. After a while everything was ready and the hero welcomed the new maid. He noticed that the girl looked very pretty in the maid's garb and the size fit her perfectly. He was pleased and wrote a contract so she would have to go round to the other maids and discuss it with them. Looking carefully at the document, the girl saw the seal on it. A couple of days passed and the maids taught the girl how important it was to wash the windows thoroughly. After all, if the master stood in front of a dirty window, it would not be good. The girl replied that in that case the master's face would not be seen. So they had to be clean by the end of her shift, and it was all right if she did it slowly. The main thing was that it was clean. The maid agreed with the girls and they said that as soon as she finished they would make tea. Alex ignored these details and decided that this was the most important thing and they were fine. Just then Elise came out to meet him and said that she was going back to the palace. Alex thanked her for everything she did, plus she did a good job today. Eliza had something she wanted to talk about, and mentioned that he had a new maid. Alex decided that something had happened to Lily. Eliza admitted that she was a good girl and a quick learner and asked if Alex had seen her soul. The hero saw that she was B-rank and he was a little surprised that she was reborn as a commoner. The hero had previously told Elise that he could see souls. She was well aware that such girls gathered around Alex, but the boy didn't quite understand in what sense she was speaking. More and more new girls appeared in front of him, as if to gain his favor. In that case, Alex was glad, and so Elise wanted to give him some advice. It was on, and it would be better if the guy sent her back. Chosen was shocked that a girl like Lily became the master's maid and thought it was unfair. Alex didn't know how he should deal with Chosen after the Empress's advice. The hero, along with his father and the general, arrived in a sonnet village where the village children were jumping from a high-rise. They thought it was quite an interesting coming-of-age ceremony. The village headman told them that it was their tradition, and once someone turned 10 years old, they were to jump off this tower without fear before becoming an adult. So it all depended on courage, and Alex's father found this very interesting. He thanked the Viscount meme once again for the invitation. But the headman decided that he should have been the one to thank them for taking care of Agnes. Even the girls looked serious because those who had passed through could be seen as adults and eligible for marriage. They probably came here to choose a mate. They didn't want to be last on getting a house and a field, so they were very serious about choosing a mate, and it was quite an ordeal. That was why the headman thought of inviting the Kakutei here. Alex's father was sure that the hero would gladly agree to such a thing, and Alex agreed to help them out. In that case, the headman decided to inform them. By the way, the hero wanted to check with his father how the Chosen were doing. Since she used every opportunity to get close to the hero, her father asked her to stay at the estate. The hero's father decided to find out why he was asking this and assumed that her punishment was already over. But Alex was still thinking about the words of Eliza, who advised him to return her to her parents. But the hero's father thought that he could not do that. After all, if he did, people would doubt his generosity, even though it was advice from the Empress herself. In that case, Alex would soon have to make some sort of decision. But his father was prepared to support him in any case. Young men walked past them, and Alex thought they had already been tested. It seemed to him that the guy asked the girl to marry him. He also thought they looked pretty good together. But suddenly the girl fell to the ground and demonic wings grew from her back. The guy grabbed her shoulders, but it was quite dangerous. In the blink of an eye, the girl turned into a soul eater that was ready to devour the guy's soul. Alex wanted to protect him, but suddenly someone's hand appeared in front of him. It was a Chosen that blocked his way and called the soul eater an insolent man. Alex could not understand what she was doing and decided that he had to act immediately. He used soul transmigration magic, after which the girl's soul left the monster's body. Everything was finished and the headman was overjoyed, thanking the Vice-Emperor for everything. Chosen smugly said that it was quite natural for her master. The guy felt embarrassed, after which a conversation arose about her doing a sonnet in the village. The girl replied that the hero had ordered her to serve my lord, but he was still her true master, so she could not be too far away from him. But Alex had put her in his father's care and her father's orders were equal to his orders. That only meant that she disobeyed him, but the girl didn't agree with that, and that wasn't what she meant. The guy thought about the fact that if they chased her away now, she would do all sorts of dangerous things to get close to him. It could be dangerous, and on top of that it would be stupid of him. He remembered the moment when she had tried to cover for him, and her admiration was genuine. And he would like to reciprocate those feelings. The girl had splendid manners, and if only she would learn to be a diligent maid, she could change. In truth, the hero admitted that he had thought of firing her from her position as a maid, for which Chosen was shocked. Before she could respond, the hero said that he would like to give her a second chance. He wanted to teach her how to be a maid, but she thought she had already learned how to be one by becoming his maid. But the guy waved his head in denial and said that apparently that method was too soft for her. And from now on he and Amelia would thoroughly hammer it into her. The girl wasn't thrilled, for she didn't get along well with Amelia. Alex smiled at her and told her that she would certainly make a decent maid. His father thought that he was no good to him in this situation, and the lad apologized to his father for not even discussing it with him. But the father thought it was all right since she was his maid. Suddenly the Chosen exclaimed that they had arrived, and the heroes turned around. Alex and his father thought they had guests arriving, and the girl asked permission to introduce them to someone. They were two girls who turned out to be her younger sisters. Alex's father questioned this, but the Chosen said they were three sisters. The boy didn't understand why they were dressed that way, but the Chosen thought it was obvious. All because her little sisters also wanted to be his maids. A solution had been found, and besides, now his life would be even more fun. The girl was happy, because they had just got permission from their father and being around Alex was the ultimate happiness. She thought Alex thought so too, and his father laughed, saying that it was. Alex looked at his father in surprise, not knowing what to say. From then on, Xiaomei was in Alex's care and her internship had finally begun. The academy director asked Alex to take care of her, and the hero said that he could count on him. The other students thought it was cute that she would be at the Emperor's with himself. They would have liked to get to see him too, but the headmaster asked them to calm down and go back to their own place. Xiaomei noticed that Alex was quite popular. The hero was grateful for that, but she was the only one he would take for an internship. Taking the girl in his arms, he asked her to hold on tightly before jumping high into the sky. Using the magic of flight, Alex spotted the people being attacked below and decided to help them. The masked men told the girls that they had caused them a lot of trouble, but they thought they had had enough and demanded that they just surrender. One of the girls clutched her sword tightly in her hands, afraid that she would have to fight. Suddenly someone demanded that they stop. It was a hero and the attackers decided to find out who he was. Alex instantly used binding magic, after which the opponents were disarmed. The girls thought it was just incredible. They were frightened, but the hero asked them to calm down as they were just passing by. Xiaomei decided to find out what they would do attackers, and the hero just wanted to put them to sleep. The girls couldn't believe it when they heard the name Alexander Carlyle and thought he was real. They wanted to be sure, and Alex held out a document to them. The girls immediately apologized for their rudeness and introduced themselves. The girl with the sword was called Zarabirio, and they were just heading towards him. She wanted to ask him to help with the escape of her mistress, Her Highness Princess Licha Silvermoon. The Kingdom of Silvermoon was a vassal of the Empire. Their kingdom had been a loyal vassal since they had sworn allegiance 100 years ago, but the king didn't care and sought independence. The princess was unwilling to sever ties with the Empire and wanted to protect her kingdom and sacred land. The boy wanted to know what the sacred land was. The sacred land was the land where the Silvermoon royal family lived. Those who lived there had eternal youth. The previous emperor had attacked their land in an attempt to obtain eternal youth, but it turned out that only the members of the Silvermoon royal family could possess it. Now they saw this as a good opportunity, as many people had rebelled against the Empire, but their army was unable to defeat the Empire, and if it came to war, a lot of people of the kingdom would die. They didn't have much time, and the previous power emperor had subjugated many surrounding countries. When Elisa ascended the throne, she loosened her grip, and apparently that's why the likes of Silvermoon started to rebel. Alex should have known what she thought on the matter, and the girl immediately stepped out of his shadow. He would like to hear her opinion, and Elise wondered. The girls were shocked to see the man come out of the shadow, and the hero said that she was his maid and could protect their secrets so they could not worry. Eliza thought that the emperor might have given them shelter. Besides, if Silvermoon really started a war, they would only face them on the battlefield. But for now, the hero offered to protect the Lich Princess at his place. Alex held out his hand to her, and thought about the fact that she had spoken about it as if she had seen the events of a century ago herself. He surmised that the lychee in front of him was a Silvermoon lychee, and she would have been 256 years old this year. Alex called out to Agnes and told him he was back. The girl greeted her host and remarked that he had brought guests. Alex replied that they would be here for a while and wanted to know if anything had happened during his absence, for Agnes was in a hurry. The girl admitted that they had a problem with the plumbing, so they were busy fixing it. It was awful, and the guy apologized for stopping her. A Xiaomei came up to them and asked Alex if she could help in any way, and the hero said that her ice magic could be useful to them. Lily looked with interest at the maid, whose name was Agnes. The boy assumed that they knew each other, and the girl said that she sometimes visited Viscount Membu, although the last time they met she was very young. She had changed a great deal since then. No sooner had the girl finished speaking than she suddenly felt sick and her legs went under. Alex did not realize what had happened, and the girl asked Sir to give her the bottle, after which she drank the contents. It was water from the source of the sacred earth, and when the princess left the lands and did not receive strength from them, she became weak. This was a negative reaction to eternal youth. The heroes could not imagine what would happen when the water ran out, but the girls knew it. Alex intended to inform the emperor, but waiting for a reply would take several days. It was necessary to hurry up and provide them with a supply of this water. He offered them the use of the rooms provided, and if they wanted, they could settle in separate rooms. The girls thanked the hero sincerely for his concern, but they could not ask for anything more after he had already helped them. In that case, the hero decided that they would do it. He asked them to pour some water on his sword. The girls were surprised but decided to listen to him. The guy saw that this water contained considerable power and decided to look for something similar in the vicinity of the capital of Silverman. The hero reached the sacred ground and could now connect the pipe from the source and run the energy through it. The princess sighed and felt the very power, and the hero said he had drawn it from the sacred ground. He had created a special barrier here, so apparently he had successfully recreated the sacred ground. The girls were shocked that he could do something like this, but it was quite easy for him. They were thrilled that the rumors were true, and thus Alex had saved the princess of the Silvermoon Kingdom.